Chapter 14 of The Further Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. The Last Card. 2 weeks had gone by. Or was it 3? How long was it since he had found the Tocsin's letter in the secret hiding place of the new sanctuary? It had seemed to him then that he had been given a new lead, a new hope. For, once he had recovered from his startled amazement at the realization that she was as conversant with the secrets of the new sanctuary as she had been with the old, there had come the thought of turning that very fact to his own account, that, if he were unable to reach or find her by any other means, he might succeed instead by letting her unwittingly come to him. She had come there once to the sanctuary when he had been absent. She was almost certain to come there again, when she thought he was absent. He had put his plan into execution. For days at a stretch he had remained hidden in the sanctuary, and nothing had come of it. And then the inaction, coupled with the knowledge that the peril which faced her, even though his previous efforts to avert it had all been abortive, had made it unbearable to remain longer passive, and he had given it up and gone out again, combing and searching through the dens and dives of the underworld. That had been 2 weeks ago, or 3. And the net result had been nothing. Jimmie Dale allowed the evening newspaper to slip from his fingers. It dropped to the arm of his lounging chair, and from there to the floor. It was no use. He had been reading mechanically ever since he had returned from the club half an hour ago, and he was conscious in only the haziest sort of way of what he had been reading. The market, the general news items, the editorials, had all blended one into the other to form a meaningless jumble of words. Even the leading article on the front page that proclaimed as imminent the final and complete exposé of what had come to be known as the private club ring, an investigation that, from its inception, he had hitherto followed closely, promising as it did to involve and link in partnership with the lowest of the underworld names that heretofore had stood high up in the social circles of New York, seemed uninteresting and unable to hold his attention tonight. He rose impulsively from his chair, and, walking down the length of the richly furnished room, his tread soundless on the thick, heavy rug, drew the portières aside and stood looking out of the rear window. It was dark outside, but presently the shadows formed into concrete shapes, and, across the black space of driveway and yard, the wall of the garage assumed a solid background against the night. He passed his hand over his forehead heavily, and a wanness came into his face and eyes. Once before he had stood here at this window of his den, the room that ran the entire depth of his magnificent Riverside Drive residence, and old Jason had stood at the front window, and they had watched, Jason and he, watched the shadows that were not shadows of walls and buildings close in around the house. That was the night before he had escaped from the trap set by the Crime Club, the night before the old sanctuary had burned down, and police and underworld alike had believed the Gray Seal buried beneath the charred and fallen walls, the night before she, the Tocsin, had come for a little while into her own, and for a little while into his arms. His lips twisted in pain. A little while. Days of glad and glorious wonder. They were gone now, and in their place was emptiness and loneliness, and the great overmastering fear and terror that would clutch at times, as it clutched now, cold at his heart. It was not so very long ago that night, only a few months ago, but it seemed as though the years had come and rolled away since then. She was gone again, driven by a peril that menaced her life into hiding again, a peril that she would not let him share because she loved him. The pain that showed on his twisted lips was voiced in a low, involuntary cry. Because she loved him. His hands clenched hard. Where was she? Who was it that dogged and haunted her, that was wrecking and ruining her life? God knew. And God knew, employing every resource he possessed, he had done everything he could to reach her, and all that he had accomplished had been the creation of a new character in the underworld. That was all. And yet, strangely enough, in that way there had come to him the one single gleam of relief that he had known, for out of the creation of that character had sprung again the activities of the Gray Seal, and with the resumption of those activities, since, as in the old days, those calls to arms of hers had come again, he knew that, at least, she was so far alive and safe. Jimmie Dale swung from the window and began to pace rapidly up and down the room. Safe, yes, but for how long? She had outwitted those against her up to now, but for how long would... He had halted abruptly beside the table. Someone was knocking at the door. "Come," he called. And old Jason entered, and it seemed to Jimmie Dale that he must laugh out like one suddenly overwrought and in hysteria. In the old butler's hand was a silver card tray, and on the tray was... But there was no need to look on the tray. Old Jason's face, curiously mingling excitement and disquiet, the imperturbability of the butler gone for the nonce, was alone quite eloquent enough. But Jimmie Dale, master of many things, was most of all master of himself. "Well, Jason?" His voice was quiet and contained as he spoke. He reached out and took from the tray a white, unaddressed envelope. It was from her, of course. Even Jason knew that it was another of those mysterious epistles, one of the many that had passed through the old butler's hands, that had in the last few years so completely revolutionized, as it were, his, Jimmie Dale's, mode of life. "Well, Jason?" He was toying with the envelope in his hand. "How did it come this time?" "It was in another envelope, Master Jim, sir. Addressed to me, sir," explained the old butler nervously. "A messenger boy brought it, sir. I opened the outside envelope, Master Jim, and I knew at once, sir, that it was one of those letters." "I see." Jimmie Dale smiled a little mirthlessly. What, after all, did the how of it matter? It was a foregone conclusion that, as it had been 100 times before, it would avail him nothing so far as furnishing a clue to her whereabouts was concerned. "Very well, Jason." His tones were a dismissal. But Jason did not go, and there was something more in the act than that of a well-trained servant, as the old man stooped, picked up the newspaper from the floor, and folded it neatly. He laid the paper hesitantly on the table, and began to fumble awkwardly with the silver tray. "What is it, Jason?" prompted Jimmie Dale. "Well, Master Jim, sir," said Jason, and the old face grew suddenly strained. "There is something that, begging your pardon for the liberty, sir, I would like to say. I don't know what all these strange letters are about, and it's not for me, sir. It's not my place to ask. But once, Master Jim, you honoured me with your confidence to the extent of saying they meant life and death. And once, the night this house was watched, I could see for myself that you were in some great danger. Master Jim, sir, I'm an old man now, sir, but I dandled you on my knee when you were only a wee tot, sir, and you'll forgive me, sir, if I presume beyond my station, only His voice broke suddenly, his eyes were full of tears. Jimmie Dale's hand went out, both of them, and were laid affectionately on the old man's shoulders. "I put my life in your hands that night, Jason," he said simply. "Go on. What is it?" "Yes, sir. Thank you, Master Jim, sir." Jason swallowed hard. His voice choked a little. "It isn't much, sir. I don't know that it's anything at all. But nights, sir, when I'm sitting up for you, Master Jim, and you don't come home, "But I've told you again and again that you're not to sit up for me, Jason," Jimmie Dale remonstrated kindly. "Yes, I know, sir." Jason shook his head. "But I couldn't sleep, sir, anyway. Thinking about it, Master Jim, sir. Well, sir, sometimes I get terribly anxious and afraid, Master Jim, that something will happen to you, and it seems as though you were all alone in this. And I thought, sir, that perhaps if someone you could trust, Master Jim, could do something, anything, sir, it might make it all right. I'm an old man, Master Jim. It wouldn't matter about me, and—" Jimmie Dale turned abruptly to the table. His own eyes were wet. These were not idle words that Jason used, or words spoken without a full realization of their meaning. Jason was offering, and calling it presumption to do so, his life in place of his Jimmie Dale's, if by so doing he could shield the master whom he loved. "Thank you, Jason." Jimmie Dale turned again from the table. "There's nothing you can do now, but if the time ever comes—" He looked for a long minute into Jason's face, then his hands were laid again on the other's shoulders, and he swung the old man gently around. "There's the door, Jason, and God bless you." Jason went slowly from the room. The door closed. For the first time that he had ever held a letter of hers in his hand, Jimmie Dale was for a moment heedless of it. If the time ever came! He smiled strangely. The love and affection that had come with the years of Jason's service were not all on one side. Not for anything in the world would he put a hair of that grey head in jeopardy. It was not lack of faith or trust that held him back from taking Jason into his full confidence. It was the possibility, always present, that some day the house of cards might totter, the Gray Seal be discovered to be Jimmie Dale, and in the ruin, the disaster, the debacle that must follow, the less old Jason knew, for old Jason's own sake, the better. It was the one thing that would save Jason. The charge of complicity would fall to the ground before the old man's very ingenuousness. And then Jimmie Dale shrugged his shoulders, a sort of whimsical, fatalistic philosophy upon him, and, as he tore the envelope open, he sat down in the lounging chair close to the table. Another call to arms, an appeal for someone else, never for herself. He shook his head. How often had he hoped that the summons, instead, would prove to be the one thing he asked and lived for, to take his place beside her, to aid her! Not one of these letters had he ever opened without the hope that, in spite of the intuition which told him his hope was futile, it would prove at last to be the call to him for herself. Perhaps this one— he was eagerly unfolding the pages he had taken from the envelope— perhaps this one. No, a glance was enough. It was far remote from any personal relation to her. "Dear Philanthropic Crook," he leaned back in his chair, as his eyes travelled hurriedly over the opening paragraphs, a keen sense of disappointment upon him, despite the intuition that had bade him expect nothing else. And then suddenly, startled, tense, he sat upright, strained forward in his seat. He could not read fast enough. His eyes leaped over words and sentences. "They're playing their last card tonight. David Archman. It is murder, Jimmie. Letter signed J. Barker, 6th Avenue stationer. Martin Moore. Gentleman Laroque, the gangster. Niccolo Sonnino. End house to left of courtyard entrance. Safe in rear room. Lives alone. Tonight." For a moment Jimmie Dale did not move as he finished reading the letter, save that his fingers began to tear the pages into strips, and the strips over and over again into tiny fragments. Then, mechanically, he dropped the pieces into the pocket of his dinner jacket and mechanically reached for the newspaper that Jason had picked up and laid on the table. And now a dull red burned in his cheeks, and the square jaw was clamped and hard. Strange coincidence! Yes, it was strange, but perhaps it was more than mere coincidence. He had an interest, a very personal, vital interest in that article on the front page now, in this combine of those who were frankly of the dregs of the criminal world and those of a blacker breed who hid behind the veneer of respectability and station. He read the article slowly. It was but the résumé of the case that had been under investigation for the past few weeks, the sensation it had created the greater since the publicity so far given to it had but hinted darkly at the scope of the exposure to come, while as yet no names had been mentioned. The private club ring, as set forth in the paper, operated a chain of what purported to be small, select, and very exclusive clubs, but which in reality were gambling traps of the most vicious description, and the field of their operations was very wide and exceedingly lucrative. Men known to have money, whether New Yorkers or from out of town, were introduced there by members whose standing and presumed respectability were beyond reproach, and they were bled white, while, to add variety to the crooked games, orgies, revels and carousals of the most depraved character likewise furnished the lever for blackmail. The member ostensibly being in as bad a hole and in as desperate a predicament as the guest he had introduced. The article told Jimmie Dale nothing new, nothing that he did not already know, save the statement that the evidence now in the possession of the authorities was practically complete, and that the arrest and disclosure of those involved might be expected at any moment. He put down the paper and stood up, and for the second time that night began to pace the room. If the article had told him nothing new, it at least explained that sentence in the Tocsin's letter: "They are playing their last card tonight." They must strike now or never. The exposure could be but a matter of a few hours off. A face crowned with his grey hair rose before him, a kindly face, grave and strong and fine, the face of a man of sterling honesty and unimpeachable integrity, the face of David Archman, the assistant district attorney, who had both instituted and was in charge of the investigation that now threatened New York with an upheaval that promised to shake many a social structure to its foundations. Yes, they would play their last card, a vile, despicable and hellish card, but how little they knew David Archman. They would break his life. It would, indeed, as the Tocsin had said, be murder. But they would never break David Archman's unswerving loyalty to principle and duty. They had tried that, by threats of personal violence, by the offer of bribes in sums large enough to have tempted many. His face hard, his forehead gathered in puzzled furrows, Jimmie Dale stepped to the door and locked it. Then, drawing aside the portière that hung before the little alcove at the lower end of the room, knelt down before the squat, barrel-shaped safe, and his fingers began to play over the knobs and dials. Yes, it was a vitally personal matter now. There was an added incentive tonight, spurring the Gray Seal on to act. David Archman had been his father's closest friend, and he, Jimmie Dale himself, had always looked on David Archman, and with reason, as little less than a second father. His frown grew deeper. He did not understand. But Tocsin did not make mistakes. He had had evidence of that on too many occasions when he had thought otherwise to question it now. But David Archman's son in this? It seemed incredible. The boy, he was little more than a boy, scarcely 20, was and always had been perhaps a little wild, but a thief, an associate and accomplice of the city's worst crooks and criminals, was something of which he, Jimmie Dale, had never dreamt until this instant. And now, while it staggered him, it brought, too, a sense of merciless fury, a fury against those who would stab like inhuman cowards, pitilessly, at the father through the son. Their last card. The safe swung open. Their last card was Clary Archman, the son. He reached into the safe, took out an automatic, and placed it in his pocket. There was no necessity to go to the Sanctuary. What he would need was here in duplicate, and it would be Jimmie Dale, not Smarlinghue, who played the role of the Gray Seal tonight. A dozen small steel picklocks in graded sizes followed the revolver, and after these a black silk mask and a pocket flashlight. The thin metal insignia case containing the little diamond-shaped grey-coloured paper seals, never absent from his person since the night he had lost and recovered it again, was already reposing in an inner pocket of his clothes. His face was still hard as he stood up and closed the safe. The way out, the way to save David Archman, was plain, of course. It was even simple, if it was not too late. And the way out was another crime committed by the Gray Seal. Instead of Clary Archman and J. Barker, alias Gentleman Laroque, robbing the safe of one Niccolo Sonnino, dealer in precious stones, it would be the Gray Seal, if it was not already too late to forestall the others. If it was not too late. He looked at his watch. It was 20 minutes after 11. Yes, there should be time. But if not, what then? And what of that letter? His teeth clamped. Well, he would try it. And he would make every second count now. He was lifting the telephone receiver of the private house installation now, calling the garage. Benson, his chauffeur, answered him almost on the instant. "The light touring car, Benson, please, and as quickly as possible," said Jimmie Dale pleasantly. "Yes, sir, at once," Benson answered. Jimmie Dale replaced the receiver on the hook, and, running now across the floor, unlocked the door, crossed the hall, and entered his dressing room. Here he changed his dinner clothes for a dark tweed suit. The location of Nicolo Sonnino's place of business was in a neighbourhood where one in evening dress, to say the least of it, would not go unobserved, transferred the metal case and the articles he had taken from the safe to the pockets of the tweed suit, and descended the stairs. Standing in the hallway, Jason, that model of efficiency, with an appraising glance at his master's changed attire, handed Jimmie Dale a soft hat and opened the door. "Benson is outside, Master Jim," said Jason, but the look in the old man's eyes was eloquent far beyond the respectful and studied quiet of his words. The old face was pale and grave with anxiety. "It's all right, Jason. All right this time." Jimmie Dale smiled reassuringly. "Thank you, sir," said Jason in a low voice. "I hope so, sir. And, begging your pardon, Master Jim, sir, I pray God it is." And for answer Jimmie Dale smiled again, and passed down the steps and entered the car. But the smile was gone as he leaned back in his seat after giving Benson his directions. Speed, and a corner a few blocks away from Chatham Square. He was not so sure that it was all right. It was entirely a question of time. Given the time and the opportunity, Nicolo Sonnino out of the road, for instance, given 20 minutes ahead of Clary Archman and Gentleman Laroque, it would be simple enough. But otherwise, his lips thinned. Otherwise he did not know. Otherwise there was promise of strange, grim work before daylight came, work that might lead him out of necessity to the role of Smarlinghue, and as Smarlinghue, anywhere. He did not know. He knew only one thing, that at any cost, if it lay within any power of his to prevent it, David Archman should not live a broken man. The car speeded its way rapidly along in a downtown direction, Benson keeping, wherever possible, to the unfrequented streets. Jimmie Dale, busy with his problem, his mind sifting and turning this way and that the curious and in some cases apparently conflicting details of the Tocsin's letter, paid little attention to his surroundings, save to note approvingly from time to time that a request to Benson to hurry was equivalent to something perilously near to a contempt of speed laws. It still seemed incredible that Clary Archman was a thief, a safe-tapper, even if but an amateur one. The boy must have travelled a pace of late that was fast and furious. How had he ever become intimate enough with Gentleman Laroque to be associated with the other in such a crime as this? How had Laroque come to play a part in the miserable scheme of trickery that was the private club ring's last card? Jimmie Dale shook his head helplessly at the first question, and shook it again at the second. He knew Laroque. He knew him for one of the most degraded, as well as one of the most dreaded, gang leaders in crimeland. Laroque, in unvarnished language, was a devil, and worse still, a most callous devil. Laroque stood first and all the time for Laroque. If murder would either further or safeguard Laroque's personal interests, Laroque was the sort of man who would stop only to consider, not whether the murder should be committed, but the method that might best be employed in order to implicate as little as possible one Laroque. Also, to those in the secrets of the underworld, Gentleman Laroque added to his accomplishments, or had done so before he rose to the eminence of gang leader, the profession of box worker. Not a very clever exponent of the art, crude perhaps in his methods, but at the same time efficacious, as a dozen breaks and looted safes in the years gone by bore ample witness. Grimly whimsical came Jimmie Dale's smile. Gentleman Laroque would have made a very much better confidence man than safe worker. The man was suave, polished when he wanted to be, educated. He possessed all the requisites, and, in abundance, the prime requisite of all, a cunning that was the cunning of a fox. This might even have explained his acquaintanceship with Clary Archman, except for the fact that it did not explain Clary Archman's cooperation in a premeditated robbery with anyone. Again Jimmie Dale shook his head. And there came another question, one for which no answer, even of a suggestive nature, had been supplied in the Tocsin's letter. Why had Nicolo Sonnino's safe been selected as the one especial and desirable nut to crack? He knew Nicolo Sonnino, too, in a general way, as all who resided near or had any dealings in the neighbourhood where Sonnino lived knew the man. True, combined with a small trade in jewellery and precious stones, the former cheap and the latter of an inferior grade to fit the purses of his customers, the man was a money-lender, but in an equally small way. Loans of minor amounts, a very few dollars as a maximum, was probably the extent of Sonnino's ventures along this line. Sonnino himself was a crafty little man, but craftiness, if it did not transgress the law, was not a crime. He was undoubtedly a usurer in his petty way, and he was both feared and disliked, but beyond that no one pretended to know anything about him. Ordinarily, Sonnino's safe, then, might be expected to be rather a barren affair, hardly a lure for a gentleman Laroque brand of crook. Why, then, Sonnino's safe to-night? What was in that letter signed J. Barker that Clary Archman had received? J. Barker was gentleman Laroque. That would have been evident in any case, even if the Tocsin had not expressly said so. But the letter? Did the letter, apart from its incriminating ingenuity, supply the answer to his question? Had Sonnino, for instance, by some lucky turn, disposed of his stock in bulk, and was thus for the moment in possession of an unusually large amount of cash? Or, inversely, had Sonnino received an unusual stock of stones? Either of these theories, and equally neither one of them, might furnish the answer. Jimmie Dale shrugged his shoulders grimly. He would find the answer in Sonnino's safe. One thing, however, one thing that might have had some bearing on Laroque's choice, one thing for which he, Jimmie Dale, was grateful to Laroque for making such a choice, was that Sonnino's place lent itself admirably to attack, from the standpoint of the attacker. A black courtyard, screened completely from the street, a house that... Jimmie Dale looked up suddenly, and, as suddenly, leaning forward, he touched Benson's shoulder. They were just approaching a restaurant and music hall known as the Sphinx, that was popular for the moment with the slumming parties from uptown. "This will do. You may let me out here at the Sphinx, Benson," he said quietly, and then, as the car stopped, "I shall not be long, Benson, perhaps half an hour. Wait for me." Benson touched his cap. Jimmie Dale ran up the steps of the restaurant, entered, threaded his way through several crowded rooms where the midnight revelry was in full swing, and passed out of the place by a convenient rear exit that gave on the adjoining cross street. The car standing in front of the Sphinx would attract no notice, and he was now on the same street as Sonnino's place, and only 2 short blocks away. He started forward from the restaurant door, and paused, struggling with a refractory match in an effort to light a cigarette. A man brushed by him, making for the restaurant door, a tall, wiry-built, swarthy, sharp-featured man, and Jimmie Dale flipped the stub of his match away from him and went on. Sonnino himself! There was luck then at the start. The coast was clear. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Further Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Caught in the act. It was one of those countless streets on the East Side, each so identical with another, dark, not over clean, flanked on both sides with small shops, basement stores, and tenement dwellings that crowded one upon the other in a sort of helpless confusion. Jimmie Dale moved quickly along. The whimsical smile was back on his lips. Sonnino, whose business, the money-lending end of it, would naturally have kept him late at work, was now evidently intent on a belated meal. Sonnino, therefore, could be counted upon as a factor eliminated for at least the next half-hour. And half an hour was enough, a little more than enough. Jimmie Dale glanced back over his shoulder. There was no one in sight. A yard ahead of him, one of those relics of barbaric architecture. Tunneled, as it were, through the center of a building that the space overhead might not be wasted, was the black driveway that gave entrance to the courtyard behind, where Sonnino lived alone in one of a half-dozen small, tottering from age, frame houses. Jimmie Dale drew closer to the wall, came opposite the driveway, and disappeared from the street. It was the Gray Seal now, the professional Jimmie Dale, as silent in his movements as the shadows about him. He traversed the driveway and emerged on the courtyard. Here it was scarcely less dark. There was no moon and no lights in any of the houses that made the rear of the courtyard. He could just discern the houses as looming shapes against the skyline, that was all. He crossed the courtyard and, reaching the line of doorstepless, poverty-stricken hovels, they appeared to be little more than that, crept stealthily along to the end house at the left, halted an instant to press his face against a black window-pane, then tried the door cautiously. It was locked, of course. Again there came the whimsical smile, but it was almost hidden now by the black silk mask that he slipped quickly over his face. His finger-tips, that were like a magical sixth sense to Jimmie Dale, embodying all the other 5, felt tentatively over the lock, then slipped into his pocket, selected unerringly one of his picklocks, and inserted the little steel instrument in the keyhole. An instant more and the door was opening without a sound at Jimmie Dale's hand. And then, the door open, he stepped over the threshold, and, in the act of closing the door behind him, stood suddenly rigid, and where the whimsical smile had been before, his lips were now compressed into a thin, straight line. "What's that?" came a hoarse, shaken whisper out of the blackness beyond. "What's what?" demanded another voice, the whisper this time sharp and caustic. "I didn't hear anything." "Neither did I," admitted the first speaker. "It wasn't that. It was like a draught of air, as though the door or window had been opened." "Forget it," observed the second voice contemptuously. "Cut out the jumps. We've got to get through here before Sonnino gets back. You'd make a wooden Indian nervous." There was silence for an instant, then a curious gnawing sound, punctuated with quick, low, metallic rasps as of a ratchet at work, and upon Jimmie Dale for a moment came stunned dismay. Time, the one factor upon which he had depended, was lost to him. Clary Archman and Gentleman Laroque were already at work in there in that room beyond. He stood motionless, his brain whirling, and then slowly, without a sound, an inch at a time, he began to close the door behind him. He could see nothing, but the door connecting the 2 rooms was obviously open. The distinctness with which the whispering voices had reached him was proof of that. They were working, too, without light, or he would have got a warning gleam when he had looked through the window. And now? What now? The picklock was shifted to his left hand as he drew his automatic from his pocket. There was only one answer to the question: to play the game out to the end, whatever that end might be. Beneath the mask his face drew into chiselled lines as the picklock silently locked the door. There was one exit from that inner room, and only one: through the room in which he stood. The Tocsin had drawn an accurate word plan of the crude shack-like place, and now in his mind he reconstructed it here in the darkness. The doorway into a small hall that led to the stairs adjoined the doorway of that inner room where the 2 were now at work, and in that room were no windows. It was a sort of blind cubby-hole where Niccolo Sonnino transacted his most private business. Jimmie Dale crept forward up the room. There was no answering creak of board or flooring, no sound save that gnawing sound and the rasping click of the ratchet. His place of vantage was against the wall between the 2 doors. There he could both command the exit from and see into the inner room, while the doorway into the hall provided him with a means of retreat should the necessity arise. And then, suddenly, halfway up the room, he dropped down behind what was evidently a jeweller's workbench. A whisper, obviously Laroque's this time, came once more from the inner room. "Shoot the flash again." And then, savagely: "Curse it, not on the ceiling! Can't you hold it steady? What the devil is the matter with you?" There was no answer. A dull glimmer of light filtered through the doorway, but from the position in which he lay, Jimmie Dale could distinguish nothing in the inner room itself. "All right, that'll do," Laroque growled presently. The light went out. Jimmie Dale crept forward again. And now he gained the rear wall of the room, and crouched down close against it between the 2 doorways. Came the sound of breathing now, heavy as from sustained exertion, making almost an undertone of the steady click, click, click of the ratchet and the sullen gnaw of the bit. The minutes passed. The flashlight went on again, and Jimmie Dale strained forward. 2 dark forms, backs to him, were outlined against the face of the safe, which was at the far side of the room. A nickel dial glistened in the white ray. He could make out nothing else. Then darkness again. And again, after a time, the flashlight. 10, 15, perhaps 20 minutes dragged by. Jimmie Dale might have been a shadow moving against the wall for all the sound he made as he changed his cramped position. But just below the mask, his lips were pressed fiercely together. Would Gentleman Laroque never get through? Sonnino was not only likely to return in a very few minutes now, but was almost certain to do so. Under his breath, Jimmie Dale cursed the gangster's bungling methods, and not for their crudity alone. His first impulse had been to surprise the two, hold them up at the revolver point, but the result of such an act would have been abortive, for the disfigured safe would stand a mute, incontrovertible witness to the fact that an attempt to force it had been made, and, whether it was actual robbery or attempted robbery that was proved against the son, it in no way deflected the blow aimed at David Archman. And besides, there was the letter. If he, Jimmie Dale, had been in time even to have prevented Gentleman Laroque from sinking a bit into the safe, the letter would have counted not at all, but now it counted to the extent that it literally meant life and death. Who had it? Not Clary Archman, that was certain. And the Tocsin had not said, obviously because she, too, had been in the dark in that respect. Therefore he could only wait, watch, and follow every move of the game, throughout the rest of the night if necessary. It was the only course open to him. The letter, not the robbery, was paramount now. A curious, muffled, metallic thump, mingled with a quick, low-breathed, triumphant oath, came suddenly from the inner room, and then Laroque's voice, eager, the words clipped off as though in feverish elation. "There she is! One nice little job, eh? Well, come on, shoot your light into her, and let's take a look at the Christmas tree." The flashlight's ray flooded the interior of the open safe. Laroque, on his knees, laughed suddenly and thrust his hand inside. "What did I tell you, eh?" he chuckled. "I got the straight tip, eh? 4,000 if there's a cent." Laroque began to remove what were evidently packages of banknotes from the safe. But Jimmie Dale was no longer watching the scene. He had edged suddenly back into the doorway of the hall, and was listening now intently. A footstep. He could have sworn he had caught the sound of a footstep. Seemed to have come from just outside the front window. But all was still again. Perhaps he had been mistaken. No. Slight as was the sound, he heard, unmistakably now, a key grate in the lock, and then, stealthily, the front door began to open. A bewildered look came into Jimmie Dale's face as he retreated further back into the hallway itself now. It was probably Sonnino, but why did Sonnino come stealing into his own house like any one of the 3 predatory guests already there before him? And then Jimmie Dale's face cleared. Of course! From the window the glow of the flashlight in the inner room could be seen. Sonnino was forewarned, and undoubtedly forearmed. The front door closed softly, so softly that had Jimmie Dale, supersensitive as his hearing was, not been intent upon it, it would have escaped him. The glow from the inner room, faint as it was, threw into shadowy relief a man's form tiptoeing forward, and then a board creaked. "What's that?" came in a wild whisper from Clary Archman. "Got him again!" Laroque snapped back. "You make me tired." "Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here, quick!" Clary Archman's voice, not so low now, held a tone of frantic appeal. "Nix!" said Laroque, in a vicious sneer. "Not till the job's done. Do you think I'm going to spend half an hour cracking a safe and take a chance of missing any bets? We've got the coin all right, but there ought to be 1 or 2 of Sonnino's sparklers lying around in some of these drawers, and—" There was a click of an electric light switch, a cry from Clary Archman. The inner room was ablaze with light, and Jimmie Dale had edged forward again out of the hallway. Sonnino, revolver in hand, was standing just over the threshold, facing Gentleman Laroque and the Assistant District Attorney's son. Then silence. A silence of seconds that were as minutes. And then Gentleman Laroque laughed gratingly. "Hello, Sonnino," he said coolly. "A little late, aren't you? You've kept me stalling for the last 5 minutes. Know my friend, Mr. Martin Moore, alias Mr. Clary Archman? Clary, this is Signor Nicolo Sonnino, the proprietor of this joint." And then to Jimmie Dale, where before his mind had groped in darkness to reconcile apparently incongruous details, in a flash there came the light. The plant was a little more intricate, a little more cunning, a little more hellish, that was all. The boy, white to the lips, was swaying on his feet, grasping at the table in the centre of the room. He looked from one to the other, a miserable, dawning understanding in his eyes. You know my name?" His voice was scarcely audible. "Sure," said Laroque, and yawned insolently. "So," purred Sonnino, in excellent English. "Is it so? A thief? The son of the so honest Mr. Attorney? A thief?" "It's a lie!" The boy's hands, clenched, were raised above his head, and then shaken almost maniacally in Gentleman Laroque's face. "It's a lie! I don't understand, but you two, you devils, are together in this." "Sure!" retorted Laroque, as insolently as before, and flung the other's hands away. "Sure we are!" "It's a lie!" said the boy again. "I was in a hole. I needed money. You told me you knew a man who would lend it to me. That's why I came here with you, and then you held me here with your revolver and began to open that safe." "Sure!" returned Laroque for the third time. "Sure, that's right. Well, what's the answer?" "This," cried the boy wildly. "I don't know what your game is, but this is my answer. Do you think I would have touched that money, or have let you? Once I got out of here, where I could have got help. I'm not a thief, whatever else I may be. That's my answer." Nicolo Sonnino's smile was oily. "It is a little late, is it not?" he leered. "Listen, my little young friend, I will tell you a story. You work for a bank, eh? The bank does not like its young men to speculate, yes? But why should you not speculate a little, a very little, if you like, if you get the very private and good tips, eh? It is not wrong. No, certainly it is not wrong. But at the same time the bank must not know. Very well, they shall not know. No one shall know. You are not the young Mr. Archman any more. You are, what is the name? Martin Moore. But Martin Moore must have an address, eh? Very well. On 6th Avenue there is a little store where one rents boxes for private mail, and where questions are never asked. Is it not so, my very dear young friend?" The boy was staring in a demented way into Sonnino's face, but he did not speak. "Ah, hand it to him straight," Gentleman Laroque broke in roughly. "I don't want to hang around here all night. Here, Archman, you listen to me. We piped you off on that lay about 2 weeks ago, and it looked good to us, and we played it for a winner, see? You got introduced to me and found me a pretty good sort, and we got thick together. You know all about that. Also, you get introduced to some new brokers who said they'd take good care of your margins. Maybe they only ran a bucket shop, but you didn't know it. All right. You got snarled up good and plenty. Yesterday you were wiped out, and $3,000 to the bad besides, and they were yelling for their money and threatening to expose you. They gave you until tomorrow morning to make good. You told me about it. I told you this morning I thought I knew a man who would lend you the coin, and—" He laughed mockingly and jerked his hand toward the safe. "Well, I led you to it, didn't I?" I don't understand," the boy mumbled helplessly. "Don't you?" jeered Laroque. "Well, it looks big enough for a blind man to see. We've got this robbery wished on you to a fare-thee-well. A young man who speculates, who uses an assumed name and runs a private letter box on 6th Avenue, and has 48 hours in which to square up his debts or face exposure. Has a hell of a chance with a jury. Not." The boy circled his lips with the tip of his tongue. "But why? Why?" he whispered. I never did anything to you." "Sure you didn't." Laroque's tone were brutally amiable now. "It's your father. We've an idea that maybe he won't be so keen about going ahead with that little investigation of the private clubs after we've put a certain little proposition about his son up to him." "No, no, no, you won't!" Clary Archman's voice rose suddenly shrill, beyond control. "You won't! You can't! You're in it yourselves!" He pointed his finger wildly at one and then the other of the two men. You "Think so?" drawled Laroque. "All right, you tell 'em so. Tell the jury about it. Tell your father, who's such a shark on evidence, about it. Sure, I'm in on it with you. But you don't know who I am. They'll have a hot time finding J. Barker, Esquire. I'm thinking of taking a little trip to Florida for my health, and my valet's got my grip all packed. Savvy? And now listen to Sonnino. Sonnino's a wonder in the witness box. Niccolo, tell the jury what you know about this unfortunate young man." Sonnino, a wicked grin on his face, made a dramatic flourish with the hand that held the revolver. "Well, I was asleep upstairs. I wakened. I thought I heard a noise downstairs. I listened. Then I got up and went down the stairs quiet like a mouse. I turned on the light quick, like this." He snapped his fingers. "2 men have broken open my safe, and they have my money, a lot of money, for I keep all my money there. I do not bank, no. They rush at me, they knock me down, they make their escape, but I recognize one of them. It is Mr. young Archman, who I have many times seen at the Sphinx Café. Yes. Well, and then on the floor I find a letter." He grinned wickedly again. "Have you the letter that I find, Mr. Barker?" "Sure," said Gentleman Laroque, and reached into his pocket. "It was addressed to Martin Moore on 6th Avenue, wasn't it?" "My God!" It came in a sudden, pitiful cry from the boy, and his hand involuntarily went to his own pocket. You've got that letter!" "Do you think you're up against a piker game?" exclaimed Laroque maliciously. "Well then, forget it. You didn't have this in your pocket half an hour before it was lifted by one of the slickest poke-getters in the whole of little old New York." He was taking a letter from its envelope and opening out the sheet. "That's the kind of a crowd that's in on this, my bucko. Listen, and I'll read the letter. It looked innocent enough when you got it, in view of what I told you about knowing a man who would lend you the money. But pipe how it sounds with Sonnino's safe bored full of holes. Are you listening? It's all right. Niccolo Sonnino has got his safe crammed full tonight. Meet me at Bristol Bob's at 11. J. Barker." There was silence in the room. Clary Archman had dropped into a chair and had buried his face in his arms that were outflung across the table. Then Laroque spoke again. "You see where you stand, Clary? Tell your story, and it's the story that sounds like a neat plant of your lawyers to get you off. You only get in deeper with the jury for trying to trick them, see? Here's the evidence, and it's got you cold. Sonnino recognizes you. The letter is identified at the 6th Avenue place, and you are identified as the guy that's been travelling under the name of Martin Moore. J. Barker has flown the coop and can't be found, and well, I guess you get it, don't you?" What do you want?" The boy did not lift his head. "We want your father to let up, and let up damned quick," said Laroque evenly. "But we'll give you a chance to get out from under, and you can take it or leave it. It doesn't matter to us. Your father's got the papers and the affidavits in the private club case in his safe at home tonight, and a lot of those affidavits he can never replace. We've seen to that. All right. You've got the combination of the safe. Go home and get that stuff and bring it here. If it's here by 4 o'clock, that gives you about 3 hours. You're out of it. If it isn't, Then your father gets inside information that the gang is wise to the fact that his son pulled a break tonight, but that they can keep Sonnino's mouth shut if he throws up the sponge, and that if he doesn't call it off with a private club ring, if he's so blamed fond of prosecuting, he'll get a chance to prosecute his own son as a thief." The boy did not move. "And just one last word," added Laroque sharply. "Don't make the mistake of thinking that if you refuse to get the affidavits, it puts a crimp in us. It's only because we're playing white with you, and to give you a chance, that you're getting any choice at all. We didn't intend to give you one, but we don't want to be too rough on you. So if you want to get out that way, and will agree to keep on queering your father's game if he starts it over again, all right. But you want to understand that we hold just as big a club over your father's head the other way." "White! Playing white! Oh, my God!" Clary Archman had lurched up from the chair to his feet. His face, haggard and drawn, was the face of one damned. "Good night," said Laroque callously. "You know the way out. You've got till 4 o'clock. If you're not back here then—" He shrugged his shoulders significantly. "You see, I'm not even asking you what you're going to do. We don't care. It's up to you. Either way suits us. And now, beat it." Jimmie Dale drew back for a second time that night into the hallway. A step, slow, faltering, unsteady, like that of a man blinded, passed out from the inner room and passed on down the length of the front room, and the door opened and closed. Clary Archman, with God alone knew what purpose in his heart, was gone. From the thin metal case, by means of the tiny tweezers, Jimmie Dale took out a grey seal, laid the seal on his handkerchief, folded the handkerchief carefully, placed it in his pocket, and crept forward toward the inner door again. The two men were bending over the table, over the money on the table, dividing it. Jimmie Dale's lips were mercilessly thin. A fury, not the white, impetuous heat of passion, but a fury that was cold, deadly, implacable, possessed his soul. He crept nearer, still nearer. "The crowd that put this up says we keep it between us for our work," said Laroque shortly. "A third for you, the rest for me. You sure you put all they gave you in the safe, Niccolo?" He screwed up his eyes suspiciously. "You sure you ain't trying to hold anything out on me? If you are, I'll make you—" The words died short on his lips. His jaw sagged helplessly. Jimmie Dale was standing in the doorway. "Niccolo, drop that revolver," said Jimmie Dale softly. His automatic held a bead on the two men. The revolver clattered to the table-top. Neither of the men spoke, only their faces worked in a queer, convulsive sort of way as they gazed in startled fascination at Jimmie Dale. "Thank you," said Jimmie Dale politely. He stepped briskly into the room, shoved Sonnino unceremoniously to one side, shoved his revolver muzzle none too gently into Laroque's ribs, and went through the latter's clothes. "Yes," he said, "I thought quite possibly you might have one." He pocketed Laroque's revolver, and also Sonnino's, from the table. "And now that letter. Thank you." He whipped the letter from Laroque's inside coat pocket and transferred it to his own, then stepped back and smiled. But the smile was not inviting. "I've only about 5 minutes to spare," murmured Jimmie Dale. "I'm in a hurry, Niccolo. I see some wrapping paper and string over there on top of the safe. Get it." The man obeyed mechanically, in a stupefied sort of way, and placed several of the sheets and a quantity of string upon the table. Laroque, silent, sullen, under the spell of Jimmie Dale's automatic, watched the proceedings without a word. "Now," said Jimmie Dale, and an icy note began to creep into the velvet tones, "you two are going to make the first charitable contribution you ever made in your lives. Say, to one of the city hospitals. Make as neat and as small a parcel of that money as you can, Niccolo." "Not by a damn sight!" Laroque roared out suddenly. "Who the blazes are you? Curse you, I—" He shrank hastily back before the ominous outthrust of Jimmie Dale's automatic. "Wrap it up, Niccolo, and tie a string around it," snapped Jimmie Dale. And again, but snarling, cursing now, the man obeyed. Jimmie Dale's hand went into his pocket, and came out with his handkerchief. He carried the handkerchief to his mouth, moistened the adhesive side of the grey paper seal, and pressed the handkerchief down upon the top of the parcel. It would hardly do for anyone to know where the money really came from, would it? Observed Jimmie Dale, and smiled uninvitingly again. The two men were leaning, straining forward, their eyes on the diamond-shaped grey seal, and into their faces there crept a sickly fear. The grey seal! Sonnino stumbled the words. Put an outside wrapper around that package, instructed Jimmie Dale coldly. He watched Sonnino perform the task with trembling fingers, and then, placing the package under his arm, Jimmie Dale backed to the door. There was a key in the lock on the inner side. He transferred it coolly to the outer side, and his voice rasped suddenly with the fury that found vent at last. "You're a pair of hellhounds," he said between his teeth, "but you're angels compared with the gang that hired you for this. Well, the game is up. David Archman will settle with them when they face the investigation, and I will settle with you. One night, a year ago, in last January, a certain Fourth Avenue bank was looted of $18,000. Do you remember, Laroque? Ah, I see you do. The police are still looking for the man who pulled that job. What would you say, Laroque, would be the sentence handed out for that little affair to a man with, say, your past record?" Laroque's lips were twitching. His face had gone grey. 14 years would be a light sentence, wouldn't it? Resumed Jimmie Dale, an even colder menace in his voice. And you remember Stangeist and the Mope and Australian Ike, don't you, Laroque? You remember they went to the death house in Sing Sing, and you remember that the Gray Seal sent them there? Yes, I see you do. I see your memory is good tonight. Listen then. I've heard it said that Gentleman Laroque, with his gangsters behind him, would stop at nothing where Gentleman Laroque's own skin was concerned. I've heard it said that where Gentleman Laroque was known, he was feared. Very well, Laroque, it is your turn to choose. You can choose between yourself and this private club ring who have purchased your services in this game tonight. You can choose between yourself and this private club ring who've purchased your services in this game tonight. I fancy you can find a means of inducing Sonnino here to keep his mouth shut, and I fancy that of the two evils, holding young Archman as a club over his father, or of your employers facing their trial and conviction, you can convince the private club ring that the lesser as regards your risk, say, is to face that trial and conviction. Do I make myself plain, Laroque? It is simply a question of not a word being said of what has happened tonight, or 14 years in Sing Sing for you. I do not think you'll find the task difficulty when you add, to whatever arguments of your own you may see fit to employ, the fact that the Gray Seal, if your principals make a move, will expose them for this night's work on top of what they will already have to answer for. Well, Laroque?" There was silence for a minute. Sonnino, cringing, the suavity, the oiliness of manner gone, a man afraid, kept his eyes on the table and kept passing his hands one over the other. Laroque was the gambler. A twisted smile was forced to his lips. "You win," he said hoarsely. "You can take it from me, I'll go up the river for 14 years for no one. I'll take blasted good care of that. But you—" A rage, ungovernable and elemental, found voice in a sudden torrent of blasphemous invective. "We'll get you yet. Some day we'll get you, you cursed snitch, you—" "Good night," said Jimmie Dale grimly, and, stepping swiftly back over the threshold, shut and locked the door. He gained the street, gained his car in front of the Sphinx, and, 20 minutes later, after a breakneck run in which Benson for the second time that night defied all speed laws, Jimmie Dale alighted from his car at a street corner well uptown, dismissed Benson for the night, retraced his way half the distance back along the block, disappeared into a lane, and presently, taking a high fence with the agility of a cat in spite of his encumbering package, dropped noiselessly down into a backyard. It was well-known ground to Jimmie Dale, As a boy he had played here in the Archman's backyard, played here with Clary Archman. His face masked again, he moved swiftly toward the rear of the house. There was still Clary Archman. What would the boy do? Jimmie Dale's hand, a picklock in it again, clenched fiercely. It was a hell's choice they had given the boy: to rob his father, or go down himself and drag his father with him in ruin and disgrace. What would the boy do? Jimmie Dale was working silently at the back door now. It opened, and he stepped inside. He was here well ahead of the other. There was no possibility, granting even the start the boy had had, that Clary Archman could have made the trip uptown in the same time. It was more likely that the boy might even linger a long while in misery and indecision before he came home. That was why he, Jimmie Dale, had dismissed Benson and the car for the night, and... With a mental jerk, Jimmie Dale focused his mind on his immediate surroundings. It was dark, there were no lights in any part of the house, but he needed none, not even his flashlight. He knew the house as well and as intimately as his own. He was in the rear hall now, and now he opened the door, paused cautiously as the dull yellow glow from a dying grate fire illuminated the room faintly, then stepped inside. It was the Archman library, the room where David Archman did a great deal of his work at night. A desk stood at the lower end of the room, and in the corner near the portiered windows was the lawyer's safe. Jimmie Dale closed the door, moved towards the window, drew the portieres aside, released the window catch, silently raised the window itself. It was only a drop a few feet to the yard. And then Jimmie Dale sat down at the desk. A clock somewhere in the house struck a single note. That would be 1:30. Time passed slowly, interminably. The clock struck again. 2 o'clock. And then suddenly Jimmie Dale rose from his chair and slipped into the window recess behind the portieres. The front door closed, a step came along the hall, the library opened, closed again. And Clary Archman, his face as the flickering firelight played upon it like a face of death, came forward into the room. For a moment the boy held motionless beside the desk, his eyes fixed in a sort of horrible fascination upon the safe, and then, slowly, he moved toward it, and dropped on his knees before it, and his fingers began to twirl the knob of the dial. His fingers shook, and he was a long time at his task. And then the handle turned, and the safe was unlocked. But Clary Archman did not open the door. Instead, he drew back suddenly, and rose swaying to his feet, and covered his face with his hands. "I can't! Oh, my God, I can't!" he moaned. He lowered his hands after a moment, and gazed around him unseeingly. A queer, ghastly look came into his face. I guess there's only one way to beat them," he whispered. "One way to beat them, and..." The package in Jimmie Dale's hand dropped suddenly to the floor. He wrenched the portieres aside, and, with a low, sharp cry, sprang forward. The boy had taken a revolver from his pocket and was lifting it to his head. Jimmie Dale struck up the other's hand, but in time only to deflect the shot, too late to prevent it being fired. There was a flash in mid-air. The roar of the report went racketing through the silent house, and the revolver, spinning from the other's hands, struck against the wall across the room. And then Jimmie Dale had the boy by the shoulders and was shaking him violently. Clary Archman was like one stunned, numbed, and bereft of his senses. "It's all right. You're clear. Do you hear? Try and understand. You're clear," Jimmie Dale whispered fiercely. "Here's your letter." He thrust it into the other's hand. "Destroy it. Those men, Sonnino, Barca, will say nothing. You don't owe anybody any money. That bucket shop was in the game with the rest, and..." Cries, voices were coming from above now, and Jimmie Dale, like a flash, turned from the boy, leapt for the safe, wrenched the door open, reached in with both hands, and, snatching up an armful of the contents, spilled books and papers on the floor. He was back beside the boy in an instant. "Listen! You heard someone in here as you entered the house. You came into the room. You caught me in the act. You fired. You missed. And now, fight! Fight! Pull yourself together. Fight! They're coming!" He caught the boy around the waist, and the two, locked together, reeled this way and that about the room. A chair, deliberately kicked over by Jimmie Dale, crashed to the floor. The cries drew nearer. Footsteps came racing madly down the stairs. And then the door of the library burst open, and David Archman, in pyjamas, dashed through the doorway, and without a second's hesitation made for the two struggling forms. And Jimmie Dale, releasing his hold upon the boy, suddenly sent the other staggering backwards full into David Archman, checking David Archman's rush, and, turning, sprang for the window, snatched up his package, hurled himself over the sill, dropped to the ground, and, racing for the fence, climbed it, and made the lane just as a shot, from David Archman no doubt, was fired from the window. A moment more, and Jimmie Dale, his mask in his pocket, had emerged from the lane and was walking nonchalantly along to the street corner. Another, and he had boarded a street car. But under Jimmie Dale's coat was a most suspicious bulge. Conscious of this, he left the street car a few blocks farther along, when he was far enough away to be certain that he would have eluded all pursuit, and walked the rest of the distance to Riverside Drive. If he had escaped unscathed, the package of banknotes had not. It was his coat that shielded them from view, not the wrappers, for the wrappers had been torn almost entirely away in his hasty exit over the fence. He reached his home and mounted the steps cautiously. There was Jason to consider. Jason with his lovable, pernicious habit of sitting up for his master. Jason must not see those banknotes, that was obvious, and if Jason... Yes, Jimmie Dale was peering now through the monogrammed lace that covered the plate glass doors in the vestibule. Yes, Jason was still sitting up. And then Jimmie Dale smiled that strange whimsical smile of his. Jason was still sitting up, asleep in the hall chair. Softly, without a sound, Jimmie Dale opened the front door, entered, passed the old man, and went up the stairs. In his dressing room he hid away the package that tomorrow, or at the first opportunity, would enrich some deserving charity, and, as silently as he had come up the stairs, he descended them again, passed by the old man again, and went out to the street once more. There was just one reason why Jason, tired out and asleep, sat there, only one, because Jason, old Jason, faithful, big-hearted Jason, loved his Master Jim. Into Jimmie Dale's eyes there came a mist. Perhaps that was why, because he could not see clearly, that he stumbled on his way up the steps again. Perhaps that was why he made so much noise that it was Jason who opened the door and held out his hands for Jimmie Dale's coat and hat. "What?" said Jimmie Dale severely. "Sitting up again, Jason? Jason, go to bed at once." "Yes, sir," said Jason. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, Master Jim, sir. I will." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Further Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. 1 chance in 10. It was 3 nights later. Old Jason had placed a tray with after-dinner coffee and a liqueur set on the table at Jimmie Dale's elbow. That was fully an hour ago, and both coffee and liqueur were untouched. Things were not going well. Apart entirely from all lack of success where the Tocsin was concerned, things were not going well. The fate of Frenchy Virat, the fate of the Wolf, and, added to this, the Gray Seal's intervention in the plans and purposes of one Gentleman Laroque and certain gentlemen still higher up than Laroque, had not passed unmarked or unnoticed in the underworld. And now, in the underworld, a strange, ominous, and far-reaching disquiet reigned. It was an underworld rampant with suspicion, mad with fury, more dangerous than it had ever been before. Jimmie Dale's hand reached abstractedly into the pocket of his dinner jacket for his cigarette case. He lighted a cigarette, leaned back once more in the big, leather-upholstered lounging chair, and his eyes, half closed, strayed introspectively around the luxuriously appointed room, his own particular den in his Riverside Drive residence. Once, a very long while ago, years ago, so long ago now that it seemed as though it must have been in some strange, previous incarnation, back in those days when the Tocsin had first come into his life, and when he had known her only as the author of those mysterious letters, those calls to arms, to the Gray Seal, she had written: "Things are a little too warm, aren't they, Jimmie? Let's let them cool for a year." A blue thread curled lazily upward from the tip of the cigarette. Jimmie Dale's eyes fastened mechanically on the twisting, wavering spiral, followed it mechanically as it rose and spread out into filmy, undulating, fantastic shapes, and the strong, square jaw set suddenly hard. It was not so very strange that those words should have come back to him tonight. Things were warm now, and he could not let them cool for a year. Warm! He smiled a little mirthlessly. The comparison was very slight. Then, at the beginning, at the outset of the Gray Seal's career, the police, it was true, had shown a certain unpleasant anxiety for a closer acquaintanceship, but that was about all. Today, lashed on and mocked by a virulent press, goaded to madness by their own past failures to get the Gray Seal, to whose door they laid 100 crimes, and for whom the bars of a death cell in Sing Sing was the goal if they could but catch their prey, the police, to a man, were waging a ceaseless and relentless war against him, and today, joining hands with the police, the underworld in all its 1,000 ramifications, prompted by fear, by suspicion of one another, reached out to trap him, and to deal out to him a much more speedy, but none the less certain, fate than that prescribed by the statutes of the law. He shook his head. It could not go on indefinitely. The role was too hard to play. The dual life, in a sort of grim, ironical self-mockery, brought even in its own successful interpretation added dangers and perils with each succeeding day. As it had been with Larry the Bat, the more he now lived Smarlinghue, the more it became difficult to slough off Smarlinghue and live as Jimmie Dale. The more Smarlinghue became trusted and accepted in the inner circles of the underworld, the more he became a figure in those sordid surroundings, and the more dangerous it became to disappear at will without exciting suspicion, where suspicion, as it was already spread into every nook and corner of the Bad Lands, where each rubbed shoulders with his fellow in the lurking dread that the other was the Gray Seal. The police were no mean antagonists, he made no mistake on that score, but the peril that was the graver menace of the two, and the greater to be feared, was the underworld. And here in the underworld in the last few days, here where on every twisted, vicious lip was the whisper, "Death to the Gray Seal," there had come even another menace. He could not define it, it was intuition perhaps, but intuition had never failed him yet. It was an undercurrent of which he had gradually become conscious, the sense of some unseen, guiding power that moved and swayed and controlled, and was present, dominant, in every den and dive in crimeland. There had been many gang leaders and heads of little coteries of crime, cunning, crafty in their way, and all of them unscrupulous, like the Wolf, for instance, who had sworn openly and boastingly through the Bad Lands, and had been believed for a season that they would bring the Gray Seal to a last accounting. But it was more than this now. There was a craftier brain and a stronger hand at work than the Wolf's had ever been. Who was it? He shook his head. He did not know. He had gone far into the innermost circles of the underworld, and he did not know. He sensed the power there, and, in a dozen different intangible ways, still an intuition more than anything else, he had sensed this someone, this power, creeping, fumbling, feeling its implacable way through the dark, as it were, toward him. Yes, it was getting warm, perilously warm, and inevitably there must come an end, some day. The warning stared him in the face, but he could not stop, could not heed the warning, could not let things cool now for a year and stand aside until the storm should have subsided. Where was the Tocsin? If his peril was great, what was hers? He surged suddenly upward from his chair, his hands clenched until the knuckles stood out like ivory knobs. The Tocsin, the woman he loved, where was she? Was she safe tonight? Where was she? He could not stop until that question had been answered, be the consequences what they might. Warnings, the realization of peril. He laughed shortly, in grim bitterness. Counted little in the balance after all, did they not? Where was the Tocsin? The telephone rang. Jimmie Dale stared at the instrument for a moment, as though it were some singular and uninvited intruder who had broken in, without warrant, upon his train of thought, and then, leaning forward over the table, he lifted the receiver from the hook. "Yes? Hello? Yes?" inquired Jimmie Dale. "What is it?" A man's voice, hurried and seemingly somewhat agitated, answered him. "I would like to speak to Mr. Dale, to Mr. Dale in person." "This is Mr. Dale speaking," said Jimmie Dale, a little brusquely. "What is it?" "Oh, is that you, Mr. Dale?" The voice had quickened perceptibly. "I didn't recognize your voice, but then I haven't heard it for a long while, have I? This is Forrester. Are you very busy tonight, Mr. Dale?" "Oh, hello, Forrester." Jimmie Dale's voice had grown more affable. "Busy? Well, I don't know. It depends on what you mean by busy." "An hour or two," the other suggested, the tinge of anxiety in his tones growing more pronounced. "The time to run out here in your car. I haven't any right to ask, I know, but the truth is I want to talk to someone pretty badly, and I need some financial help, and I thought of you. I'm afraid there's a mess here. The bank examiners landed in suddenly late this afternoon." "The what?" demanded Jimmie Dale sharply. "The bank examiners. I can't talk over the phone. Only, for God's sake, come, will you? I'll be in my rooms. You know where they are, don't you? On the quatrier over—" "Yes, I know," Jimmie Dale broke in tersely. Then quietly: "All right, Forrester, I'll come." "Thank God!" came Forrester's voice, and disconnected abruptly. Jimmie Dale replaced the receiver on the hook, stared at the instrument again in a perplexed way, then called the garage on the private house wire. There was no answer. He walked quickly then across the room and pushed an electric button. "Jason," he said a moment later, as the old butler appeared on the threshold in answer to the summons, "Benson doesn't answer in the garage. I presume he is downstairs. I wish you would ask him to bring the touring car around at once. You might have a light overcoat ready for me, Jason." "Yes, sir," said the old man. "Yes, Master Jim, sir, at once." His eyes sought Jimmie Dale's and dropped, but into them had come, not the questioning of familiarity, but the quick, anxious questioning inspired by the affection that had grown up between them from the days when, as the old man was so fond of saying, he had dandled his Master Jim upon his knee. "Yes, sir, Master Jim, at once, sir," Jason repeated, but he still hesitated upon the threshold. And then Jimmie Dale shook his head whimsically and smiled. "No, not tonight, Jason," he said reassuringly. "It's quite all right, Jason. There's no letter tonight." The old man's face cleared instantly. "Yes, sir, quite so, sir. Thank you, Master Jim," he said. "Shall I tell Benson that he is to drive you, sir, or—" "No, I'll drive myself, Jason," decided Jimmie Dale. "Yes, sir. Very good, sir." The door closed on Jason. Jimmie Dale turned back into the room, began to pace up and down its length, and for a moment the reverie that the telephone had interrupted was again dominant in his mind. Jason was afraid. Jason, even though he knew so little of the truth, was afraid. Well, what then? He, Jimmie Dale, was not blind himself. It had come almost to the point where his back was against the wall at last, to the point where, unless he found the Tocsin before many more days went by, it would be, as far as he was concerned, too late. And then he shrugged his shoulders suddenly, and his forehead knitted into perplexed furrows. Forrester and the telephone message! What did it mean? There was an ugly sound to it, that reference to the bank examiners and the need of financial assistance. And it was a little odd, too, that Forrester should have telephoned him, Jimmie Dale, unless it were accounted for by the fact that Forrester knew of no one else to whom he might apply for perhaps a large sum of ready money. True, he knew Forrester quite well, not as an intimate friend, but only in a sort of casual, off-hand kind of way, as it were, and he had known him for a good many years, but their acquaintanceship would not warrant the other's action, unless the man were in desperate straits. Forrester had been a clerk in the City Bank where his, Jimmie Dale's father, had transacted his business, and it was there he had first met Forrester. He had continued to meet Forrester there after his father had died, and then Forrester had been offered and had accepted the cashiership of a small local bank out near Bayside on Long Island. He had run into Forrester there again once or twice on motor trips, and once, held up by an accident to his car, he had dined with Forrester, and had spent an hour or two in the other's rooms. That was about all. Jimmie Dale's frown grew deeper. He liked Forrester. The man was a bachelor and of about his, Jimmie Dale's, own age, and had always appeared to be a decent, clean-lived fellow, a man who worked hard and was apparently pushing his way, if not meteorically, at least steadily up to the top, a man who was respected and well thought of by everybody. And yet, just what did it mean? The more he thought of it, the uglier it seemed to become. He stepped suddenly toward the telephone, and as abruptly turned away again. He remembered that Forrester did not have a telephone in his rooms, for, on the night of the breakdown, he, Jimmie Dale, had wanted a telephone and had been obliged to go outside to do so. Forrester, obviously then, had done likewise tonight. Well, he should have insisted on a fuller explanation in the first place, if he had intended to make that a contingent condition. As it was too late now, and he had promised to go. The sound of a motor car in the driveway leading from the private garage in the rear reached him. Benson was bringing out the car now. Jimmie Dale, as he prepared to leave the room, glanced about him from force of habit, and his eyes held for an instant on the portières behind which, in the little alcove, stood the squat, barrel-shaped safe. Was there anything he would need tonight? That leather girdle, for instance, with its circle of pockets containing its compact little burglar's kit. He shook his head impatiently. He had already told Jason, if in other words, that there was no call to arms to the Gray Seal tonight, hadn't he? It was habit again that had brought the thought, that was all. For the rest, in the last few days, since this new intuitive danger from the underworld had come to him, an automatic had always reposed in his pocket by day and under his pillow by night, and by way of defence too, though they might appear to be curious weapons of defence if one did not stop to consider that the means of making a hurried exit through a locked door might easily make the difference between life and death. His pockets held a small but very carefully selected collection of little steel picklocks. He smiled somewhat amusedly at himself as he passed out of the room and descended the stairs to the hall below. The contents of the safe could hardly have added anything that would be of any service, even in an emergency. His mental inventory of his pockets had been incomplete. There was still the thin metal insignia case and the black silk mask, both of which, like the automatic, were never now out of his immediate possession. He slipped into his coat as Jason held it out for him, accepted the soft felt hat which Jason extended, and, with a nod to the old butler, ran down the steps, dismissed Benson, who stood waiting, and entered his car. It was 3/4 of an hour later when Jimmie Dale drew up at the curb on the main street of the little Long Island town that was his destination. "Pretty good run," said Jimmie Dale to himself, as he glanced at the car's clock under its little electric bulb. 9:30. He descended from the car, and nodded as he surveyed his surroundings. He had stopped neither in front of the bank nor in front of Forrester's rooms. It was habit again, perhaps, the caution prompted by Forrester's statement relative to the bank examiners. If there was trouble, and the obvious deduction indicated that there was, he, Jimmie Dale, had no desire to figure in it in a public way. Again he nodded his head. Yes, he quite had his bearings now. It was the usual main street of a small town, fairly well lighted, stores and shops flanking the pavement on either side, and of perhaps a distance equivalent to some 7 or 8 city blocks in length. 2 blocks further up, on the same side of the street as that on which he was standing, was the bank. Not a very pretentious establishment, he remembered, its staff consisting of but 1 or 2 apart from Forrester, as was not unusual with small local banks, though this in no way indicated that the business done was not profitable or, comparatively, large. Jimmie Dale started forward along the street. On the corner just ahead of him was a 2-story building, the second floor of which had been divided into rooms originally designed to be used as offices, as indeed most of them were, but 2 of these Forrester had fitted up as bachelor quarters. Jimmie Dale turned the corner, walked down the side street to the office entrance that led to the floor above, opened the door, and ran lightly up the stairs. At the head of the stairs he paused to get his bearings once more. Forrester's rooms were here directly at the head of the stairs, but he had forgotten for the moment whether they were on the right or left of the corridor, and the corridor being unlighted now, and without any sign of life, left him still more undecided. It seemed, though, if his recollection served him correctly, that the rooms had been on the right. He moved in that direction, found the door and knocked, but, receiving no answer, crossed the hall again and knocked on the door on the left-hand side. There was no answer here either. He frowned a little impatiently and returned once more to the right-hand door. Forrester probably was up at the bank and had not expected him to make the run out from the city so quickly. He tried the door tentatively, found it unlocked, opened it a little way, saw that the room within was lighted, and suddenly, with a low, startled exclamation, stepped swiftly forward over the threshold and closed the door behind him. It was Forrester's room, this one here at the right of the corridor. His recollection had not been at fault. It was Forrester's room, and Forrester himself was there, on the floor, dead. For a moment Jimmie Dale stood rigid and without movement, save that as his eyes swept around the apartment, his face grew hard and set, his lips drooping in sharp, grim lines at the corners of his mouth. "My God!" Jimmie Dale whispered. There was a faint, almost imperceptible odour in the room, like the smell of peach blossom. He noticed it now for the first time, as his eyes fastened on a small, empty bottle that lay on the floor a few feet away from the dead man's outstretched arm. Jimmie Dale stepped forward abruptly now and knelt down beside the man for a hurried examination. It was unnecessary. He knew that even before he performed the act. Yes, the man was dead. He reached out and picked up the bottle. The odour was telltale evidence enough. The bottle had contained prussic or hydrocyanic acid, probably the most deadly poison in existence, and the swiftest in its action. He replaced the bottle on the spot where he had found it and stood up. Again Jimmie Dale's eyes swept his surroundings. The room in which he stood was a sort of living room or den. There was a desk over by the far wall, a couch near the door, and several comfortable lounging chairs. Forrester lay with his head against the sharp edge of one of the legs of the couch, as though he had rolled off and struck against it. Opposite the desk, across the room, was the door leading into the second room of the little apartment. Jimmie Dale moved towards this now, and stepped across the threshold. The room itself was unlighted, but there was light enough from the connecting doorway to enable him to see fairly well. It was Forrester's bedroom, and in no way appeared to have been disturbed. He remembered it quite well. There was a door here, too, that gave on the hall. He circled around the bed and reached the door. It was locked. Jimmie Dale returned to the living room and stood there in a sort of grim immobility, looking down at the form on the floor. He was not callous. Death, as often as he had seen it, and in its most tragic phases, had not made him callous, and he had liked Forrester. But suicide was not a man's way out, it was the way a coward took, and if it brought pity, it was the pity that was blunted with the sterner, almost contemptuous note of disapproval. What had happened since Forrester had phoned that had driven the man to this extremity? When Forrester had phoned, he had appeared to be agitated enough, but at least he had seemed to have had hopes that the appeal he was then making might see him through, and, as proof of that, there had been unmistakable relief in the man's voice when he, Jimmie Dale, had agreed to the other's request. And what had been the meaning of that financial help? Had, for instance, for it was pitifully obvious that if the bank had been looted, an innocent man would not commit suicide on that account, a greater measure of the depredation been uncovered than had been counted on, so much indeed that, say, the financial assistance Forrester had intended to ask for had now increased to such proportions that he had realized the futility of even a request? Or, again, had it for some reason, since he had telephoned, now become impossible to restore the funds, even if they were in his possession. A sheet of notepaper lying on the desk caught Jimmie Dale's eyes. He stepped forward, picked it up, and his lips drew tight together as he read the 2 or 3 miserable lines that were scrawled upon it. "What's left is in the middle drawer of the desk. There's only one way out now. I don't see any other way. I thought that I could get... But what does it matter? God help me. I'm sorry. Fleming P. Forrester." I'm sorry. It was a pitiful epitaph for a man's life. I'm sorry. Jimmie Dale's face softened a little. The man was dead now. I'm sorry, Fleming P. Forrester. He had seen that signature on bank paper 100 times in the old days. He had little thought ever to see it on a document such as this. He stared at the paper for a long time, and then, from the paper, his eyes travelled over the desk, then shifted again to Forrester. And then, for the second time, he knelt beside the other on the floor. For the moment, what was referred to as being all that was left in the middle drawer of the desk could wait. There was another matter now. He felt hurriedly through Forrester's vest and coat pockets, and from one of the pockets drew out a folded piece of paper. It was not what he was looking for, but it was all that rewarded his search. He unfolded the paper. It was dirty and crumpled, and the few lines written upon it were badly penned and illiterate. "The ante's gone up. Get me? $6,000. You come across with that tomorrow morning by 10 o'clock, or I'll spill the beans. And I ain't got any more paper to write any more letters on, either. Savvy? This is the last." There was no signature. Jimmie Dale read it again, and abruptly put it in his own pocket. Yes, he had liked Forrester well enough for this anyway. The man might have a mother, perhaps. It would be bad enough in any case. And those other things, the empty bottle, the sheet of notepaper with its scrawled confession, what about them? He returned with a queer sort of hesitant indecision to the desk. He had no right, of course, to touch them, unless... He shook his head sharply as he pulled open the middle drawer of the desk. Newspapers, publicity, rotten, he muttered savagely. 1 chance in 10 and... Ah! From the back of the drawer, where it had been tucked in under a mass of papers, he had extracted a little bundle of documents that were held together by an elastic band. He snapped off the band and ran through the papers rapidly. For the most part they were bonds and stock certificates endorsed by their owners, and evidently had been held by the bank as collateral for loans. And then suddenly Jimmie Dale straightened up, tense and alert. He had no desire, very far from any desire, to be caught here, or to figure publicly in any way in the case. The street door had opened and closed again. Footsteps, those of 3 men, his acute, trained hearing told him, sounded on the stairs. Again there came that queer, hesitant indecision as he stood there, while his eyes travelled in swift succession from the bank's securities in his hand to the note on the desk, to the empty bottle on the floor, to the white, upturned face of the silent form huddled against the couch. 1 chance in 10, muttered Jimmie Dale through his set lips. 1 chance in 10, and I guess I'll take it. The footsteps came nearer. They were almost at the head of the stairs now. But now Jimmie Dale was in action, swift as a flash and silent as a shadow in every movement. The bundle of securities was thrust into his pocket, the sheet of notepaper followed, and, as a knock sounded on the door, he stooped, picked up the bottle from the floor, and darted into the adjoining room. And in another instant he had reached the locked door and was working at it silently and swiftly with the picklock. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Further Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. The Defaulter. At the other door the knocking still continued, and then it was opened, and there came a chorus of low, horrified, startled cries, and a quick rush of feet into the room. The picklock went back into Jimmie Dale's pocket, and crouched now, his hand on the knob, turning it gradually without a sound, drawing the door ajar inch by inch, He kept his eyes on the doorway connecting with the other room. He could see the 3 men bending over Forrester. Their voices came in confused, broken snatches. Dead! Good God! Are you sure? Perhaps he's only fainted. No, he's dead, poor devil. And then one of the men, the youngest of the 3, a slight-built, clean-shaven, dark-eyed man of perhaps 28 or 30, rose abruptly and glanced sharply around the room. Yes, he's dead, he said bitterly. Anyone could tell that. But he wouldn't be dead, and this would never have happened if you'd done what I wanted you to do when you first came to the bank this afternoon. I wanted you to have him arrested then, didn't I? One of the others, and it was obvious that the others were the 2 bank examiners, a man of middle age, answered soberly. You're upset, Dryden, he said. You know we couldn't do that. On a teller's word against the cashier's? Of course not, the young man broke in caustically. Well, you see now, don't you? We couldn't do it then without proof, amended the bank examiner quietly. Proof! Dryden exclaimed. My proof? Who tipped your people off to have you drop in there this afternoon? I did, didn't I? Do you think I'd do that without knowing what I was about? Didn't I tell you that there was nothing but the office fixtures left? Didn't I? There were only the 2 of us on the staff, and didn't I tell you that I had discovered that the books were cooked from cover to cover? Yes, I did. And you had to get your pencils out and start in on a thumb rule examination, as though nothing were the matter. Well, what did you find? The securities in a mess, what there was left of them, and what was supposed to be $20,000 that came out from the city yesterday, nothing but a package of blank paper. You didn't know that yourself until half an hour ago, when we started to check up the cash, returned the other a little sharply. Well, perhaps I didn't, admitted Dryden, but I knew about the books. Besides that, continued the bank examiner, Mr. Forrester was in town this afternoon when we got to the bank, and this is the first time we've seen him, so we could not very well have done anything other than we've done in any case. I mention this because you are talking wildly, and that sort of talk, if it gets out, won't do any of us any good. You don't want to blame Mr. Marner here and myself for Mr. Forrester's death, do you? No, of course I don't, said Dryden in a more subdued voice. I don't mean that at all. I guess you're right. I'm excited. Well, he motioned jerkily toward the form on the floor. I'm not used to walking into a room and finding that. It was Marner, the other bank examiner, who broke a moment's silence. We none of us are, he said, and brushed his hand across his forehead. A doctor can't do any good, of course, but I suppose we should call one at once, and notify the police, too. Jimmie Dale had slipped through the door and out into the hall. A moment more and he had descended the stairs and gained the street. Still another, and he had stepped nonchalantly into his car. The car started forward, passed out of the lighted zone of the town's main street, and in the darkness headed toward New York. Jimmie Dale, his nonchalance gone now, leant forward over the wheel, and the big 60-horsepower car leapt into its stride like a thoroughbred at the touch of the spur, and tore onward at daredevil speed through the night. His lips twisted in a smile that held little of humour. Back there in that room they would call a doctor, and they would call the police, and the doctor would establish the fact that Forrester had died from the effects of a dose of prussic acid, and the police would establish what? Prussic acid was swift in its effect. If Forrester had died from that cause, how had he taken it himself, and out of what had he taken it? What the police would see would be quite a different thing from what he, Jimmie Dale, had seen when he opened the door of that room. Instead of the evidence of suicide, there was now every evidence of murder. The bank examiners on entering the room started at what they saw, obsessed with the wreckage of the bank, might still for the moment have jumped to the conclusion, natural enough under the circumstances, of suicide. But the police, after 10 minutes of unemotional investigation, would father a very different theory. Jimmie Dale's jaws clamped as his eyes narrowed on the flying thread of grey road under the dancing headlights. Well, the die was cast now. For good or bad, his response to Forrester's telephone appeal had become the vital factor in the case. For good or bad. He laughed out sharply into the night. He would see soon enough. Old Kronische, the wizened, crafty little chemist who burrowed like a fox in its hole deep in the heart of the Bad Lands, would answer that question. Old Kronische had a record that was known to police and underworld alike, and was trusted by neither one, and feared by both. But he was clever with a devilish cleverness. God alone knew what he was up to in the long hours of day and night amongst his retorts and test tubes in his abominable-smelling little hole. But everyone knew that from old Kronische anything of a chemical nature could be obtained if the price, not a small one, was forthcoming, and if old Kronische was satisfied with the credentials of his prospective client. Yes, old Kronische. Old Kronische was the man, the one man. There was no possible hesitancy or question there. The question was how to reach old Kronische. Jimmie Dale shook his head in a quick, impatient gesture, as though in irritation because his brain would not instantly respond to his demand to formulate a plan. It seemed simple enough, old Kronische was perfectly accessible, but it was, nevertheless, far from simple. He could not go to old Kronische as Jimmie Dale. There was an ugly turn that had been taken in that room of Forrester's now. If, as Jimmie Dale, he had had reason to keep out of the affair before, it was imperative that he should do so now, or he might find himself in a very awkward situation, so awkward, in fact, that the consequences might lead anywhere, and anywhere to Jimmie Dale, to the Gray Seal, to Smarlinghue, might mean ruin, wreckage and disaster. Nor much less could he risk going to old Kronische as Smarlinghue. He could not trust old Kronische. How, if old Kronische chose to talk, could Smarlinghue account for any connection with what had transpired in Forrester's room? How long would it be, even if Smarlinghue were no more than put under surveillance, before the discovery would be made that Smarlinghue was but a role that covered Jimmie Dale? And then Jimmie Dale's strained, set face relaxed a little. His brain had repented of its stubbornness, it seemed, and was at work again. There was a way, a very sure way as far as old Kronische being talkative was concerned, but a very dangerous way from every other point of view. Suppose he went to old Kronische as Larry the Bat? The car tore on through the night. Towns and villages flashed by. The long, deserted stretches of road began to give way to the city's outskirts, and Jimmie Dale began to drive more cautiously. Larry the Bat. Yes, it was perfectly feasible, as far as feasibility went. The clothes that he had duplicated at such infinite trouble were still hidden there in the sanctuary. But to be caught as Larry the Bat meant the end. That was the one thing the underworld knew, the one thing the police knew, that Larry the Bat was, or had been, the Gray Seal. Still, he had done it once before, and it could be done again. He could reach old Kronische's without much fear of discovery after all. He would take good care to secure the few minutes necessary to make a getaway from the old chemist's, and afterwards old Kronische could talk as much as he liked about Larry the Bat. Yes, that was the way. Old Kronische and Larry the Bat. He, Jimmie Dale, would drive, say, to Marlianne's restaurant and telephone Jason to send Benson for the car. Marlianne's, besides being a very natural stopping place, possessed the added advantage of being quite close to the sanctuary. His decision made, Jimmie Dale gave his undivided attention to his car, and, 10 minutes later, stopping in the shabby street that harboured Marlianne's, he entered the restaurant, threaded his way through the small, crowded rooms, for Marlianne's, despite its spotted linen, was crowded at all hours, to a sort of hallway at the rear of the place, and entered the telephone booth. He called his residence, and, as he waited for the connection, glanced at his watch. He smiled grimly. He could congratulate himself for the second time that night on having made a record run. It was not yet quite 10:30, and he must have been at least a good 20 minutes in Forrester's rooms. He rattled the hook impatiently. They were a long time in getting the connection. 10:30! He could be at the sanctuary in another few minutes, 10 minutes at the outside, then, say, another 20 to rehabilitate Larry the Bat, and by 11 he... Yes, hello?" He was speaking quickly into the phone as Jason's voice reached him. "Jason, I'm down here at Marlianne's. Tell Benson to come for the car and—" He stopped abruptly. Jason was talking excitedly, almost incoherently at the other end. "Master Jim, sir. Is that you, sir, Master Jim? It came, sir, not 10 minutes after you left tonight and—" "Jason," said Jimmie Dale sharply, "what's the matter with you? What are you talking about? What came?" Why, sir, I beg your pardon, sir, but I've been a bit uneasy ever since, sir. It's one of those letters, Master Jim, sir." A sudden whiteness came into Jimmie Dale's face, as he stared into the mouthpiece of the telephone. A call to arms from the Tocsin. Now! Tonight! What was he to do? It was not a trivial thing which that letter would contain. It never had been, and it never would be, and no matter under what circumstances it found him, he— Jason's voice faltered over the wire. "Are you there, sir, Master Jim?" "Yes," said Jimmie Dale quietly. "Bring the letter with you, Jason, and come down with Benson. I will wait for you here, in the car outside Marlianne's. And hurry, Jason. Take a taxi down." "Yes, sir," said Jason, his voice trembling a little. "At once, Master Jim." Jimmie Dale hung up the receiver, returned to the street, and seated himself in his car. How long would it take them to get here? Half an hour? Well then, for half an hour his hands were tied, and he could do nothing but wait. He glanced around him. It was curious. It was here in this very place that he had once found a letter from her in his car. It was even here that, without knowing it at the moment, he had really seen her for the first time. And now, what did it hold, this letter, this call to arms, that he sat here waiting for, while out there in that little town a man lay dead on the floor of his room, and around whom, where there had once been the evidence of a coward's guilt, crowned with the sorriest epitaph that ever man had written, there was now the evidence of a still blacker crime, the crime of murder. He lighted a cigarette and smoked it through. Could it be that, in her letter, intuition again? Well, why not? If old Kronische should answer the question, as the chances were 1 in 10 that old Kronische might answer it, yes, why not? It would not be strange. Intuition, because somehow the feeling that it was so grew stronger with each moment that passed. Well, once before tonight he had said that intuition had never failed him yet. The minutes dragged by interminably. He smoked another cigarette, and after that another. The clock under the hood showed 5 minutes past 11. The minute hand crept around to 8, 9, 10 minutes past the hour. And then a taxi swerved on little better than 2 wheels around the corner, and Jimmie Dale, springing from his seat, jumped to the pavement as the taxi drew up at the curb. Jason, palpably agitated and followed by Benson, descended from the taxi. Jimmie Dale dismissed the cab and motioned Benson to the car. "Well, Jason," he said quickly. "It's here, sir, Master Jim." The old butler fumbled in an inner pocket and produced an envelope. "Thank you. That's all, Jason." Jimmie Dale's quick smile robbed his curt dismissal of any sting. "Benson, of course, will drive you home." "Yes, sir." The old man went slowly to the car and climbed in beside the chauffeur. "Good night, sir," Jason ventured wistfully. "Good night, Master Jim." "Good night, Jason. Good night, Benson," Jimmie Dale answered, and, turning, started briskly along the street. Jason's "good night" had been eloquent of the old man's anxiety. He would have liked to reassure Jason, but he had neither the time nor, for that matter, the ability to do so. The old man would be reassured when he saw his Master Jim enter the house again, and not until then. Jimmie Dale glanced about him up and down the street. The car had gone, and he was well away from the entrance to Marlianne's. The street itself was practically deserted. He nodded quickly and stepped forward toward a street lamp that was close at hand. As well here as anywhere. There was nothing remarkable in the fact that a man should stand under a street lamp and read a letter, even if he were observed. He tore the envelope open, and, standing there, leaned in apparent nonchalance against the post, but into the dark eyes had leapt a sudden flash. One word seemed to stand out from all the rest on the written page he held in his hand. Forrester. He laughed a little in a low, grim way. His intuition had been right again then, and that meant what? If she, the Tocsin, knew, then his mind was working subconsciously, leaping from premise to a dimly seen, half-formed conclusion, while his eyes travelled rapidly over the written lines. Dear Philanthropic Crook, you'll have to hurry, Jimmie. I do not know what may happen. Forrester, bank cashier at... Yes, he knew all that, but this, what was this? Moneylender, Abe Suviney, bled him, early days in Citibank, fellow clerk's defalcation. Forrester borrowed the money to cover it and save the other. Suviney used it as a club for blackmail. Forrester was trapped, could not extricate himself without inculpating his friend. Friend died. Suviney put on the screws. To say anything then was to have it look like a dishonourable method of covering a theft of his own. Would ruin his career. Original amount $4,000. Forrester has been paying blackmail in the shape of exorbitant interest ever since. Suviney finally demanded $6,000 today to be paid at once. This has nothing to do with the bank robbery, but would look black. Added evidence. He read on, his mind seeming to absorb the contents of the letter faster than his eyes could decipher the words. English Dick, confession forged, organisation widespread, enormously powerful, leadership a mystery, rendezvous that English Dick visits is at Marlopp's, Reddy Mull's room, rear room, leaves cash and securities there under loose board, right-hand corner from door, 20,000 cash tonight. Jimmie Dale was walking on down the street, his fingers picking and tearing the sheets of paper in his hand into minute fragments. There was a sort of cold, unemotional, unnatural calm upon him. It was all here, all the Tocsin had. No, not all. She had not known of the last act in the brutal drama, for her letter had been written prior to that. She had not known that there was murder. But apart from that, to the last detail, in all its hideous, relentless craft, the whole plot was clear. There was no need to go to old Kronische now, no need to assume the role of Larry the Bat. The question was answered. The confession was a forgery. The evidence, not of suicide, but of murder, that he, Jimmie Dale, had left behind him in that room, was the evidence of fact. He walked on, rapidly now, heading over in the direction of the Bowery. There had been neither ink nor pen upon the desk where he had found the confession, nor had there been a fountain pen in Forrester's pocket when he had searched the other. He laughed out a little harshly. A strange oversight on someone's part if there had been foul play. So strange that he had hesitated to believe it possible. And so it had been. 1 chance in 10, for there was nothing to have prevented Forrester from having written the note elsewhere than in his own room. But if Forrester had written it, he must of necessity have written it very recently, certainly after he had telephoned, that is, within an hour. Whereas, if it had been written by someone else and brought there, if it was forged, if it was murder and not suicide, the note must have taken long and painstaking effort to prepare beforehand. That was the question that old Kronische, the chemist, was to have answered, a question that was very much in the cunning old fox's line. Did the condition of the ink show that the note had been written within the hour? It was a very simple question for old Kronische. The man would have answered it instantly, for even to him, Jimmie Dale, the writing had not looked fresh. But there was no need of old Kronische now, and he, Jimmie Dale, understood now, too, the reason for Forrester's appeal over the telephone. In some way Forrester, without going to the bank itself, had learned that the bank examiners had suddenly put in an appearance, had either discovered or deduced that something was wrong, and had realised that should Suviney's demand for money, or Suviney's blackmailing story become known, it would appear as damning evidence of a past record looming up to point suspicion toward him now. That was what he had meant by saying he needed financial help. Jimmie Dale slipped suddenly into a lane, edged along the wall of the tenement that made the corner, pushed aside a loose board in the fence, passed into the little courtyard beyond, and, still hugging the shadows of the building, opened a narrow French window and stepped through into a room. He was in the sanctuary. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Further Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon, alias English Dick. But Jimmie Dale lost no time in the sanctuary. In the darkness he crossed the room, and from behind the movable section of the baseboard possessed himself of a pocket flashlight and a small but extremely serviceable steel jimmy, and in a moment more was back in the lane, and from the lane again was heading still deeper into the heart of the East Side. English Dick. A twisted smile crossed his lips. Well as he knew the underworld and its sordid citizenship, he might be forgiven for not knowing English Dick. The man's reputation had reached into every corner of the Bad Lands, it was true, but it had not been known that the man himself was on this side of the water, and that the secret had been kept spoke with grim and deadly significance for the power and cunning of the master brain to which the Tocsin had referred, for English Dick was known as the most famous forger in Europe, the best in his line, and as such, from afar, was worshipped as a demigod by the underworld of New York. Block after block of dark, ill-lighted streets Jimmie Dale traversed until, perhaps 15 minutes after he had left the sanctuary, he swerved suddenly for the second time that night into a lane. He might not have known English Dick, but he knew Reddy Mull, and he knew Marloff's. Reddy Mull was a gangster, a gunman pure and simple, whose services were at the call of the highest bidder, and Marloff's was a pool and billiard hall to the uninitiated. Marloff's, however, if one had ears well trained enough to hear, resounded to the click of ivory that was not the click of pool and billiard balls. Upstairs, if one could get upstairs, a gambling hall supplanted the billiard hall below. It was an unsavoury place, the resort of crooks, some of whom lived there, amongst them Reddy Mull. Jimmie Dale, close against the fence and halfway down the lane now, paused and looked about him, straining his eyes through the blackness. Then with a lithe spring he caught the top of the fence, swung himself over, and dropped to the ground on the other side. The rear of a row of low buildings now loomed up before him across a narrow yard. Window lights showed here and there from the houses on either side, and from the upper windows of the house directly in front of him faint threads of light filtered out into the darkness through the cracks of closed shutters, but the lower part of the house was in blackness. He crept forward silently across the yard. There was a back entrance, but it led to the basement. Jimmie Dale's immediate attention was directed to the rear window, the window of one Reddy Mull's room. And here, crouched beneath it, Jimmie Dale listened. From the front of the establishment came muffled sounds from the pool and billiard hall. There was nothing else. The window was above the level of his head, but still easily within reach. He tested it, found it locked, and the steel jimmy crept in under the sash. A moment passed. There was a faint, almost indistinguishable creak, and then Jimmie Dale, drawing himself up with the agility of a cat, had slipped through and was standing, listening again, inside the room. The sounds from the pool room were louder, more distinct now, even rising once into a shout of boisterous hilarity, but there was no other sound. The round white ray of Jimmie Dale's flashlight circled the room suddenly, inquisitively, and went out. It was a bare, squalid place, dirty, filthy, disreputable. There was a bed, unmade, a table, a few chairs, a greasy, threadbare carpet on the floor. Nothing else, save that his eyes had noted that the electric light switch was on the wall beside the jamb of the door. The flashlight winked again, and again went out. Jimmie Dale slipped his mask over his face and moved forward toward the wall. "Under loose board, right-hand corner from door," murmured Jimmie Dale. He was kneeling on the floor now. Yes, here it was. His flashlight was boring down into a little excavation beneath a piece of flooring he had removed. He stared into this for a moment, his lips twitching grimly. Then, with a whimsical shrug of his shoulders, he replaced the board and stood up. He had found the hiding place without any trouble, but he had found it empty. "I guess," said Jimmie Dale, with a mirthless smile, "that there is a good deal of the bank's property at large temporarily." There was a chair by the wall close to the door, he had noticed. He moved over and sat down. But, instead of his flashlight, his automatic was in his hand now. There was the chance, of course, that English Dick had already been here with that 20,000 from the bank, and in that case, as witness the empty hiding-place, Reddy Mull had already passed it on. But it was much more likely that neither one of the two had yet arrived. Which one would come first, then? English Dick or Reddy Mull? If it were Reddy Mull, it would be unfortunate. For Reddy Mull. His, Jimmie Dale's, immediate business was with English Dick, and he was quite content to leave Reddy Mull to the later ministrations of the police. Jimmie Dale's fingers tested the mechanism of his automatic in the darkness. Whose was the master brain behind all this? This crime tonight bore glaring evidence to the work of some far-flung, intricate and powerful organization. The Tocsin was indubitably right in that. Was this the first concrete expression he had had of that undercurrent he had sensed of late as permeating the underworld, that he had sensed was reaching out as one of its objects for him, and that... He came suddenly without a sound to his feet, and pressed back close against the wall, his body rigid and thrown forward like one poised to spring. There was a footstep outside the door, the rasp of a key in the lock, then a faint, murky path of light as the door opened and a man stepped forward over the threshold. The key was inserted with another rasping sound in the inner side of the lock, the door closed, the key turned and was withdrawn, thrust evidently into its possessor's pocket. And then Jimmie Dale, silently, in a lightning flash, was upon the other, his hand at the man's throat, the cold, round muzzle of his automatic against the other's face. There was a choked cry, the thud as of something dropping on the floor, and then Jimmie Dale spoke. "Put your hands up over your head," he breathed grimly, and, as the other obeyed, his own hand fell away from the man's throat, and in a quick, deft sweep over the other's clothing located the bulge of a revolver and whipped it from the man's pocket. He pushed the man with its automatic's muzzle back against the wall, closer to the electric light switch. Was it Reddy Mull or English Dick? And then Jimmie Dale laughed low, unpleasantly, as he switched on the light. He was staring into a face that was white and colourless, the face of a man with a heavy black moustache, and whose slouch hat was jammed far down over his eyes. The process of elimination made it very simple. It was English Dick. The man blinked and wet his lips with his tongue, and at sight of Jimmie Dale's mask, perhaps because it suggested a community of interest, tried to force a smirk. What's the game?" he stammered. "This, to begin with," said Jimmie Dale grimly, and, stooping, picked up from the floor a small black satchel, the object that English Dick had dropped on entering the room. "Go over to that table," ordered Jimmie Dale curtly. The man obeyed. "Sit down." Jimmie Dale was clipping off his words in cold menace. Again the man obeyed. Jimmie Dale, his back to the door as he faced the other across the table, snapped open the bag. It was full to the top with banknotes and securities. Under his mask his lips curled in a hard, forbidding smile. He took from his pocket the package of the bank's securities he had found in the drawer of Forrester's desk, and laid it in silence on the table beside the satchel. Beside this again, still in silence, he placed the bottle that had contained the hydrocyanic acid, and, after an instant's pause, spread out the sheet of notepaper bearing Forrester's forged signature. The man's face, white before, had gone a livid grey. "What do you want?" he whispered. "I want you to write another confession." There was a deadly monotony in Jimmie Dale's voice as he tapped the paper with the muzzle of his automatic. "This one is out of date." "I don't know what you mean," faltered English Dick. "So help me, honest to God, I don't." "Don't you?" There was a curious drawl in Jimmie Dale's voice, and then in a flash his free hand swept across the table, jerked away the other's moustache, and pushed the slouch hat up from the man's eyes. "I mean that the game is up, Dryden." There was a low cry, and the man, with working lips, shrank back in his chair. "You cur!" The words were coming fast and hot from Jimmie Dale's lips now. "English Dick, alias Dryden the bank teller. So you don't know what I mean. Listen then and I'll tell you. 6 months ago you got a position in the bank. Since then you've forged names right and left on securities, falsified the books and stolen cash and securities. Day by day, working in with your gang, you've brought the loot here, coming in disguise, of course, as you've come tonight, for it wouldn't do for Dryden to be seen in this neighbourhood, and you turned the loot over to Reddy Mull, by leaving it, if he didn't happen to be around, under that loose board there in the corner." "My God!" The man's face was ghastly. Who are you?" "Today," went on Jimmie Dale, as though he had not heard the other, "you came to the climax of the plan you had been working on for those 6 months. The bank was wrecked, and what little there was left you took." He jerked his hand toward the open satchel, "replacing it at the last moment with previously prepared dummy packages. And you took it, you cur!" Jimmie Dale's voice choked suddenly. "Not only at the expense of a man's life, but of his good name and reputation. You might have known, I do not know whether you did or not, that Forrester had some private trouble with a moneylender. But I do not imagine that had anything to do with your having selected Forrester's bank. Your object was to exploit a small bank where, with only one man from whom to hide your work, you could loot it thoroughly, and a forged confession clever enough to deceive anyone in its handwriting and signature, and the man found dead from a dose of prussic acid, the empty bottle on the floor beside him, needed no other evidence to stamp him as the guilty man." English Dick was struggling to his feet, his eyes, in a sort of horrible fascination, on Jimmie Dale. Jimmie Dale pushed him savagely back into his seat. "Yes, you cur!" he said again. "You got your first fright when you found those evidence of the suicide were gone. You even lost your nerve a little in your bluff with the bank examiners, and you hurried here the moment you could get away from the preliminary police investigation that followed. I was even afraid you might get here a little sooner than you did. Shall I give you the details of this afternoon and tonight? The plant was ready. You had sent for the bank examiners. You had already prepared the forged confession and had a small package of securities ready. Forrester had gone to New York. You turned over the confession and the package of securities to your accomplice, or accomplices, to be left in Forrester's room. I imagine that you telephoned, or sent a message, to New York to Forrester telling him that the bank examiners were in the bank, that there was something the matter, and for him to go to his rooms and, say, meet you there before going to the bank. Your accomplice, for you established an alibi by remaining with the bank examiners, stole in after him, or even in the dark hallway, stunned him with a blackjack, then forced the poison down his throat, laid him on the floor, placed the empty bottle beside him, and left the confession on the desk. The plan was very cunningly worked out. The bruise on Forrester's head was most obviously accounted for. His head had struck, of course, against the leg of the couch. He was found lying in that position. It is strange, though, isn't it, how sometimes the most cunning of plans go astray in the simplest and yet the most perverse of ways? Who, under the circumstances, would have thought of it? Your accomplice had simply to place a document already prepared upon the desk. Even you did not think to warn him yourself. It did not enter his head to see if there were pen and ink there with which it might have been written, or, failing that, a fountain pen in Forrester's pocket, and there was neither the one nor the other. That's all, except the name of the man who killed Forrester." Jimmie Dale leaned forward sharply. "Who was it?" English Dick wet his lips again. They'd kill me like a dog if I told," he mumbled. "They?" The monosyllable came curt and hard. "I don't know," said English Dick. "That's God's truth. I never knew. There's a big gang. None of us know." "But you know who worked with you in this." Jimmie Dale was speaking through clenched teeth. "You know who killed Forrester." "Yes." The man's whisper was scarcely audible. "Who?" "Reddy Mull." "Yes," said Jimmie Dale in his grim monotone. "I thought so." He reached into the satchel where a small package of securities were wrapped up in a sheet of the bank's stationery, removed the sheet of paper, and spread it out before English Dick. "Write it down," he commanded, and the muzzle of his automatic jerked forward to touch the fountain pen in the other's vest pocket. "Write it, all of it. Your own share, Reddy Mull's, the whole story." The man's lips seemed to have gone dry again, and again his tongue circled them. "I can't," he said hoarsely. "I daren't. They'd kill me. And and if they didn't, it would send me up, and perhaps to the chair." "You take your chances on that." Jimmie Dale's voice was low and even. "But you take no chances here, for there are none." The automatic in Jimmie Dale's hand edged ominously forward. "It's Forrester's exoneration, or you. Do you understand? And you make your choice now." For an instant the man's eyes met Jimmie Dale's, then shifted, as though drawn in spite of himself, to the muzzle of Jimmie Dale's automatic, and then his hand reached into his pocket for his pen. From the pool room in front came an outburst of hand clapping and applause. There was evidently a match of some kind going on. Jimmie Dale, his eyes on English Dick, as the latter began to write with a sort of feverish haste, as though fear and a miserable desire to have done with it spurred him on, picked up the articles from the table and placed them in the satchel. He waited silently then, and then English Dick pushed the paper toward him. Jimmie Dale picked it up and read it. It was all there, all of it, and the signature this time was not forged. He placed the paper in the satchel and closed the satchel. English Dick passed his hand across the forehead that beaded with perspiration. "What are you going to do?" he asked under his breath. "I'm going to see that this, and you, reaches the hands of the police," said Jimmie Dale tersely. "We'll leave here in a moment, by the window. There's a patrolman who passes the end of the lane once in a while, and I expect, with the aid of a piece of cord and a pocket handkerchief as a gag, that he'll find you there. My method may be a little crude, but I have reasons of my own for not walking into a police station with you. But before we go, there's still that matter of the men higher up. They needed a clever penman for this job, and one who wouldn't be recognized, and they got the best. Who brought you over from England?" "A friend over there, one of the swell ones, put it up to me," English Dick answered heavily. "Yes, and here?" prodded Jimmie Dale. "Who got you into the bank here?" "I don't know." English Dick shook his head. "I reported to a man called Chester. He doped out the story I was to tell, and told me to go to the bank and apply for the job, and that it was already fixed." "I'd like to meet Chester," said Jimmie Dale grimly. "Where does he live?" "I don't know," said English Dick again. "I tell you I don't know. They're big. My God, they'll get me for this, if the law doesn't. I don't know where he lives. He always came to me. The only one I know is Reddy Mull, and—" His voice was drowned out in a louder and more prolonged burst of applause from the pool room, which mingled shouts, cries, and the thunderous banging of cue butts on the floor. "A good shot," said Jimmie Dale, with a grim smile. "Yes," said English Dick. "A good shot." But into his voice had crept a new note, a note like one of malicious triumph. Jimmie Dale's lips set suddenly hard and tight. Yes, he heard now, perhaps too late, what the others saw. The uproar that had drowned out all other sounds had subsided. The door behind him had been unlocked and was now opening slowly. And then Jimmie Dale, quick as thought is quick, his fingers closed on the satchel, hurled himself around the table and to the floor. There was the roar of a report, a flash of flame, as Reddy Mull, hand thrust in through the partially open doorway, fired. A wild scream, as the shot, meant for him, Jimmie Dale, found another mark directly behind where he had been standing, and English Dick, reeling to his feet, pitched forward over the table, carrying the table with him to the floor. It had taken the time that a watch takes to tick. Came the roar of a report again, as Jimmie Dale fired in turn, at the electric light bulb a few feet away from him on the wall. There was the tinkle of shattering glass, and darkness. Came shouts, cries, a yell from the door from Reddy Mull, a fusillade of shots from Reddy Mull's revolver, the rush of many feet from the pool room, and Jimmie Dale, in the blackness, dropped silently from the window to the ground. He gained the street, and 5 minutes later, blocks away, he entered the private stall of a Bowery saloon. Here Jimmie Dale added another paper to the contents of the satchel. The characters printed and badly formed, the paper looked like this: "With the compliments of the Gray Seal." "And I guess," said Jimmie Dale grimly to himself, "that if I slip this to the police will get Reddy Mull." End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Further Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. The beginning of the end. How far away last night, with Forrester's murder and the sordid denouement in Reddy Mull's room, seemed. How far away even half an hour ago this very night seemed. Just half an hour ago. Then, with no thought but one of dogged perseverance to keep up his quest, with neither hint nor sign that his quest was any nearer the end than it had ever been, he had entered Bristol Bob's here in the role of Smarlinghue. And now, as a rift that had opened in the clouds, there had come sudden and amazing joy. It held him now in thrall. It threatened even to make him forget that he was for the moment Smarlinghue, forget what, as Smarlinghue dare not forget. The role he played. He leaned forward suddenly and caught up his whiskey glass, whose contents had previously and surreptitiously been spilled into the cuspidor on the floor beside his chair. He lifted the glass to his mouth, his head thrown back as though to drain a final, lingering drop. Then he thumped the glass down on the table, licked his lips, thin and distorted by Smarlinghue's make-up, and wiped them with the sleeve of his threadbare coat. A man at the next table, well known as the Pippin, young, flashily dressed, his almost effeminate features giving an added touch of viciousness, through incongruity, to his general appearance, twisted his head around and grinned with malicious derision. Jimmie Dale's fingers searched hungrily now through first one and then another of his ragged pockets, and finally extricated a dime and a nickel. With these he tapped insistently on the table until an attendant answered the summons and supplied him with another drink. He sat back then for a time, now eyeing the liquor as though greedy for its taste, yet greedy, too, to prolong the anticipation, since, from his actions, there was apparently no means of further replenishing the supply. Now glancing around the smoke-laden room where, on the polished section of the floor in the centre, a score of laughing, shrieking couples whirled and pranced in the unrestrained throes of the underworld's latest dance. Now permitting his eyes to rest with a sudden scowl on the man at the next table. He had no concern with the Pippin, nor had the Pippin any concern with him. The man, as he imbibed a number of drinks, simply seemed to find a certain malevolent amusement in a contemptuous appraisal of his, Jimmie Dale's, person. But the other, in spite of the new, glad exhilaration Jimmie Dale was experiencing, annoyed Jimmie Dale. The blatant expanse of pink shirt cuff, for instance, in order to display the Pippin's diamond snake links, famous from one end of the underworld to the other, was eminently typical of the man. The cuff-links were undoubtedly an object of envy to the society in which the Pippin moved. They were even beautiful cuff-links, it was true, oriental in design, never to be mistaken by anyone who had ever seen them, and the stones with which they were set were credited generally in the underworld as being genuine. But Jimmie Dale was hesitantly lifting his glass again in a queer, miserly sort of way. The Pippin had jerked a cigarette-box from his pocket, stuck what was evidently the single cigarette it had contained between his lips, and now, tossing away the box, he pushed back his chair and stood up. But on the floor beneath the table, where it had fluttered unobserved when the cigarette-box had been jerked from the pocket, lay a small, folded piece of paper. "If you hang around long enough, Smarly," gibed the Pippin as he passed by on his way toward the door, "maybe some of the rubbernecks off the Gape wagon will take pity on you and buy you another. The slumming parties are just crazy about broken-down artists." "You go chase yourself," said Smarlinghue politely, through one corner of his twisted mouth. Jimmie Dale's eyes followed the other. The Pippin, threading his way amongst the tables, gained the door and passed out into the street. And then Jimmie Dale's eyes reverted to the piece of paper under the adjacent table. It was not at all likely that it was of the slightest importance or significance, and yet Jimmie Dale stretched out his foot, drew the paper toward him, and, stooping over, picked it up. He unfolded it, and found it to contain several typewritten lines. He frowned in a puzzled way as he read them, then read them over again, and his frown deepened. Melinoff has the goods. Go the limit if he squeals. Not later than 10:30 tonight." Jimmie Dale's eyes lifted and strayed around the noisy, riotous dance hall. Just what exactly did the message mean? The Pippin was a bad actor, literally as well as metaphorically. The Pippin, if asked, would probably still have styled himself an actor, but, though still young, his career on the stage had ended several years ago rather abruptly, with a year's imprisonment. Jimmie Dale did not recall the details of the particular offence of which the Pippin had been found guilty, save that it had been for theft. It did not, however, matter very much. The Pippin of today, as he was known to the underworld, to which strata of society he had immediately gravitated on his release from prison, was all that was of immediate interest. He had associated himself with a gang run by one Steve Barlow, commonly known as the Mole, and under this august patronage and protection had already more than one job of the first magnitude to his credit. The Pippin, in a word, was both an ugly and an unpleasant customer. Jimmie Dale's eyes continued to circuit the seedy dance hall. What was it that the Pippin was to procure from Melinoff, and for which, if necessary, the Pippin was to go the limit? Melinoff himself was not without reproach either. What was the game? Melinoff was an old clothes and junk dealer, and as a sideline, at times a very profitable sideline, had been known to act as a fence for stolen goods. He had skirted for years on the ragged edge with the police, and then, caught red-handed at last, had changed his occupation for a more useful one during a somewhat prolonged sojourn in Sing Sing. Affairs after that had not prospered with Melinoff. His wife, honest if her husband was not, and already an old woman, had been hard put to it with the shabby shop and the meagre business she was able to transact. So hard put to it, indeed, that the wonder had been that she had managed to keep the roof over her head. She had died a few months after her husband's release. Melinoff, if he had had no other virtue, had at least loved his wife, and the Melinoff of old, then a sprightly enough man for his years, was no more, and it was a decrepit, stoop-shouldered, dirty and grey-bearded figure that shuffled now around the old clothes shop, apathetic of bargains, where before it had been a man whose keenness was matched only by the sort of eager craft and low cunning with which he had conducted his business. A smile, half grim, half whimsical, flickered across Jimmie Dale's lips. There were strange lives, strange undercurrents, always, ceaselessly at work here in the underworld, here where the grist from the human mill found its place. Melinoff, the Pippin, each of those whirling figures out there on the floor, each of those men and women whose laughter rose raucously from the tables, or whose whisperings, as heads were lowered and held close together, seemed an unsavoury, vicious thing, had known a strange and tortuous path. Yet strangest, most tortuous of them all was his own. His fingers, as he thrust the Pippin's note into the side pocket of his coat, touched the torn fragments of another note, tiny little particles of paper torn over and over again into fine and minute shreds, the Tocsin's note, the note that seemed suddenly to have changed all his life. It had come as her communications had always come, without bridging the way that lay between them, without furnishing him with a clue through the method employed for their transmission that would avail him anything, or supply him with any means of reaching her. It had been thrust into his hand by a street urchin, as he had entered the door of Bristol Bob's that half an hour before. He had not even questioned the urchin. It would have been useless, futile, barren of results. 100 previous experiences had at least told him that. He could surmise about it, though, if he would, and in view of the contents of the note itself, surmise in all probability with fair accuracy. The Tocsin had satisfied herself that he was neither at home nor at the club, and had, therefore, chosen an inconspicuous messenger to search for Smarlinghue through the underworld. And there would have been no risk. For the first time in all the years that her letters had been the motive force, the underlying basis of the Gray Seal's acts, it would not, as far as dangerous consequences were concerned, have mattered if the note had gone astray, or had even been read by others. He need not even have torn it up, as he had done through force of habit, for there was no plan tonight, no coup to carry through. The note, for the first time, was not a call to arms. It was what he had been longing for, always hoping for, yet never permitting himself to build too strongly upon, lest he should lay up for himself a store of disappointment too bitter for endurance. It was a note of hope. There were just a few lines, a few sentences, and it had contained neither form of address nor signature. To anyone save himself it meant nothing, it had no significance. Snatches of it ran through his mind again. "It is the beginning of the end. The way is clearing. I am very happy tonight, and I wanted to tell you so." The end at last, the end of the years of peril, the end of that fear gnawing always at his heart that she might never live to come out into the sunlight again, the end of this dual life he led, the return to a normal existence where surroundings like the present, where the dens and dives of the underworld, the secret rookeries nursing their hell-hatched crimes, the taint and smell of evil, and the reek of soul-filth would be hereafter no more than a memory. To be through with it all, and to know her love instead, because she was safe. He stared about him, and stared with queer incredulity at his own miserable clothing. Was it true? Was it reality? This figure that the underworld knew as Smarlinghue, who sat here, and with dirty fingers played with a whiskey glass on the cheap, liquor-spotted table, and out of half-closed, well-simulated drug-laden eyes gazed on those dancing figures out there on the floor, to whom the law from cradlehood had been a natural enemy, and to the door of hardly one of whom but lay crimes that ranged from the paltry to the hideous. Reality? Yes, it was real. God knew the abysmal depths of its reality. Months piled on months there had been of it. Those voices out there that rose in a jangle of ribald mirth were the same voices that, hushed in deadlier menace, had whispered that grim slogan, "Death to the Gray Seal," through every hidden cranny in the underworld. These men and women here around him were of the same breed as those who only last night had struck down and brutally murdered Forrester, and not content with murder, had plotted to rob their victim of his good name as well. Jimmie Dale's hand clenched suddenly. His mind was off at a tangent, away for the moment from her. Well, they had failed last night in all save murder. Failed, and one of them had already paid the price, and another, in the Tombs awaiting trial, faced the certainty of the death chair in Sing Sing. But those two, Reddy Mull and English Dick, had been little more than tools. Who was the hidden master brain behind them, controlling this evil power that struck in the dark, that lately, though unseen, was permeating the underworld with its presence, that intuitively he had felt was reaching out, feeling its way, to grapple with and, if it could, to strangle him, the Gray Seal? He had felt the menace, known that it existed, and the slogan, ringing always in his ears, the whispered "Death to the Gray Seal," had taken on a deeper significance, had brought him a more acute and imminent sense of peril than ever before. But it was only last night, for the first time, that he had equally felt that he had had any concrete knowledge of or contact with this new antagonist. And last night, if there had been a challenge, he had accepted it, and if there had been no challenge, he had at least thrown down the gauntlet himself. If this was actually the criminal organization that was arrayed against him, the master brain at the head of it would now have a greater incentive than ever to trap and exterminate the Gray Seal, for English Dick lay dead, and Reddy Mull was behind the bars, and $20,000 in cash that they had schemed for was in the hands of the police, thanks to the Gray Seal. Added incentive. They would move heaven and earth to reach him now. All the trickery, all the hell-born ingenuity that they possessed would be launched against him now, and Jimmie Dale's face, that had been set and hard, relaxed suddenly. Well, granted all that. What did it matter now? They would but hunt a myth. Between them and himself now there stood the Tocsin's note. "The way is clearing. I am very happy tonight." She would not have written that unless she were very sure. Tomorrow, perhaps, and Smarlinghue and the Gray Seal and Larry the Bat would have passed forever out of existence, and there would be only Jimmie Dale, and she, and love, and a phantom left behind in the underworld against whom the underworld and this evil genius of crime might pit their wits to their heart's content. There was an uplift upon him, a sense of freedom so great that it seemed actually physical as well as mental. Peril, danger, the strain of the dual life until the nerves were worn raw, the constant anxiety for her safety, all were gone now. It is the beginning of the end. The way is clearing. She had written that tonight, and it meant that, refusing, as she had said, to let him come into the shadows again, she had won through, alone. It brought a little, curious pang of disappointment to him that he should share now only in the reward, but the pang was swallowed up in that it brought him a deeper knowledge of her unselfish love, her splendid courage, and, he could find no other word, her wonderfulness. Jimmie Dale's fingers stole into the side pocket of his coat to play again in a curiously caressing way with the little torn fragments of her note, and touched again the piece of paper that the Pippin had dropped. He took it out mechanically, and read it over once more. One sentence seemed suddenly to have become particularly ominous. "If he squeals, go the limit." He knew nothing as to the authorship of those words, but from what he knew of the Pippin there was a certain ugliness to the word limit that he did not like. The limit, with the Pippin, might mean anything. He thrust the paper back into his pocket and sat for a moment staring musingly at his whisky glass. Well, why not? Before 10:30, the message said, and it was scarcely 10 o'clock yet. In view of the Tocsin's note, he had intended returning to the Sanctuary, resuming his own proper character, and, either at the St. James Club or at his home, wait for further word from her. There was, indeed, nothing else that he could do, and Melinoff's, for that matter, was on the way from Bristol Bob's to the Sanctuary. Yes, why not? If the Pippin was up to any dirty work, or even if the two of them, Melinoff and the Pippin, were in it together, and the word squeal implied that Melinoff was to be held strictly up to his full share of some mutual villainy should he show any inclination to waver, it might not be an altogether unfitting exit from the stage if the Gray Seal should make his final bow to the underworld by playing a role in the Pippin's little drama, whatever that drama might prove to be. Yes, why not? He passed Melinoff's place in any event, and there was no reason why he should remain any longer here in Bristol Bob's. The second glass of whisky followed the first, into the cuspidor. Again the threadbare sleeve was drawn across the thin, distorted lips, and, pushing back his chair, Jimmie Dale rose from the table and made his way out into the street. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Further Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. The Old Clothes Shop. 10 minutes later, still in the heart of the East Side, Jimmie Dale reached his destination, and paused on the edge of the sidewalk, ostensibly to light a cigarette, while he looked tentatively around him, before the entrance to a courtyard that ran in behind a row of cheap and shabby tenements. He shook his head as he tossed the match away. It was still early. There were too many people about, to say nothing of the group of half-naked children playing in the gutter under the street lamp in front of the courtyard entrance, and Smarlinghue was far too well known a character in that section of the Bad Lands to warrant him in taking any chances. If anything was wrong in Melinoff's dingy little place behind there, if anything had transpired, or was about to transpire, that would ultimately, say, invite the attention of the police, it might prove extremely awkward for Smarlinghue, should it be remembered that he had entered there. There was a better way, a much better way, and one that was exceedingly simple. It would hardly occasion any comment, even if he were noticed, if he entered one of the tenements, where, with probably a dozen families living in as many rooms, one could come and go at all hours without question or hindrance. He moved slowly along, and, out of the radius of the street lamp now, and away from the children, paused again, this time before the last tenement in the row that fronted the courtyard in the rear. For the moment there were no pedestrians in the immediate neighbourhood, and Jimmie Dale, stepping through the tenement doorway, gained the narrow, unlighted hall within. He stopped here, hugged close against the wall, to listen, and, hearing or seeing nothing to disturb him, moved forward again, silently, without a sound, along the hall. There must be, he knew, a rear exit to the courtyard behind. Yes, here it was. He had halted again, this time before a door. He tried it, found it unlocked, opened it, stepped outside, and closed the door behind him. It was dark out here in the courtyard, and objects were only faintly discernible, but there were few localities in that neighbourhood with which Jimmie Dale, either as Smarlinghue or in the old days as Larry the Bat, was not intimately acquainted. To call it a courtyard hardly described the place. It was more an open backyard common to the row of tenements, and rather narrow and confined in space at that. It was dirty, cluttered with rubbish, and across it, facing the rear of the tenements, was a small building that many years ago had been, possibly, a stable or an outhouse belonging to some private and no doubt pretentious dwelling, which long since now, with the progress northward of the city, had been supplanted by the crowded, poverty-stricken, and anything but pretentious tenements. This outhouse had been to a certain extent remodelled, and to a certain extent made habitable, and, as long as any one could remember, Melinoff with his old clothes shop had been its tenant. Jimmie Dale began to make his way cautiously across the yard, wary of the tin cans and general rubbish which an inadvertent step might metamorphose most effectively into a decidedly undesirable advertisement of his presence. There was no light that he could see in Melinoff's at all, and he frowned now in a puzzled way. Had the Pippin been and gone, or was he, Jimmie Dale, ahead of the Pippin? The Pippin would have had ample time, of course, to get here, for he, Jimmie Dale, had probably remained in Bristol Bob's a good half-hour after the Pippin had left. In that case, then, Melinoff must have gone away with the Pippin again. That would account for there being no light. But, on the other hand, if the Pippin had not yet arrived, and Melinoff expected the visit, it was most curious that the place was in darkness. And then Jimmie Dale smiled a little mockingly at himself. His deductions would perhaps have been of infinitely more value if he had first waited to make sure of the premise on which they were based. As a matter of fact, there was a light. He had reached the front of the little place, and peering cautiously through the window, could make out, across the black interior, a thread of light that came through the crack of a closed door, and from what was, evidently, another room in the rear. Jimmie Dale's fingers closed on the heavy, cumbersome, old-fashioned door latch, pressed it down noiselessly, and exerted a little tentative pressure on the door itself. It was locked. A minute passed in absolute silence as a little steel instrument was inserted in the lock, and then the door swung inward and was closed again, and Jimmie Dale, rigid and motionless, stood inside. He was listening now for some sound, the sound of voices, or the sound of movement from that lighted room. There was nothing. Jimmie Dale's lips tightened suddenly. It was very curious. There was an upstairs to the place, such as it was, but if Melinoff was up there alone, or with the Pippin, they were up there in the dark, unless they were in the rear upstairs room, in which case they could not, in view of the ramshackle nature of the building, have made the slightest movement without making themselves heard from where he stood. From his pocket Jimmie Dale produced a flashlight. The ray played once, as though with queer, diffident curiosity about him, swept once more in a circuit around the room, swiftly, in an almost startled way this time, and there was darkness again. And, instead of the flashlight, Jimmie Dale's automatic was in his hand now, and he was moving quickly and silently forward toward that thread of light and the closed door leading into the rear room. Around him everything was in disorder. Not the disorder habitual to such a place where odds and ends of the heterogeneous accumulation of Melinoff's stock in trade might be expected to be deposited wherever convenience and not system dictated, but a disorder that seemed to hold within itself something of ominous promise. Old clothes, for instance, that might at least have been expected, even with the most profound carelessness and indifference, to have received better treatment, were strewn and scattered about the floor in all directions. And now Jimmie Dale stood still again. There was a sound at last, but a sound that he could not immediately define. It came from the room beyond, like a dull muffled thud mingling with a low, long-drawn gasp. It was repeated, and then, unmistakably, there came a moan. In a flash now, Jimmie Dale, his automatic thrust forward, was at the door. He stooped with his eye to the keyhole, and the next instant, his face hard and tense, he flung the door open and jumped forward into the room. Those words of the Pippin's note seemed to be searing through his brain in letters of fire. Go the limit. Go the limit. There was no need to speculate longer on their meaning. They meant murder. On the floor, a dark, ugly, crimson pool beside him, lay Melinoff, the old clothes dealer, and as Jimmie Dale sprang to the other side, there came again that curious muffled thud, as the old man weakly lifted his head a few inches from the floor, only to have it fall limply back again. The man was nearly gone. It needed no experienced eye to tell that. Melinoff's face was greyish in its pallor, and his eyes, open, seemed to have lost their lustre. But as Jimmie Dale knelt and lifted the man's shoulders and supported the other's head upon his knee, the light in the old clothes dealer's black eyes seemed suddenly to return and to glow with a strange, passionate, eager fire as they fixed on Jimmie Dale's face. Melinoff's lips moved. Jimmie Dale bent his head to catch the words that were almost inaudible. The Pippin. Here. The old man's hand struggled towards his side, where a dark crimson blotch had soaked his shirt. Here. He stabbed me. Because. The voice failed and died away, and the man's head fell back on Jimmie Dale's arm. Jimmie Dale raised the other's head gently again. Yes, he said quickly, striving to rouse the other. Yes, go on. I understand. The Pippin stabbed you. Because what? Go on, Melinoff. Go on. I'm listening. The eyes opened once more, but the light was dying out of them, and they were filming now. And then suddenly the man forced himself forward into a sitting posture, and his voice rang wildly through the room. It is a lie! A lie! I played square! Do you hear? Old Melinoff played square. I did not understand at first, but I did not forget. I remembered. Old Melinoff would never forget. Never forget. Never A tremor ran through the old man's form. The voice was stilled. It was the end. For a moment, his lips tight and set, Jimmie Dale held the other there in his arms as he stared at a little object on the floor where Melinoff had been lying, and that previously had been hidden beneath the other's body, an object that glittered and sparkled now as the light caught it. There had even been then, it seemed, no need for Melinoff's dying accusation. The evidence of the Pippin's guilt would have been plain enough to the first person who found old Melinoff and moved the old man's body. For himself, Jimmie Dale, the Pippin's note, since it had actuated him in coming here, would have been enough to have fixed the guilt in his mind where it belonged. But the police, for instance, would not have been so well informed. The police, however, would now have all, and more than all the evidence they required. That little thing that glittered there was one of the Pippin's notorious diamond snake cuff-links. Jimmie Dale did not disturb it. He laid old Melinoff back on the floor, and the old man's body covered the cuff-link again as it had done before. He stood up then and looked around him. The room seemed to have been used for no one particular purpose. It was partitioned off from the shop proper, it was true, but equally it appeared to have been used as a sort of overflow for the shop's stock in trade. Here, as in front, clothing of all descriptions littered the floor, and also there were signs that a violent struggle had taken place. The room, which had obviously served, apart from being a store-room, as kitchen, dining-room, and, in fact, for everything save a bedroom, was in a state of chaos. Chairs were upset, a table stood upended against the wall, and broken crockery was strewn everywhere. At the rear of the room was another door. Jimmie Dale reached up, turned off the gas jet, crossed to the door, found it unlocked, opened it a few inches, and looked out. It gave on the rear of the courtyard, and in the darkness he could just make out a high fence that bordered the adjoining property. It was presumably the way by which the Pippin had made his escape, since he, Jimmie Dale, had found the front door locked. He closed the door again, relighted the gas, and, moving swiftly now, passed through into the shop and locked the front door. Then, returning to the upper end of the shop, close to the connecting door, which he closed until it was just ajar, Jimmie Dale slipped a black silk mask over his face, seated himself on a box of some sort that he found at hand, and, save that his fingers mechanically tested the automatic in his hand, remained motionless, his eyes fixed on the rear door across the lighted room in which old Melinoff lay. It was dark here and silent, except that from out across the courtyard came faintly now and then the voices of the children at play in the gutters, and except that a faint glow stole timidly out from the slightly opened door, only to merge almost immediately with the surrounding blackness. The tight lips had curved downwards at the corners of his mouth into a grim, merciless droop, and into the dark, steady eyes there had come a smouldering fire. It was a brutal, cowardly thing that had been done there in that room, and the Pippin had finished his work and gone. But it was not at all unlikely that the Pippin would be back. The sharp lines at the corners of Jimmie Dale's mouth grew a little more pronounced. Nor should the Pippin be long in returning. A man could not very well lose a cuff link and be unaware of that fact for any extended length of time, and that cuff link was damning, irrefutable, incontrovertible evidence, exactly the evidence the police required to convict the guilty man. Yes, undoubtedly, the Pippin would be back, and at any moment now. Figuring that the Pippin had left Bristol Bob's half an hour before he, Jimmie Dale, had started out, and allowing, say, 20 minutes for the struggle and subsequent murder here, the Pippin could only have been gone a matter of some 10 minutes. In the excitement, and probably a run through lanes and alleyways, it was quite possible that the Pippin would not have noticed his loss in that length of time. But he could not, with a loose cuff, and especially when it was usually fastened by so highly prized a link, have remained much longer than that in ignorance of his loss. Jimmie Dale smiled grimly now in the darkness. It was almost analogous to Meighan's waiting for the return of the Magpie, except that he, Jimmie Dale, had neither the desire nor the intention of usurping the functions of the police. Smarlinghue, for very obvious reasons, could neither appear nor bear witness in the case. He could take no chances of the discovery being made that Smarlinghue was but a character that cloaked Jimmie Dale and the Gray Seal, and, above all, he could take no chances tonight, when at last he was on the threshold of the return to his old normal life again. But he had, nevertheless, no intention of permitting the Pippin to elude the law, or to escape the consequences of the act to which that mute form lying in there on the crimsoned floor bore hideous testimony. The cuff link, obviously loosened and dropped unnoticed on the floor during the struggle, would not only connect the Pippin with the crime, but would convict him of it as well. He, Jimmie Dale, therefore, did not propose to allow the Pippin to return and remove that evidence. That was all. It should not be very difficult to prevent it, nor should it even necessitate his showing himself to the Pippin. A shot, for instance, fired at the floor as the Pippin stole in through that rear door again, should be enough to send the man flying back for shelter to the recesses of the underworld. The Pippin's nerves, as he crept back to the scene of his crime, would be badly frayed and unstrung, unless he was a man lacking wholly in imagination, which the Pippin, once having been an actor, inherently could not be. And, coupled with this, prompting the Pippin to run at once for cover, would be the fact that he could not by any means be certain that the link had been lost there in the room itself, since it might equally have been forced loose during his escape, say, for instance, while climbing the series of backyard fences that would have confronted him from the moment he left Melinoff's rear door, providing always, of course, that the Pippin, as it seemed logical and as the evidence seemed to indicate, had made his escape in that manner. The minutes passed, at first quickly enough, and then they began to drag heavily. Jimmie Dale's mind was back now on old Melinoff. What had the man meant by his feverish, eager, pitiful insistence that he had not forgotten, that he had remembered, that he could never forget, that he had not understood at first? The answer to that question would supply the motive for the Pippin's crime, and for half an hour, sitting there in the darkness, Jimmie Dale pondered the question, but the answer would not come. There were theories without number that he could formulate, but theories at best were indefinite. What had Melinoff meant by saying he'd played square? Was it some previous criminal undertaking between himself and the Pippin, in which the Pippin believed himself to have been betrayed by Melinoff, while Melinoff, on the other hand, protested that... And then Jimmie Dale shrugged his shoulders impatiently. What was the use of speculation? The vital matter of the moment was the Pippin's delay in returning for that cuff link. Another 15 minutes passed, and still another. And then Jimmie Dale restored his mask to his pocket, rose from his seat, and made his way to the front door of the shop. He had waited there a full hour and over now. His only purpose had been to prevent the removal of the evidence of the Pippin's guilt by the Pippin, and logic told him it was useless to wait longer. It was only fair to assume that the Pippin would have discovered his loss within a reasonably short time after leaving Melinoff's, and, granting that, it was absolutely certain that the Pippin, if he were coming back at all, would have come without an instant's delay if he believed that his life hung on the recovery of his property. He had not come, and therefore, conversely, the Pippin must have weighed the chances, and concluded that the risk attendant on his return to the scene of his crime was greater than the risk he ran of the cuff link having been lost in that exact spot. Nor was the Pippin's presumed reasoning entirely faulty, from the Pippin's standpoint. It was obvious that he did not know where he had lost the link. It was only a chance that he had lost it on the actual scene of the crime, and even if he had lost it there, and even if he returned, it was only a chance that he would be able to find it again. And against this was the very grave risk and danger of returning to Melinoff's after having once got safely away. But whatever the Pippin's reasoning might have been, the one morally certain fact remained. Every minute of delay increased the risk that the cuff link would be found by someone else, and if the Pippin were coming back at all, he would have been back long before this. Jimmie Dale closed the door of the old clothes shop behind him, crossed the yard, and using the back door of the tenement again, gained the street. Well, he was quite satisfied. The hour he had spent there mattered little. He had desired only one thing, that the evidence of the Pippin's guilt should not be disturbed. And for the rest, he smiled whimsically as he started briskly along the street. There was Carruthers of the Morning News Argus, who, if, in the old days, he had been one of the most dogged and relentless in his efforts to run the Gray Seal to earth, was at the same time, though without knowing it, Jimmie Dale's smile broadened, the Gray Seal's most intimate friend and old college pal. If the Pippin was just as surely brought to book that way, why do old Carruthers and his sheet out of a scoop? Jimmie Dale made his way rapidly now over to the Bowery, and here headed in an uptown direction. 2 blocks further along, however, on the corner occupied by the Crescent Saloon, he turned into the cross street and passed in through the saloon's side entrance. The Crescent Saloon, as he had previously more than once had occasion to remark, was nothing if not thoughtful of the peculiar needs of its somewhat questionable class of patrons. Around the corner of the little passageway, just as it turned into a small lounging room before the bar-room proper was reached, there was a telephone booth, whose privacy could scarcely be improved upon. He opened the door of the booth, stepped inside, and closed the door carefully and tightly behind him. The Argus being a morning paper, Carruthers, except on very rare occasions, was always to be found at his office until late into the night. But Jimmie Dale, having deposited his coin in the slot, was rewarded with the information that he had met with one of those rare occasions. Carruthers was at his home on Long Island, and had not been at the office at all that day. Jimmie Dale shrugged his shoulders, as he found and gave the Long Island number. It did not matter very much. It was simply the difference in time, amounting to, say, the half-hour or so that it would take Carruthers to get back to the city and act. The phone was answered. Mr. Carruthers, if you please." "Yes, personally," said Jimmie Dale pleasantly. There was a moment's wait, then Jimmie Dale spoke again. His voice still pleasant, but changed in pitch and register to a bass that was far from Jimmie Dale's, though one that Carruthers might possibly remember. "Mr. Carruthers?" "Good evening, Mr. Carruthers. This is the Gray Seal speaking, and I—" A receptive smile stole suddenly across Jimmie Dale's lips. Carruthers, to put it mildly, was impulsive. "The Gray Seal, yes. I can hear you perfectly. What? No, it is not a hoax." Jimmie Dale's voice had sharpened perceptibly. "I called you once before, you will perhaps remember, though it is a very long time ago, in reference to a certain diamond necklace and a, you will pardon the term, gentleman by the name of Markel. Ah, you recognize the Gray Seal's voice now, do you? No, don't apologize. I thought perhaps you might be interested in the possibility of another scoop. Yes, quite so. I would suggest then that you get the police to accompany you to the back room of Melinov's, the old clothes dealer's shop. Yes, I thought you might know the place. Perhaps, too, you know of a man who is commonly called the Pippin? No? Well, no matter. The police do. You'll find the evidence under Melinov's body. I beg your pardon? Yes, murder. What? It is a cufflink, the Pippin's cufflink, that was dropped in the struggle. What? No, I do not know why. I have told you all I know. There is nothing more, Mr. Carruthers, except that I should advise you to work as quickly as possible, as otherwise someone may stumble on the crime before you do. Good night, Mr. Carruthers. Carruthers was still talking, wildly, excitedly. Jimmie Dale calmly hung up the receiver, left the telephone booth, and went out to the street again, by the side entrance. If Carruthers made inquiry of Central as to where the call had come from, the reply that it was from the Crescent Saloon would in no way serve Carruthers or anyone else. No one, even in the Crescent Saloon, would be able to furnish any information as to who had telephoned. It was therefore, in a word, up to Carruthers now. The Pippin would be brought to account, and as far as he, Jimmie Dale, was concerned, his connection with the affair was at an end. Jimmie Dale walked quickly along, turning from one street into another. Here and there, in front of various resorts, and on the corners, he passed little groups of men engaged in bated, low-toned conversation. Ordinarily this would have interested Jimmie Dale, for the groups were composed, not of ordinary citizens, but of the dregs and scum of the underworld, and it was evident that something quite out of the usual run of things had suddenly seized upon the Bad Lands as a subject for gossip. But it was already long after 11 o'clock, and tonight, with Melinov's murder disposed of now, he was through, he hoped, with the underworld forever. He was anxious only to reach the Sanctuary without any further delay, and, thereafter, equally without further loss of time, to get to his home or to the club, where at any moment he might expect to hear from the Tocsin, and where, most important of all, she would have no difficulty in communicating instantly with him. He turned the corner of the street on which the Sanctuary was situated, and halted abruptly. A man coming rapidly from the other direction had grabbed his arm. "Hello, Smarly," greeted the other. The news?" Jimmie Dale, with the top of his tongue, shifted the half-burnt section of the cigarette that was hanging from his upper lip to the opposite corner of his mouth, as he looked at the other. It was the Wowzer, dip and pickpocket, the erstwhile pal of one Dago Jim, who, on a certain night, also of the very long ago, that Jimmie Dale had very good cause to remember, had killed Dago Jim in a certain infamous dive. Well, if he, Jimmie Dale, was, after all, to learn the cause of the excitement that seemed suddenly to have possessed the underworld, he could at least have asked for no better or more thoroughly posted informant than the Wowzer. And now his curiosity was aroused. For an instant the idea that it might be Melinov's murder flashed across his mind. but he dismissed that idea at once. Murder was too trite a thing in the underworld to cause any widespread commotion. "Hello, Wowzer," he returned as he shook his head. "No, I ain't heard anything." "Youse can take it from me then," said the Wowzer, "that there's something doin'. They got her." "Got who?" inquired Jimmie Dale in a puzzled way. The Wowzer leaned forward secretively. "Silver Mag," he said. It seemed to Jimmie Dale as though the clutch of an icy hand was suddenly at his heart, as though the ground beneath his feet had grown suddenly unstable, and that the Wowzer's face, close to his own, was swirling around and around in swift and endless gyrations. But he was conscious, too, that he was master of himself. The muscles of his face twitched, but it was to express incredulity. His tongue carried the cigarette butt languidly back to the other corner of his mouth. "Aw, go on!" said Jimmie Dale. "Try it on somebody else. Silver Mag croaked out the night they had that fire down there in the old tenement." "Yeah, she did. Nix!" scoffed the Wowzer with a short laugh. "The same way that blasted snitch of a Gray Seal did, eh? Say, Smarly, I'm handing it to you straight. They caught her snooping around one of the entrees into Foo Sen's half an hour ago. Say, the whole mob all the way up the line's been tipped off. I'm giving youse the real thing. It must have been asleep somewhere, or youse'd have been wise before." "Sure, I believe you," said Jimmie Dale earnestly. "Who caught her, Wowzer?" "The Mole," replied the Wowzer. "And he's got her now over in his layout." It was a moment before Jimmie Dale spoke. There seemed to be a horrible, ghastly dryness in his mouth. There seemed to well up from his soul and overwhelm him a world of mocking and sardonic irony. The Mole! The Mole was the leader of the gang with which the Pippin was allied. It was at the Mole's place that the Pippin usually lived. It was at the Mole's place that the police would first institute their search for the Pippin. And 5 minutes ago, through Carruthers, he had unleashed the police. The Wowzer's face seemed to be swirling around and around in front of him again. To get away and think! He could have groaned, cried out aloud. "Say, thanks, Wowzer, for piping me off," said Jimmie Dale effusively. "Aw, that's all right," responded the Wowzer graciously. "Only keep it under your head, except with the crowd. The bulls ain't on, and the Mole saw her first, see? There ain't going to be no buttin' in till she gets hers. And the word's out not to do any pushin' and crowdin' around the Moles for front seats, 'cause then the bulls get wise, savvy? Just leave it to the Mole. Get me?" "Sure, I get you," said Jimmie Dale. "Well, so long, Wowzer, and thanks again." "S'long, Smarly," replied the Wowzer. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Further Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Silver Mag. It was not far to the Sanctuary, only halfway down the short block to the corner of the lane, but it seemed a distance interminable to Jimmie Dale. His brain was whirling in a chaotic turmoil, and the turmoil seemed barbed with a horrible fear that robbed him for the moment of his mental poise. It was as a man dazed, unconscious of the physical process by which he had arrived there, that he found himself standing in the Sanctuary, leaning like a man spent with effort against the door which, mechanically, he had closed behind him. In hideous, baleful, jeering reiteration, those words which he had written were racing through his brain. "I'm very happy tonight, and I wanted to tell you so. Happy tonight. Happy tonight. Happy tonight. Happy tonight. What depths of irony! Happy tonight. And they had caught her, as the way was clearing, with the end of peril, with the end of the miserable, hunted existence she had been forced to lead just in sight. Silver Mag, the Tocsin, and he who too had been happy tonight, he who had known that mighty uplift upon him, he who had dreamt that the morrow might bring life and love and sunshine. He was facing now a blackness of despair that he had never known before. Unwittingly, if such danger as she was in could be made the greater, he had made it so. If the underworld was the implacable enemy of Silver Mag, because Silver Mag was known as the ally in the old days of Larry the Bat, and known therefore as the ally of the Gray Seal, so, for the same reason exactly, the police were her implacable enemy. And, whether she fell into the hands of one or the other, the end ultimately differed only in the method by which her death would be accomplished. It was murder at the hands of the Mole and his gang. It was the death chair in Sing Sing as an accomplice of the Gray Seal at the hands of the police. Death to the Gray Seal. That was the slogan of the underworld. The Gray Seal dead or alive, but the Gray Seal. That was the fiat of the police. And both held good for Silver Mag. With the Mole alone there might have been a chance, but now he had launched the police as well against her, had sent them to the Mole's, for that was the first place they would raid in their hunt for the Pippin. The sweat beads started out on Jimmie Dale's forehead. She had discarded the character of Silver Mag that night in the tenement fire when he had discarded the character of Larry the Bat, and Silver Mag had never been seen again until tonight. But he, Jimmie Dale, had appeared since then as Larry the Bat, and for some reason tonight she must have found it necessary, in working out her plans to their consummation no doubt, to have assumed again the character of Silver Mag. And she had been caught. But the Mole, it was absolutely certain, if left alone, would first exhaust every means within his power of forcing from Silver Mag the information that he would naturally believe she had concerning the whereabouts of the Gray Seal, before wreaking the vengeance of the underworld upon her. But equally the Mole, if interrupted by the police, would, in a sort of barbarous rivalry, if he, Jimmie Dale, knew the underworld at all, never surrender Silver Mag alive. It would be the old cry, hideously worded, as he had heard it that night of the long ago, in the attack on the old sanctuary. The Gray Seal and Silver Mag were their meat. Something like a moan was wrung from Jimmie Dale's lips. With the police out of it, there would have been time. With the police a factor, granted even that the Mole gave her up, her death was certain. The mind worked swiftly. An eternity seemed bridged as he stood there against the door, his hands pressed to his temples. In reality, scarcely a second had passed. Time. It was like a clarion call, that word, clearing his brain, lashing him into instant action. There was time, a small, pitifully inadequate margin, but yet a margin, the few minutes left before Carruthers would have the police hammering at the Mole's door. There was a chance, still a chance to save her life. And if he succeeded in getting her away from the Mole's, what then? It would be touch and go. What of the afterwards? A means of retreat, a temporary sanctuary? Yes, yes, he must think of everything. He was working with mad speed now, stripping off his clothes, delving into that secret hiding place behind the movable section of the baseboard near the door. And now the gas, with its poverty-stricken, meagre yellow flame, illuminated the place dimly, and Jimmie Dale, with his make-up box and a cracked mirror, worked against the flying minutes. There was only one way to go, as Larry the Bat. It would give the Mole and the underworld nothing to work on afterwards if Larry the Bat went to the rescue of Silver Mag, and if he won through, there would then still be Smarlinghue's sanctuary, this place here, as a temporary refuge. The transformation to Larry the Bat stole an extra minute or two from the priceless store, but it was the only way. To risk it as Smarlinghue or Jimmie Dale, to risk recognition, would be the act of a fool, for it would render abortive the initial success, if, by any means, he could succeed even to that extent. Thank God for the circumstances that, prior to this, had led him to duplicate Larry the Bat's disreputable apparel. Thank God for one chance of life, for her, that this afforded now. The gas was out again, the room was in darkness. Through the little French window, and hugged close against the wall of the tenement, and through the loose board in the fence that gave egress to the lane, Jimmie Dale, as Larry the Bat now, slunk along, and then in the lane he broke into a run. And now an added peril came. A glimpse of Larry the Bat by any of gangland's fraternity, man or woman, and it would be the end. His position now was analogous to hers as Silver Mag before she had been caught. There would be no parley, it would be the end. But that was the chance he took, the only chance there was for her. But Jimmie Dale knew the East Side. By alleys and lanes, through yards and over fences, Jimmie Dale made his way along, and when forced into the open to cross a street, it was a dark, ill-lighted section that was chosen, and where for a short distance here and there he must needs keep to the street, he held deep in the shadows of the buildings, crouching in doorways to avoid passers-by. It took time. He dared not calculate how long. Carruthers was not the man to let the grass grow under his feet. Carruthers would probably, before leaving home, have telephoned some headquarters man to meet him. The detective would have telephoned headquarters from Melinoff's, and after that it would not take the police long to reach the Moles. It took time, this tortuous threading of the East Side. He did not know how long it had taken. But at last, as he swung into a long, black and very narrow alleyway, he drew a quick breath of relief. So far, at least, he was ahead of the police. It was still and silent, and there was no sound of any disturbance, and the Moles now was only a little way ahead. He stole forward noiselessly. It was very quiet, much more quiet even than usual in that far from savoury neighbourhood. He remembered, with a grim smile of satisfaction, that the Wowzer had explained there was to be no crowding for front seats for fear of attracting the attention of the police. It had been very thoughtful of the Mole to pass that word around. Very. With the underworld, prompted by curiosity and seething with hate, swarming here, the single chance he, Jimmie Dale, had of reaching her would have been swept away. He paused now, his lips set hard, crouched by the fence that separated the Mole's backyard from the alleyway. His plan was simple, but it depended for its ultimate success almost entirely on his ability to secure an instant means of disappearance for the Tocsin the moment she was outside the Mole's walls. That he could find her, that he could get her out of the house, was another matter. He could only trust to his wits and nerve in that respect. But if he succeeded in that, then... He moved silently a little further up the lane, crossed to the other side and halted again, this time before the back door of a shed. In an instant his picklock was at work. In another he had opened the door a bare fraction of an inch. His lips grew tighter as he retraced his steps to the Mole's fence. If that shed were ever needed at all, there would not be time to fumble in the dark for knob or latch, and there would be no necessity for that fumbling now. From the shed there was a very sure means of escape across a small intervening yard, and out through an areaway into the street, for the shed was one of the many entrances to Foo Sen's, a place with which he was very intimately acquainted. All this, of course, provided that, if the Tocsin were seen to enter the shed, someone held the pursuers back long enough to afford her time to reach the street. Jimmie Dale shrugged his shoulders as he opened a low gate in the fence silently and stepped through into the yard beyond, leaving the gate open behind him. He was not a fool, blinded to what probably lay ahead. He could not hope to reach the Tocsin, much less effect her rescue, without warning the inmates of this house that loomed up before him now, without a fight with the Mole and the Mole's gangsters. It was not likely that he could reach the shelter of that shed, but the Tocsin could, and once inside, throwing away her cloak and wig, Silver Mag would disappear. And after that there was the Sanctuary, and then her own brave wits. There came a queer twist to Jimmie Dale's lips, and then a shrug of his shoulders again. It was not likely to be the ending to the night that he had thought it might be when sitting there in Bristol Bob's only a few short hours ago. Faint streaks of light through the interstices of a shuttered window showed just in front of him as he stole forward across the yard. Window or back door, it mattered little to Jimmie Dale now, so that he could gain an entry into the house unobserved. It was very quiet, even ominously quiet. That impression came to him suddenly again. The quarter here was full of dives and gambling hells and resorts frequented by the worst in crime-land, but it seemed that the Mole's injunction had been obeyed to the letter. It boded little good for her. Jimmie Dale's face, under the grime of Larry the Bat's make-up, grew white and set as he approached the window. God in heaven! Was he already too late? The Mole, with his little tobacco shop in front as a blind, and his rooms above rented to lodgers, thus housing the gang of Apaches that worked under his leadership, had had every opportunity, once the Tocsin was in his power in there, of doing as he would. And then another thought came flashing quick upon him. If they had gone that far, if she were dead, they must have discovered that under the cloak and the grey, straggling hair of Silver Mag was Marie LaSalle. He forced a grip of iron upon himself, fighting mentally like a madman with himself for his self-control. The night, with every passing moment, seemed yawning wider and wider before him in a chasm that threatened ruin and disaster and the wreckage of everything that in life was worth the living, and no, not yet. The luck had turned. She was there. Silver Mag was there. There! And safe so far. The window was shoulder high. He was peering in through the blind. There was no light in the room itself, but a faint glow came in through the open doorway of a lighted room beyond, enough to enable him to make out a woman's form, the grizzled hair streaming over the threadbare cloak, as she lay on a cheap cot across the room, her face to the wall, her hands bound together behind her back. It was Jimmie Dale working with all the art he knew now, and those slim, sensitive, wonderful fingers were swift and silent as they had never been before. A steel Jimmie loosened the shutters, and they swung apart without a sound. He could see better now, see at least that she was alone in the room. He tapped softly on the window-pane. It was too dark to see her face, but he saw her raise her head quickly, and then, evidently, quick to meet an emergency as she always was, rise from the cot and steal to the edge of the open door. He was working at the window now. A fever of anxiety was in him. It seemed that his fingers stumbled, that they lost their cunning, that an eternity passed as she stood there apparently on guard by the door, her bound hands behind her back like some piteous appeal to him to hurry, and, in the name of all that life meant to both of them, to make haste. And now, cautiously, inch by inch, he was raising the window, and in another moment, in obedience to his whisper, the bound wrists were thrust within his reach, and he was severing the cords with his knife. "Thank God!" breathed Jimmie Dale fervently. "Now jump across the yard, the door of Foo Sen's shed. It's open. Quick!" There came a sudden crash from the front of the house, a sudden turmoil from within, a burst of shouts, a chorus of yells. The police! And now another shout, another burst of yells, from the rear, from the lane. Jimmie Dale's lips were like a thin, straight line. She was free from the house now, standing beside him here in the darkness. He reached swiftly up and closed the shutters. Left open, they invited immediate attention. His mind was working in lightning flashes. The police were at the front and rear, of course. They would not raid the front and leave the rear unguarded. But why the shouts out there in the lane? Why had they not rushed in at once? And why now that shot? It was followed by another, and still another, and then a fusillade of them, as though the shots were returned. "Quick!" he whispered again, and led the way toward the gate in the fence. The police would be pouring out of the house from the back door in a minute. The only chance was a dash for it. His mind was groping now, bewildered. What did it mean? The police, who had obviously been detailed to the lane at the rear of the Mole's, were fighting now. With whom? Why? But the fight was working further on down the lane in the opposite direction from that shed door. "Quick!" he said again. "The shed door! On the other side! Quick!" Together they darted into the lane. From behind, the back door of the Mole's house was flung open, and there came the rush of feet. From down the lane the short, vicious tongue flames of revolvers stabbed through the black, but in the darkness, save for those quick myriad flashes like gigantic fireflies winking in the night, he could see nothing. They were racing, racing like mad, he and this form beside him, for whose safety he prayed so wildly, so passionately in his soul now. It was only a step further, just another one, and the police, coming out of the Mole's, had not reached the gate yet. Just another step. And then a bullet, straying from the fight down there along the lane, drummed past his ear in an angry buzz, and the form beside him lurched heavily, stumbled, and pitched forward. And, with a low, broken cry, Jimmie Dale swung out a supporting arm, and pushing the shed door open with his elbow, gained the interior, and lowered his burden gently, a dead weight now, to the floor. And then Jimmie Dale sprang to the door, and swung a heavy bolt that was there into place. Then, running across the shed, he locked the other door as well. It was perhaps needless precaution. No one had seen them enter here, and there was little chance of the police developing any interest in the shed. While from the other side, Foo Sen's, the fact that there was a police battle in the lane would only cause the inmates of the dive to give the shed and lane the widest possible berth. It had taken scarcely a second to lock the doors, and now he knelt beside a form that was ominously still upon the floor, and called her name over and over again. "Marie! Marie! Marie!" he whispered frantically. There was no answer, no movement. The strong, steady hands shook, those marvellous fingers, usually so deft and sure, faltered now as they loosened the cloak and threw the hood back over the wig of tangled, matted hair. It was not the darkness alone that would not let him see. There was a mist and blur before his eyes. And now he loosened the heavy wig itself to give her relief. She would have no further need of that, for it would not be a Silver Mag that she left here, if she left here at all. No, no. His mind seemed breaking. She would leave here. She must. Yes, yes, she was breathing now. She was not dead. Not dead. He wrenched his flashlight from his pocket to find the wound and stop the flow of blood. The ray shot out. There was a cry from Jimmie Dale. And like a man distraught, he reeled to his feet, and like a man distraught stared at the upturned face, ghastly white under the flashlight's glare. It was the Pippin. The wig of grizzled hair that he had unconsciously been holding dropped from Jimmie Dale's hand, and his hand went upward to his temple. Was he mad? Was this joy, relief, rage, or fury that, surging upon him, was robbing him of his senses? The Pippin? How could it be the Pippin? The cloak with its hood and the long grey matted wig were very like Silver Mag's. Very like Silver Mag's. The Pippin. The Pippin! One-time actor who had murdered old Melinoff, the old clothes dealer. No, he was not mad. Dimly, his mind groping in the darkness, he began to see. The Pippin's eyes opened. "Who's there?" he demanded weakly. Jimmie Dale, without a word, leaned forward and threw the ray of light upon his own face. A queer smile flickered across the Pippin's lips. His voice, weak as it was debonair and careless. "Well, we nearly got you, Larry, at that. You fell for it, all right. Only someone," his voice weakened still farther, "must have spilled the beans to the police." Jimmie Dale made no answer. His lips were thinned and tight together. It was plain enough now. It had been a plan to get him, to get Larry the Bat, who was known to the underworld to be the Gray Seal, to get the Gray Seal through an appeal to the Gray Seal's loyalty toward his pal, Silver Mag. A plant, devilish enough in its ingenuity. Silver Mag impersonated. The news of her capture spread broadcast through the underworld on the chance that it would reach the ears of Larry the Bat and tempt Larry the Bat into the open, as it had done. He knew now why the Pippin had gone to Melinoff's. Old Melinoff's stock, more than any other dealer's, would be the most likely to supply the Pippin with the garments that, if not too closely inspected, would pass muster for Silver Mag's. He knew now why the underworld, believing what it had been told, had been warned to keep away from the Moles. He knew now that it was because he was to have no inkling that he was walking into a baited trap. He had torn the Pippin's clothing loose, found the bullet hole in the left side, perilously near the heart, and was striving now to staunch the other's wound. The man had little call for mercy, but at least... The Pippin pushed his hand away. "It's no use," said the Pippin. I'm done for. But I don't understand. When you came to the window, I went to the door and tipped them off that you were there, and the gang that was waiting started around into the lane so that you wouldn't get any chance to make a break that way. I don't understand. Where did the police come from?" "I sent them from Melinoff's," said Jimmie Dale grimly. The Pippin came up on his elbow. "You!" he gasped. "You know what happened there? You were wise to everything all the time?" "No," said Jimmie Dale. "I only knew you'd murdered Melinoff. You left one of your cuff links there." "Did I?" said the Pippin. He sank back on the floor again. "I didn't know it. It must have fallen out of my shirt when I undressed. I came away wearing women's things and carrying my own clothes in a bundle." He laughed shortly, huskily. "That's what was the matter with Melinoff. It was the old fool's own fault. I didn't want to hurt him. He didn't understand at first when I was pawing all his stuff over, but when he saw me try the things on and tumbled that I was going to play Silver Mag, he said he wouldn't stand for it. Ah, Silver Mag!" The Pippin's voice had taken on a queer mumbling note, and his mind seemed to be functioning suddenly in a half-wondering way. "Summerall, Silver Mag. I was the star tonight. You remember Silver Mag? How she used to go around in the old days and hand out the silver coins, never a bill, just coins, to the families whose men were doing spaces up the river in Sing Sing? She kept old Melinoff's wife going while he was in limbo, that's what he said. I didn't want to hurt the old fool, but he wouldn't keep his mouth shut. Ah, Silver Mag! It was some play on the boards tonight. Clever brain the big fellow's got. It wasn't any good if Silver Mag and Larry the Bat were together, but Silver Mag was seen buying a ticket and getting on a train for Chicago last night, and last night, later than that, the Gray Seal sent the Forrester stuff to the police. So they couldn't have been together this evening, unless he went afterwards to Chicago too. And he didn't do that because all the trains were watched. It was the biggest chance that ever came across of getting the Gray Seal in a trap. Some stage setting, some play. Clever brain, that." The voice trailed off. Outside there was quiet now, save for the crunch of an occasional footstep. The police who, as Jimmie Dale understood quite clearly now, had run into the Mole's gang as the two converged at the rear of the Mole's house, had evidently now got the better of the gangsters. And that convergence, too, explained why the Pippin had accompanied him so meekly toward the shed. The Pippin's one aim and object at that moment had been to avoid the police. He leaned suddenly forward over the man. The Pippin was going fast now. There was one thing yet, a thing that was vital, paramount, above all others. "Pippin," he said quietly, "you're going out. Who put up this plant? It wasn't the Mole. He's not big enough. He's only a tool like yourself. Who was it?" "No, not the Mole," murmured the Pippin. He isn't big enough. Clever brain. Clever brain. Clever." "Who was it? Answer me, Pippin." "Yes," said the Pippin, and the queer smile came again. I'll tell you. It was someone." Jimmie Dale could scarcely hear the words. "Someone who will get you yet." The smile was still on the Pippin's lips, but the man was dead. Jimmie Dale stood up again, and then Jimmie Dale, too, smiled. But it was a grim smile, hard and ominous. In his mind he had answered his own question. It was that unseen hand of last night. Only tonight the challenge had been direct. Well, he would pick up the gauntlet again, and at the same time perhaps add a little atmosphere to Carruthers' scoop. From his pocket came the thin metal insignia case, and, lifting it with the tiny tweezers, moistening the adhesive side with his tongue, Jimmie Dale stooped down and fastened the Gray Seal on the floor by the Pippin's side. And then Jimmie Dale crept out of the shed toward Fauchon's, and crept into the dark areaway, and, as he had come, by alleyways and lanes and through yards, and by ill-lighted, unfrequented streets, returned again to the Sanctuary. Alone. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Further Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. The Tocsin's Story. It was a whimsical movement, a whimsical trick of Jimmie Dale's, that outward thrust of his hand that he might study it in a curiously impersonal, yet mercilessly critical way. He laughed a little harshly as he allowed his hand to drop again to the arm of his chair. No, there was no tremor there. Mentally he might be near the breaking point, his nerves raw and on edge, but physically, outwardly, he gave no sign of the strain that, cumulative in its anxiety, had increased hourly, it seemed, in the 3 days that had passed since the night he had so narrowly escaped the trap laid by that unknown master criminal, whose cunning, power, and malignant genius was dominating and making itself felt in every den and dive of the underworld, and for whom the Pippin and the Mole that night had been but blind tools, pawns moved at the will of this unseen evil strategist upon a chessboard of inhuman deviltry. An evening newspaper lay open on the table. Jimmie Dale's eyes fixed for an instant on a glaring headline, then travelled slowly around the little room, one of the St. James Club's private writing rooms, and came back to the paper again. The failure of that night, the Pippin's death, the stir and publicity, the stimulus given to police activity had, it seemed, in no way acted as a deterrent upon the sinister ingenuity which, he made no doubt, was likewise the author of the mysterious crime that to-night was upon every tongue in the city. The murder of one of New York's most prominent bankers under almost incredible circumstances, and the coincident disappearance of a number of documents which were vaguely hinted at as being of international importance and of priceless worth. The crime had been committed in broad daylight, in mid-afternoon, in the banker's private office, and within call of the entire staff of the bank. No one had been seen either to enter or leave the office during an interval of some 15 or 20 minutes, previous to which time it had been established by one of the staff that the banker was engaged in his usual occupation at his desk, and at the expiration of which he had been discovered by the cashier lying dead upon the floor, his skull fractured by a blow that had evidently been dealt him from behind, the desk in disorder as though it had been hurriedly searched, and the papers, known to have been in the banker's possession at that time, gone. Jimmie Dale brushed his hand across his eyes in a dazed way. No, of course he did not know. He could not actually know that it was the same guiding evil genius at work here that had murdered both Forrester and old Melinoff. But something beyond actual proof, a sense of intuition, made of it a certainty in his own mind, at least, which left no room for argument. There had been viciously clever work here, as daring and crafty as it was remorseless in its brutality, and he laughed suddenly, harshly as before, and, rising abruptly from his chair, stepped to the window, pushed aside the portieres, and stood staring down on Fifth Avenue, whose great, wide, lighted thoroughfare seemed a curiously and incongruously lonely spot now in its evening quiet and emptiness. Suppose it was so. Granted that his intuition was in no way astray. What did it matter? It was a thing extraneous, of no personal significance to him. It was even strange that it had succeeded in intruding itself upon his thoughts at all, when mind and soul in these last few days had fought and groped and stumbled against the sickness of a fear that, growing upon him, had blotted out all other things from his consciousness. The Tocsin! Where was she? What had happened? Had she? No, he dared not let himself believe what a brutal logic told him now he should believe. He would not. He could not. And yet since that night when her note had come, the note that had been so full of a glad spontaneity, so full of victory. It is the beginning of the end. The way is clearing. I'm very happy tonight, and I wanted to tell you so." Since that night there had been no word from her. No, that was not literally true. There had been word from her, but, rather than having brought hope and reassurance to him, it had only increased his fear and anxiety. That night, after a return to the Sanctuary, where, in lieu of the character of Larry the Bat, he had resumed his own personality again, he had hurried to his home to await the expected word from her that would tell him her success, which her note had indicated was to be looked for at any moment, had been achieved. The night, however, had brought forth nothing. But in the morning, amongst the mail which old Jason, his butler, had handed him, had been a letter from her. It had been written evidently in leisure, and evidently prior to the hurried little note that happiness, a surge of joy, a gladness and a hope whose share she could not hold back from him, had undoubtedly prompted her to write. It had been born out of impulse, that note, an impulse due, apparently, to a sudden turn in the brave fight she was waging, which seemed to place the final victory almost within her grasp. The letter was not at all like that. It struck a far sterner note, the possibility of defeat, not in despair, not in the tone of failing courage, but as one who, weighing the chances, was not blind to an opponent's strength, but who, even in one's own defeat, still sought to snatch final victory even after death. Jimmie Dale turned from the window, sat down again in his chair, and drew the letter from his pocket, and, sitting there, the strong jaws clamped and locked, his face drawn in rigid lines, the dark, steady eyes cold and hard, read it again, as he had read it many times before, since Jason had handed it to him that morning several days ago. "Dear Philanthropic Crook, I wonder if I am writing those words for the last time. I believe I am. I do not mean I am in such danger that I will never have the opportunity again, but rather that I will never have the need to do so. But tonight should tell. It is very near the end, one way or the other, and I believe it is my way. Oh, Jimmie, I pray God it is, and that tomorrow— But I did not start this letter to you to talk of that. Long ago, do you remember, Jimmie, I wrote you that I would not, could not bring you into the shadows again for me, and that I must fight this out alone. It must be that way, Jimmie. There is no other way, and what I am about to say must not lead you to think that I am hesitating now or have changed my mind. It is only this, that the game is not won until the last card is played, and while I am almost certain that I see the way now, there is still that last card to play. Do not let us mince matters, Jimmie. If I fail, you know what it means. But in the bigger way, Jimmie, I can only count for but very little in the balance. There is the afterwards that is far more moment, that justice, swift and sure, should put an end to the depredations and the menace to society that exists today in the person of one of the cleverest and most conscienceless fiends that ever plotted crime. Nor, in case you should have to take up the work where I leave off, would you be even then obliged to come into those shadows again. It is very strange, Jimmie. It is almost like some grim, terribly grim, ironical joke. Everything, all the power, all the resources that this man possesses have been used against me in the last few months, because he knows that unless he accomplishes my death, he must remain in hiding, just as he has forced me into hiding. And yet, at the same time, and this he does not know, because he does not know that he is known to you, and that you, as Jimmie Dale, a man whose position and prominence would carry conviction with every word you might say, are in a position to testify against him. With my death, he automatically accomplishes his own destruction. And so you see, Jimmie, in one sense at least, I cannot fail. No, I do not mean to speak lightly. I have as much as you, Jimmie, to live for. Listen, then. We knew, you and I, that while both my supposed uncle and the head of the Crime Club were killed that night of the old Sanctuary fire, and that the greater number, almost all in fact, of the members of the band were caught by the police, that a few of them still evaded the trap and escaped. but we believed these were so few in number and were so thoroughly disorganized that nothing more was to be feared from them. And this, in a very great measure, is true. But it is not altogether true. No, I am not going to tell you that the Crime Club rose from its ashes and is in operation again. But one of the men who escaped that night, one of the club's leaders, possessed evidently of the secret as to where the club's surplus funds were hidden, is the man who, through a lavish use of those funds, is operating now through the underworld, who is responsible for Forrester's murder, and is the man who through all these months has sought to reach me. I refer to him as one of the leaders. I believe him now to have been the most dangerous of them all. You know him as Clark. Do you remember, Jimmie? He was the man who so cleverly impersonated Travers as the chauffeur after they had killed Travers. He was the man who was at the house that night when Travers first learned that my father and my uncle had been murdered, and that the same fate was in store for me. I told you that from where he sat in the room that night I could not see his face, that Travers told me who he was. But, apart from not being able to recognize him on that particular occasion, I knew him well, for he had been a frequent visitor to the house even prior to my father's death, and subsequently in company with Travers as one who appeared to have struck up an intimacy with my supposed uncle. The day after the Crime Club was raided by the police, you will remember that Clark not being amongst those caught, I gave the authorities what particulars I could in reference to the man. But nothing came of it. A description and the name of Clark was little enough to work on. The man had disappeared. Time passed, and I supposed, as no doubt you as well supposed, that Clark had made good his escape, and that he was probably well content with such good fortune, and that nothing more, if he could help it, would ever be heard of him. Jimmie, I was wrong. Within a month a series of narrow escapes from accidents, any one of which might easily have accomplished my death, seemed to follow me persistently. I will not take the time now to enumerate them all. They were so commonplace, so liable to happen to anyone, such for instance as escaping by a hair's breadth from being run down by a speeding car swerving around the corner as I started to cross the street, or again by an iron tackle falling from a scaffolding where work was in progress on the building in which, pending the remodelling of my own house, as you know, I had taken an apartment, that at first I attached no ulterior significance to them. But finally, as they persisted, I became convinced that they were deliberate and premeditated attempts upon my life. I said nothing to you, as I did not wish to alarm you. And then, one night, Clark showed himself. Do you remember the colourless liquid, the poison instantaneous in its action and defying detection by autopsy, which was so favourite a method of murder with the Crime Club? I had expected to be out for the evening, and had given the maids permission to go out together. It was about 8:30 when I left the apartment. I had only gone a few blocks when I returned for something I had forgotten. I was in my bedroom when I heard the hall door open stealthily. I switched off the bedroom light instantly and slipped into the clothes closet, leaving the door just ajar. I knew, of course, that if it were another attack directed against me, it was one that was prearranged and that was being made on the presumption that I was out and that the apartment was empty. There was silence for a moment or two, then a step crossed the threshold of the bedroom, and the light went on. It was Clark. There was a little night table beside the bed, on which my maid, before she had gone out, had placed as usual a carafe of ice water and a small tray of biscuits. Clark was evidently very well acquainted with this fact. He stepped at once to the table, took a vial from his pocket, poured the contents into the carafe, and the next instant the room was in darkness again, and Clark was gone. I acted as quickly as I could. I dared not move or give any sign of my presence until he was out of the apartment, for I would have accomplished nothing except my death. But the minute the outer door closed, I picked up the telephone to communicate with the vestibule. It was a ground-floor apartment, as you know. The one chance was to have the hall porter intercept Clark in the vestibule. As a matter of fact, the telephone was not answered for fully a minute or so. Too late, of course. Clark had vanished. The boy at the telephone desk said he'd been busy with another call. That is all, Jimmie. I saw clearly that night that there was only one thing left for me to do if I hoped to save my life, and that was to fight Clarke with his own weapons. And so I wrote you, and you know now why Marie LaSalle left the city for an extended trip, as her bankers informed you, and why during all these months I have disappeared. I come now to the last thing I have to say, the reason for writing this letter. My death was essential to Clarke, because he believed that I was the only one who could positively identify him as Clarke, and that therefore, as long as I lived, he could not resume his own identity and personal freedom of action, for fear that I might, even if only through inadvertence, recognize him. He could take no chances. But I believe I've beaten Clarke. I have discovered that Clarke is in reality Peter Marre, the shyster lawyer, better known among his clientele as Wizard Marre. But Marre too has disappeared. You understand, Jimmie? And now, hidden, under cover, never showing himself personally, Clarke is working not only to reach me, but to further all his other schemes through some agency without appearing himself either as Marre or as Clarke. I believe it is only a matter of a few hours now before I shall either have got to the bottom of who and what this agency is, or else— Again, do not let us mince matters, Jimmie. Clarke will have been too much for me. And in that latter case is found the whole object of this letter. Once I am removed from his path, and believing that no one else could or would link Clarke and Peter Marre together, he would naturally resume the freedom of his former life, and Peter Marre will appear again in his old-time surroundings, a Peter Marre unhampered by fear of discovery, and therefore a Peter Marre 100-fold more dangerous than ever before. And so, Jimmie, if that should happen, you have simply to get this information into the hands of the police, without appearing yourself, say, through the agency of the Gray Seal, and I shall not have brought you into the shadows again. The letter was signed simply Marie, but there was a postscript. You will hear from me the moment that I can tell you I am free at last. Jimmie Dale sat staring at the postscript. He made no movement, and there was no sound in the room save that the sheets of paper crackled slightly in his hand. He was afraid tonight, afraid as he had never been in his life before, and the fear that was gnawing at his heart was mirrored in a grey, rigid face, and in the misery that had crept into the dark, half-closed eyes. It was 3 days ago since he had received the letter, and the awaited, promised word had not come. 3 days, and the letter stated that it would be but a matter of a few hours before the decision that meant life or death was reached. And the hurried little note, so obviously written subsequent to the letter, though it had been received prior to it, but bore out in its very optimism the fact that the final card was then almost in the very act of being played. And since then there had been nothing. He put little faith in the Pippin's belief that she had gone to Chicago. He found no relief in that possibility at all. That they had seen her buy a ticket and board a train, yes. That for her own ends she had let them see her do that, yes. But whether she had ever gone or not was quite a different matter. Her letter would certainly indicate that she had not. But even if she had, she could have communicated with him from Chicago just as easily as she could have communicated with him from any place here in New York. Jimmie Dale's hand lifted and pressed hard against his temple, as though to still the dull, constant throbbing that brought to his mental agony the added torment of physical pain. For these 3 days now he had fought with mind and body and soul against the one conclusion that was tenable, the conclusion which tonight, robbing him of every hope in life, bringing a grief and anguish greater than he could bear, cold logic was finally forcing him to accept. She would have known the torment of anxiety in which he lived, and if her plans had only been delayed or checked, if it had been no more than that, she would surely have communicated with him and allayed his fears. A low sound, a moan of bitter pain, came from Jimmie Dale's lips. Logic had won at last, and was triumphant in the blackest hour that had ever come into his life. The one glimmer of hope to which, as time went on and one by one other hopes had vanished, he had still clung tenaciously, had surrendered too, and gone down before the face of that brutal logic that weighed neither human agony nor suffering in its remorseless conclusions. Clarke, it was true, had not yet resumed his former life as Peter Marre, but he, Jimmie Dale, was forced to admit now that that meant little or nothing. 1,001 reasons might account for Clarke postponing his re-entry into his old life. That the man had allowed 3 days to pass proved nothing. Marre. Peter Marre. Wizard Marre. A smile that held no mirth hovered for an instant over Jimmie Dale's lips. Yes, he knew Marre, Marre of the underworld, well. The man was brilliant, clever, and possessed of a devil's soul. Also, Marre, as certainly no other man had ever held it, held the confidence of Crimeland, and Crimeland had supplied the tricky lawyer with his clientele. And so Marre was Clarke, one of the leaders of the old Crime Club. Jimmie Dale's smile disappeared, and his lips drew straight and tight together. It was quite easily understood now. The returns in a financial sense from such a clientele, large even as they perhaps might be, were meagre and pitiful in comparison with the huge sums which, in one way and another, the Crime Club would have acquired. But the returns in another sense had been vast and of incalculable value, not only to Clarke, but to the Crime Club as well. Clarke's power in the underworld as Marre had reached the height where the underworld itself eulogized that power by bestowing on the man the moniker of Wizard, investing him, as it were, with a title and a peerage in that inglorious realm. And this power, supplying a foreknowledge of events through intimacy with those whispered secrets in the innermost circles of the citizenry of Crimeland, must have been of immeasurable worth. And now Clarke, hidden away somewhere, acting, it appeared, through some unknown agency and go-between, was utilizing that power with deadly cunning and effect, not only against the Tocsin, but against society at large, as witnessed the murder of Forrester of a few days ago, and presumably the murder of Jathan Lane, the banker, not longer ago than this afternoon. Jimmie Dale shook his head suddenly. Acting through some unknown agency? The Tocsin had not said that. Indeed, if she had been as near to the final move in this battle of wits which she had been playing for months as her letter indicated, she must have known by now who and what and where that agency was, and he could see plainly enough why she had kept her own counsel in that respect. It was through her great unselfish love for him that she had intentionally refrained from giving him any clue that would enable him to find his way into the danger zone which she reserved for herself alone. Yes, he understood that. But it only made what he feared now the harder to bear. She had been right, of course, in her conclusion as to what he would have done had she given him the opportunity. It was the one thing he had been fighting for, struggling for, battling for all these months, that clue, and she had told him only that Clarke was behind it all, and that Clarke was Peter Marre. And it had served him little. As though the earth had opened and swallowed the man and his alias up, there was neither trace nor sign of Peter Marre. He knew that well. He had not been idle since that letter came. He had instantly seized upon what he hoped would prove the clue that he could follow to the heart of the web, and the clue had led him nowhere. Marre, like the Tocsin, was somewhere on a trip. Marre's office was not closed. A year ago Marre had taken in with him as partner a young lawyer by the name of Cleaver, who lacked only, through experience, the same degree of dishonest finesse and cunning possessed by Marre himself, a defect which Marre had doubtless counted on speedily rectifying under his own unholy tutelage. Cleaver was carrying on the business. To all inquiries, Cleaver's replies had been the same. Mr. Marre, through overwork, had been obliged to take a rest. He did not know where Mr. Marre was, other than that Mr. Marre was making an extended tour through the Orient, nor did he know when Mr. Marre might be expected to return. Mr. Marre, purposely, in order that he might escape all thought and care of business, and to preclude the possibility of anything of that nature reaching him, had refrained from giving the office any specific address. But he, Jimmie Dale, had not been content with inquiries alone in those last few days, though the result here again had been nothing. He was satisfied only that, in so far as the main issue was concerned, Cleaver was not in Marre's confidence, and that Cleaver not only did not know Marre's exact whereabouts, but believed, as he had said, that Marre was travelling somewhere in the Orient. Jimmie Dale drew his hand heavily again across his forehead. It seemed as though the very act of sitting here was a traitorous act to her, that even in this momentary inaction he had cause for bitter self-reproach and even for contempt, and yet he could see no way now to take. In the last 3 days, as Smarlinghue, as Jimmie Dale, yes, even as Larry the Bat again, working with feverish intensity, with almost sleepless continuity, he had exhausted every means and effort within his power of running Marre, alias Clarke, to earth. There seemed nothing now left to do but to wait until Marre should resume his own identity, nothing left but the promise of a vengeance that— Again Jimmie Dale laughed harshly, and as the laugh died away, a smile took its place on the thinned lips that was not good to see. Yes, she was right in that. He knew Marre. He knew Marre, with his thin, cruel face, his black, sleepy eyes, his suave, ingratiating manner that hid under its veneer a devil's treachery. Nor, well as he knew the man, was it strange that he had not known Clarke as Peter Marre, for he had seen Clarke only once, that night in the long ago, in Spider Jack's, when the man, with consummate art, a master of disguise, had impersonated Travers, the dead chauffeur, and had succeeded in fooling even Spider Jack himself. But he, Jimmie Dale, knew now. Yes, she had been right. A whiteness came and gathered on his lips. In that sense she could not fail. Marre at least would pay. But perhaps not quite as she suggested, perhaps not quite by the simple act of a denunciation to the police, perhaps not quite in so simple a way as that, for, after all, his hand clenched over the sheets of her letter, though it would be easy enough to establish Marre's alias now that the alias was known, there might be another way in which Marre would answer, a more intimate way, a more personal way. Not murder. The skin was ivory white across his knuckles. Not murder, but— Jimmie Dale was quietly folding the sheets of paper in his hand. Someone was knocking at the door. "Come in," said Jimmie Dale, and slipped the letter back into his pocket as the door opened. It was one of the club's attendants. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Dale, sir," said the man, "but there's a phone call for you." He glanced toward the telephone on the table. "I was not sure just where you were, sir. Shall I ask them to connect you here?" "Thank you," said Jimmie pleasantly. "Very good, Masters. No, I'll attend to it myself." The man withdrew and closed the door again. Jimmie Dale rose from his chair, and, stepping to the table, picked up the instrument. "There's a call for me, I believe," he said. "This is Mr. Dale." There was a moment's silence. Then Jimmie Dale spoke again. "Yes? Hello?" he said. "Yes, this is Mr. Dale. What—" The room seemed suddenly to swirl about him. The hand so steady a few moments ago was trembling palpably now as it held the instrument. Her voice? No, he was mad. It was his brain, overwrought, strained, not to the breaking point, but beyond, that had broken at last, and was mocking at him now in some cruel fantasy. Her voice? No, it could not be, for she was— "Jimmie! Jimmie!" The voice came hurriedly again, almost frantically this time. "Jimmie, are you there?" "You!" His lips were dry. He moistened them with his tongue. "You!" he whispered hoarsely. "You, Marie! And I thought that you were— Jimmie!" she broke in, a quick, wistful catch in her voice. "I cannot stay here a moment. You understand, don't you? There's not an instant to lose. On the floor by the sanctuary window. A note. Will you hurry, Jimmie? Good-bye." She was gone. Mechanically he replaced the receiver on the hook. She was gone, but it was her voice he had heard. Hers. And she was alive. The play of emotion upon him robbed him for the moment of coherent thought, and came and swept over him in a mighty surge and engulfed him. And now, in the sudden revulsion from despair and the bitterest of agony, his mind was dazed and numbed. It seemed as though he were obeying some subconscious power as he turned and left the room, as though some influence outside of and extraneous to himself gave him a spurious self-mastery, a self-command, a mask of nonchalance, as he walked calmly through the club lobby and out to the street. Benson, his chauffeur, held the door of his car open for him. "Where to, sir?" Benson asked. "The Palace, Bowery," Jimmie Dale answered. "And hurry, Benson." End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Further Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Hunchback Joe. Jimmie Dale flung himself back on the seat of the big touring car. It was an address, the Palace Saloon on the Bowery, that he'd often given Benson before, the nearest point to which Benson, trusted as Benson was, had ever been permitted to approach the Sanctuary itself. The night air, the sweep of the wind was grateful as the machine sped forward. He did not reason. He could not reason. His mind was in turmoil still. Only two things were clear, distinct, rising dominant out of that turmoil: that he had heard her voice that he had never thought to hear again, and that there was need, a desperate need for haste now, because he must reach the Sanctuary without an instant's loss of time. And then gradually his brain began to clear, to adjust itself, to function normally, and when finally the car drew up at a corner on the Bowery, it was a Jimmie Dale, keen, self-possessed and alert, who sprang briskly to the pavement. "Will you need me any further, sir?" Benson asked. Jimmie Dale was lighting a cigarette deliberately. It was the same question that he was pondering in his own mind, but the answer was dependent upon the contents of that note which was waiting for him in the Sanctuary. "I'm not quite sure, Benson," he replied. "In any case, you'd better wait here for 20 minutes. If I'm not back in that time, you may go home. Don't wait any longer." "Very good, sir," Benson answered. It was only a short distance to the Sanctuary, down the cross street, a turn into another only to emerge again on one that paralleled the first, and then Jimmie Dale, walking slowly now, was sauntering along an ill-lighted thoroughfare flanked on either side with a miscellany of small shops and tenements of the cheaper class. There were but few pedestrians in sight, but as he neared the tenement that made the corner of the lane ahead, Jimmie Dale's pace became still more leisurely. A man and a woman were strolling up the street toward him. They passed. Jimmie Dale, at the corner of the lane now, glanced behind him. The two were self-absorbed. And then, like a shadow merging with the darkness of the lane, Jimmie Dale had disappeared. In an instant he had gained the loose board in the high fence, and in another, pressing close to the rear wall of the tenement, he had reached the little French window that gave on the dingy courtyard. There was an almost inaudible sound, a faint metallic snip, as, kneeling, his fingers loosened the hidden catch beneath the sill, and the window, on well-oiled hinges, swung silently inward, and closed as silently again behind Jimmie Dale as he entered. The top light, high up near the ceiling, threw a misty ray of moonlight along the greasy, threadbare carpet, and threw into relief a folded piece of dark-coloured paper at Jimmie Dale's feet. He stooped and picked it up, and then, moving close to the window again, his fingers, in the darkness, felt over the dilapidated roller shade to assure himself that the rents were securely pinned together against the possibility of prying eyes. He stepped quickly then across the room, tested the door lock, and then the single gas jet, air-choked, hissing spitefully, illuminated the room with a wavering, meagre yellow flame. Under the light, Jimmie Dale unfolded the paper, his face hardening suddenly. It was not like any note she had ever written him before. There was no white envelope here, no paper of fine and delicate texture, no ink-written message carefully penned. Instead, evidence enough of a desperate haste, the desperate circumstances probably under which she had written it. The message was on a torn piece of brown wrapping paper, and the words, in pencil, were scrawled in hurried, broken sentences. And standing there, fighting for a grip upon himself, Jimmie Dale read the message, almost illegible in places, and then, as though a strange incredulity, a strange inability to grasp and understand its import fully were prompting him, he read it again, murmuring snatches of it aloud. "I did not mean to bring you into the shadows, but there is another life, not mine, at stake. I have no right to do anything else. If I intervened or gave warning, the evidence that will convict Clarke's agent and will convict Clarke through the agent is lost. That is why, in spite of all, I am writing this. Do you understand? For 3 nights he disappeared, and somehow, I do not yet know how, evaded me in the daytime. No trace, just as I believed I had the man through whom Clarke is working trapped. Dared not take the chance of giving up watch for an instant. Did not know about this afternoon until an hour ago. Too late. Jathan Lane's murder at the bank. Klanner, the janitor of the bank. Very fair hair, scar on left cheekbone. Worked at night. Under passage from private office. Black jack with which murder was done, document and money in Klanner's room. Unmarried. Lives in rear room, first floor of tenement at. You must give the evidence. Unto Caesar. Ship chandler's store, junk shop. Leerens, Joe Leerens, the hunchback. Clarke's agent. Another murder to cover up their tracks. Must get Clarke through Hunchback Joe. Will squeal if he sees no way of escape. Klanner's room at once. Klanner with Kid Greer will be at Baldy Jack's at 10 o'clock. Will stop at nothing. Innocent bystander. Document of international importance. Gold and details. Federal authorities, not the police. Will see that Secret Service men get tip where to raid at midnight, under the sailcloth in left corner. Jimmie Dale was tearing the paper into little shreds. His brain, eagerly now, was leaping from premise to conclusion, fitting the strange, complex parts of a story, seemingly so utterly at variance one with another, into a single, concrete whole. Yes, he understood why, in spite of herself, she had been forced to bring him within those shadows at the last, to save another's life, which she could not do alone without forfeiting the opportunity of securing the evidence that would condemn those actually guilty, and reach, through the lesser lights, the man higher up, Marre, alias Clarke. Yes, he understood, too, that this was the end, if all went well. A grim smile came and flickered across Jimmie Dale's lips. She believed that Hunchback Joe, if caught and trapped, would squeal to the police. The grim smile deepened. Hunchback Joe might or might not squeal to the police, but in any case Hunchback Joe would tell his story. He, Jimmie Dale, would see to that. Whatever the cost, whatever the consequences, if he had to choke and wring it from the man's lips. It was a surer way than trusting to the police. It was the only sure way of reaching the end. The cost? The risk? What did it matter? What was cost or risk? Her life was in the balance. He glanced quickly around him. Would it be as Smarlinghue tonight? He shook his head. No, if it were really the end, if he won through tonight, this would be the last time he would ever stand here in the Sanctuary, and to leave the clothes of Jimmie Dale here, even in so secure a hiding place as behind that movable section of the baseboard, would impose upon him the necessity of returning, was but to hamper himself, and indeed, as likely as not, if hard pressed, to court disaster. His glance, strangely whimsical, strangely wistful now, travelled again over the room. If it was the end tonight, this was his good-bye to Smarlinghue, to Larry the Bat, and the Gray Seal. This was his exit from the sordid stage of the underworld, forever. Yes, in time, suspicious of Smarlinghue's continued absence, they would investigate and search the Sanctuary here. They might even discover that hiding place in the wall. But what did it matter? They would find only the trappings of a character that had passed out of existence, and out of that fact The police and the underworld would be privileged to make what capital they could. No, it would not be as Smarlinghue that he would work tonight. He was well enough as he was. He had not worn evening clothes since that letter came, for the nights had been spent in constant toil, and the dark suit of tweeds he wore now was not conspicuous. Nor need he even have recourse to that hiding place again. What he required was already in his pockets. For days now, in whatever role he had played, he had been prepared for any emergency. Jimmie Dale looked at his watch. It was 10 minutes after 9, and, reaching up, turned out the light. A minute more, and the French window was silently opened and closed again, and Jimmie Dale was once more on the street. Here, walking quickly, but keeping to the less frequented streets, he headed deeper into the East Side. He would have no need of Benson, and Benson, without further ado, at the expiration of the allotted 20 minutes, would obey orders literally and go home. No, he would have no further need of Benson and the car. Jimmie Dale smiled curiously, his mind absorbed now in the immediate problem that confronted him. They worked on a carefully prepared and methodical schedule, these minions of Clarke or Marre, allowing ample time in each successive step in their plans that there might be neither confusion nor mistake in what they did. Well, what was ample time for them was ample time for him. It was not far from the tenement where the Tocsin had said Klanner lived to Baldy Jack's, and Klanner was not due at Baldy Jack's until 10 o'clock. Under the slouch hat, pulled far down over his eyes, Jimmie Dale's brows knitted into a frown. It was true then, and his intuition had not been at fault. It was Clarke who had planned the murder and robbery at the bank that afternoon, and Hunchback Joe, Clarke's familiar, and his accomplices who had carried it out. Yes, it had been clever enough, but difficult enough too. Yet of two alternatives they had chosen the easiest. The document containing the secret international arrangements for gold shipments into the United States, embracing European commitments and including transportation details, was always, except when in the banker's personal possession, carefully locked away in the bank's vaults. In the daytime, then, it was impossible for a stranger to reach those vaults, and at night time to attempt to force the strongest vaults in the city of New York with their intricate electric alarm system was a task from which even Clarke might shrink. The Tocsin had made it very clear. The document, or documents, never left the bank's premises. It never left the bank's vaults, except when in the possession of the bank's president in the latter's private office. Clarke had therefore chosen the line of least resistance, the bank president's office. And that accounted, he, Jimmie Dale, understood now, for the sudden failure of the Tocsin's plans 3 nights ago, since it accounted evidently for the sudden disappearance of Hunchback Joe, who had checkmated her on that night and on subsequent nights, for it had taken those 3 nights to perfect their plans in the bank, and the work there had evidently been done under the personal supervision of Hunchback Joe. The plan's cleverness and cunning lay in its devilish simplicity. It required only long, painstaking and laborious preparation. There were, according to the newspapers, 2 entrances to the banker's private office, the customer's entrance from the main rotunda of the bank, and a rear entrance leading in behind the cages to the working quarters of the staff, which was separated from the general offices by a short, narrow, enclosed passage with a second door at the extreme end. The president's office, as befitted his position, was richly furnished, and the passage, being in reality but an adjunct to the office itself, had not been overlooked. It was carpeted with a long Persian rug. That portion of the basement directly beneath the president's office and the passage had been partitioned off into a storeroom for old files and books, and was consequently rarely visited. For the rest, the method was fairly obvious. The storeroom was sealed in with wood, which, when carefully cut away, could be replaced during the daytime, and so hide all traces of what was going on should anyone enter the place. It required, then, simply a certain number of nights' work, and it had taken 3. An opening had been cut through the flooring into the passage, and the surface flooring of the passage over the aperture refitted into place, so that, covered by the rug, there was no indication that anything was wrong. The minor details the Tocsin had passed over, but to supply them required but little effort of the imagination. The president customarily devoted a certain amount of time each afternoon to the matter in question, and immediately on his return from lunch always took the papers from the vault and carried them to his private office. It became then simply necessary that the man or men hiding in the basement should know when the president was alone, but this would hardly be a very difficult matter, for, with nothing but the upper skin of the flooring left, one had only to post himself in the opening, and he could hear as well, almost, as though he were in the private office itself. The entrance could then be effected in the security of the little passage. The rear door of the passage would be silently locked against interruption. The door leading into the president's office, where the president sat with his back to the door, would be silently opened. Then a quick leap, soundless on the heavy carpet, the blow of a blackjack, the limp body caught and lowered to the floor, the documents secured, the escape. The escape. Jimmie Dale had turned suddenly into a pitch-black areaway, and, cautiously now, was making his way to the rear of a 3-story tenement of the poorer class. The escape had naturally been accomplished in exactly the same way. The rear door unlocked again to obviate any immediate attention being paid to the passage, the murderer lowering himself through the aperture, and, as he replaced the flooring, manipulating the rug so that it would drop innocently back into place, and the exit from the basement would of course already have been provided for. Jimmie Dale's face was hard. The newspapers, going to press almost at the moment the murder was discovered, though giving a general description of the bank's premises, had had no opportunity to furnish details of the ensuing police investigation. But that the police would eventually discover the hole in the flooring was obvious. That they would also discover it without much delay was equally obvious. And it had been intended that they should. Clarke's object, acting through Hunchback Joe, had been to provide only for the immediate escape, and after that, with callous deviltry, he proposed to utilize this very means of escape to cover up the tracks of the tools who were doing his work, and, backed with another murder, to put the crime upon another's shoulders. Jimmie Dale had halted now to survey his surroundings, and, his eyes grown accustomed to the darkness, he could make out a door opening on the small yard in which he stood, and to the right of the door an unlighted and closed window. That was Klanner's window. He did not know Klanner, the bank's janitor, except that he knew him as an innocent man, as the proposed victim of as foul and black and pitiless a conspiracy as had ever been hatched in a human brain. Nor did he know Hunchback Joe, save by reputation. The man was a comparative newcomer in the underworld. He had bought out a small ship chandler's business, a rickety out-at-the-heels place on an equally rickety old wharf on the East River, and it was generally understood that he was a fence of a sort, making a specialty of and catering to a certain extensive and vicious class of thieves, the wharf rats who infested the city's shipping, his ostensible business of a ship chandler enabling him to handle and dispose of that class of stolen property with comparative immunity. Jimmie Dale was crouching at the door, a little steel picklock in his fingers. It was fairly evident now that the underworld in general had but an extremely superficial acquaintance with Hunchback Joe, that Hunchback Joe's minor depredations against the law were but a cloak to— The mental soliloquy ended abruptly. Jimmie Dale drew suddenly back from the door and, retreating along the wall of the building, crouched down in the darkness beneath the window. What was that? It came again. A step, stealthy, cautious, from the areaway, and now another step. There were 2 men there. The picklock was back in his pocket, and, in its place, his fingers closed around the stock of his automatic. A shadow showed around the corner of the building, a queer, twisted, misshapen shadow. It was followed by another. Jimmie Dale drew in his breath softly. Hunchback Joe. He had rather expected that the man would already have come and gone, that this initial act of the brutal drama staged for the night's work would already have been performed. Well, it did not matter. There was still time to wait while Hunchback Joe did his work here, time in turn to do his own and still reach Baldy Jack's before 10 o'clock. From somewhere in the distance came the roar and rattle of an elevated train. From a neighbouring tenement came the strains of a wheezy phonograph. The figures were at the rear door of the tenement now. A minute passed. The door opened, closed. The two figures had disappeared, and then, in a flash, Jimmie Dale had straightened up, and the steel Jimmie was working with deft, silent speed at the window sash. He had the time it would take Hunchback Joe to reach and open Klanner's door from the hall inside, no more, and if he could watch Hunchback Joe at work, it would simplify to a very large extent his own task when Hunchback Joe was through. There would be no necessity for a search, and the window gave. He raised it noiselessly, reached inside and pulled down the roller shade to within an inch of the sill, and pulled the window down again to a little below the level of the shade. The opening left was unnoticeable, but he could now both see and hear. There came a faint sound from within, the creak of a slowly opening door, a step across the floor, then the flare of a match, and the light in the room went on. Jimmie Dale was drawn back now against the wall at one corner of the window, his eyes on a level with the sill. He had made no mistake about that misshapen, twisted shadow. It was Hunchback Joe. Jimmie Dale's eyes travelled to the hunchback's companion, and narrowed as he recognized the other. The man was well enough known in the underworld, a hanger-on for the most part, a confirmed hop-fighter, though when not under the influence of the drug he was counted one of the cleverest second-story workers and lock-pickers in the Bad Lands. Hoppy Meggs, they called him. Again Jimmie Dale's eyes shifted, to Hunchback Joe once more. Like some abnormal and repulsive toad, the man looked. His shoulders were thrust upward until they seemed to merge with the head itself. The body was crooked and bent forward, due to the ugly deformity of the man's back, while the face was carried at an upward tilt, as though tardily to rectify the curvature of the spine, and out of the sinister, bearded face, the beard tawny and ill-kempt, little black eyes from under protruding brows blinked ceaselessly. A sudden fury, and anger, hot and passionate, seized upon Jimmie Dale, and there came an impulse almost overpowering to play another role, a deadlier, grimmer role than that of spectator. A toad, he had called the man. He was wrong. The man was a devil in human guise. He crushed back the impulse, a cold smile on his lips. He could afford to wait. It was not time yet. There was still the game to play out. He would have an opportunity to give full sway to impulse before the night was out, before the Tocsin should have set the Secret Service man upon the other's trail, before midnight came. Hunchback Joe was speaking now. "Go on, Hoppy, get busy," he ordered sharply, jerking his hand toward a trunk that stood at the foot of the cheap iron bedstead. "Get that opened. Hurry up. And see that you don't leave any scratches on it, or you understand?" He leaned forward, leering with sudden savagery at his companion. Hoppy Meggs moved forward, dropped on his knees in front of the trunk, examined the lock for an instant, and grunted in contempt. It's a cinch. Say I could do with a hairpin," he grinned, and a moment later threw back the lid. Hunchback Joe drew a short, ugly blackjack, a packet of papers, and a large roll of bills from his pocket, and tossed the articles into the trunk. "Lock it again," he instructed tersely. Hoppy Meggs hesitated. He was staring into the trunk. "Say, youse don't mean dat, do youse?" he demanded heavily. "Not them papers that—" Hunchback Joe's smile was not pleasant. "Lock the trunk," he said curtly. And then, as Hoppy Meggs closed down the lid, "I didn't bring you here to offer any advice, but as I don't want you to labour under the impression that, not having any brains of your own, there aren't, therefore, any brains at all to stand between you and the police, I'll tell you. If they recover the original document, besides fixing the crime on Klanner, they'll figure they've got it back before any harm has been done, and before it has been passed on to whoever had paid down the little cash advance to Klanner for the job in the shape of that roll there, eh? And figuring that way, they won't change any of the plans or details as they stand now in those papers, eh? And meanwhile, a copy is just as good to the man who is coughing up to you and me and the rest of us for this, isn't it?" "My God!" said Hoppy Meggs in fervent admiration as he locked the trunk. "Yes," said Hunchback Joe, and the snarl was back in his voice. "And now you see to it that you've got the rest of what you've got to do straight. It won't pay you to make any mistakes. Let the Mole's crowd start something before you pull the lights. It's got to look like a drunken row where the bystander, with nobody but himself to blame for being in such a place as that, accidentally gets his. And you tip the kid off again to leave Klanner by his lonesome at the table before the trouble starts, or he'll get in bad himself. The kid can pull a fake play to make up with some mole across the room. Klanner's no friend of his. He never saw the man before, you understand? Just ran into him outside the dance hall, if any questions are asked. But I don't want any questions, and there won't be any if he plays his hand right. Tell him I said his job's over once he has Klanner inside, and to stand from under. Get me?" "Sure," said Hoppy Meggs. "Well, we'll beat it then," snapped Hunchback Joe. The room was in darkness again. Jimmie Dale crouched further back along the wall. The rear door opened, two shadows emerged, passed around the corner of the tenement, and disappeared. The minutes passed, 5 of them, and then Jimmie Dale, too, was making his way softly along the areaway to the street. But in Jimmie Dale's pockets were the short leaden blackjack, ugly with a stain on its leathern covering, the packet of papers, and the roll of banknotes that had been in Klanner's trunk. He gained the street, paused under the nearest street lamp to consult his watch, and swung briskly along again. It was a matter of only 2 blocks to Baldy Jack's, one of the most infamous dance halls in the Badlands, but it was already 10 minutes to 10. And now a curious metamorphosis came to Jimmie Dale's appearance. The neat, well-fitting Fifth Avenue tweeds did not fit quite so perfectly. The coat bunched a little at the shoulders, the trousers were drawn a little higher until they lost their set. His hat was pulled still farther over his eyes, but at a more rakish angle, and his tie, tucked into his shirt bosom just below the collar, exposed blatantly a diamond shirt stud. But on Jimmie Dale's lips there was an ominous smile not wholly in keeping with the somewhat jaunty swagger he had assumed, and the lines at the corners of his mouth were drawn down hard and sharp. It was miserable work, the work of a hound and cur. Who, better than the janitor of the bank, would have had the opportunity to carry on that work there? And so they had selected Klanner as their victim. But Klanner, if allowed to talk, might be able to defend himself. Therefore, Klanner would not be allowed to talk. There was only one way to prevent that effectively: by killing Klanner. But again, Klanner's death must not appear in any way to be consequent to the murder at the bank. Therefore, it was to bear every evidence of having been purely inadvertent, and, in a way, an accident. Yes, it was crafty enough, hideous enough to be fully worthy even of the fiendish brain that had planned it. Kid Greer, having probably struck up an acquaintance with Klanner during the past few days, had inveigled Klanner tonight into Baldy Jack's, ostensibly, no doubt, for an innocent and casual glass of beer, and in a general row and melee in the dance hall, not an uncommon occurrence in a place like Baldy Jack's, Klanner would be shot and killed. The rest was obvious. The man's effects would naturally be examined, and the evidence of his guilt found in his trunk. It was an open and shut game against a dead man. Even his previous good record would smash on the rock of a presumed double life. The fact that Klanner had voluntarily been in a place like Baldy Jack's was damning in itself. Jimmie Dale, approaching the garishly lighted exterior of the dance hall now, lit a cigarette. The plan, if successful, placed the guilt without question or cavil upon Klanner. But that was not all. Strong as that motive might be, Clarke had had still another in view, and one that perhaps took precedence over the first. Hunchback Joe had defined it clearly enough. The documents would have been valueless to Clarke, either to sell or to put to any use himself, if the plans and arrangements they contained were subsequently altered or changed. But it was obvious that a man in Klanner's station could have no personal interest in them. It was obvious, as evidenced by the money, that he was working for someone else, and therefore the documents appearing in his trunk would logically appear to have been recovered before he had been able to hand them over to his principal, and before any vital harm had been done that would necessitate any change in the details they contained. Jimmie Dale pushed the door of the dance hall open and stepped nonchalantly inside. It was the usual scene. There was the usual hilarious uproar, the usual close, almost fetid atmosphere that mingled the odours of stale beer and tobacco. Baldy Jack's was always popular, and the place, even for that early hour, was already doing a thriving business. Jimmie Dale's eyes, from a dozen couples swirling in the throes of the bunny hug on the polished section of the floor in the centre of the hall, strayed over the little tables that were ranged 3 and 4 deep around the walls. At the upper end of the room a man, fair-haired and neatly dressed, though his clothes were evidently not those of one in over-affluent circumstances, sat alone at one of the tables. It might, or might not, be Klanner. Jimmie Dale strolled forward, up the hall, and, as though deliberating over his selection of a seat, paused by the table. The man looked up. There was a long, jagged scar on the other's right cheekbone. It was Klanner. Jimmie Dale pulled out a chair at a vacant table directly behind the other and sat down. A waiter in beer-spotted apron and balancing a dripping tray came for his order. "Suds," said Jimmie Dale laconically. Again Jimmie Dale's eyes made a circuit of the place, failed to identify the person of one Kid Greer, and, giving up the attempt, rested speculatively instead on Klanner's back. Yes, he could quite fully understand why the Tocsin could not have warned Klanner to beware, for instance, of Kid Greer. Such a warning, apart from keeping Hunchback Joe from planting the evidence, would even have defeated its own end, for, even to save Klanner, the game had to be played out as Hunchback Joe had planned it. They meant to get Klanner, and if not here at Baldy Jack's, then somewhere else. She knew what they meant to do here. She might not know when or how or where they would make the attempt if they had been forced to change their plans. Jimmie Dale tossed a coin on the table as the waiter set down a glass of beer in front of him, and then, over the top of the glass, Jimmie Dale resumed his scrutiny of the hall. Directly behind him was a back entrance that opened on a lane at the rear of the building, and between himself and the entrance was only one table, which was unoccupied. Jimmie Dale, playing with his matchbox as he lighted another cigarette, dropped the box, stooped to pick it up, and drew his chair unostentatiously nearer to Klanner. It was 10 o'clock now, time that yes, the game was on now. A man that he recognized as one of the Mole's gunmen had dropped into a seat a couple of tables away from Klanner, where there was a clear space between the two men. There was a sudden jostling among the dancers on the floor, then an oath rising high above the riot of talk and laughter, a swirl of figures, a medley of shouts and women's screams, drowning out the squeak of the musicians' violins and the thump of the tinny piano. Jimmie Dale's jaws locked hard together. There was a struggling, furious mob at the lower end of the hall, but his eyes now never left the gunman 2 tables away. Klanner, in dazed amazement, had half risen from his seat as though uncertain what to do. The screams, shouts, oaths and yells grew louder. Came the roar of a revolver shot, another. Pandemonium was reigning now. It seemed an hour, a great period of time since the first shout had run through the hall. It had been but a matter of seconds. Jimmie Dale was crouched a little forward in his chair now, tense, motionless. What was holding Hoppy Meggs? This was Hoppy Meggs' cue, wasn't it? Those shots there, aimed at the floor, had only been to create the panic. There was to be another shot that the hall was in sudden darkness. With a spring, quick on the instant, Jimmie Dale was upon Klanner's back, hurling the man to the floor. The tongue flame of a revolver split the black over his head. There was the deafening roar of a revolver shot almost in his ears that blotted out for an instant all other sounds. And then came the shouts and cries again in an excess of terror, and now the rush of feet, a blind stampede in the darkness for the exits. Another shot from the gunman, as though to make his work doubly sure, followed the first. But now some of the fear-stricken crowd had come between them, plunging, falling, tripping over tables and chairs, seeking the rear exit. "Quick!" Jimmie Dale breathed in Klanner's ear. He was half lifting, half dragging the man along. "Quick! Get to your feet, man!" There was a surging mob around them now, pushing, fighting madly to reach the door, and, as Klanner regained his feet, they were both swept forward, and, lunging through the door, were precipitated out into the lane. And here, wary of a riot call that had probably already been rung in by the patrolman on the beat, the crowd was taking to its heels and dispersing in both directions along the lane. "Quick!" said Jimmie Dale again, and, with his hand on Klanner's arm, broke into a run. Those running in the same direction turned off from the lane at the first cross street, but Jimmie Dale held to the lane, and it was 3 blocks away from Baldy Jack's before he stopped. Klanner was panting from his exertions. "My God! What's it mean?" he gasped. I thought I saw a revolver in that man's hand. The fellow next to me, just as the lights went out." "You probably did," said Jimmie Dale grimly. "Well, what's it mean?" repeated Klanner heavily. It was a moment before Jimmie Dale answered. For the man's own sake, the less that Klanner knew the better, probably, and yet the man must be kept out of harm's way for the rest of the night. Having failed at Baldy Jack's, it was certain, since Clarke's whole plan hinged on Klanner's death, that they would try again. After tonight, if all went well, it did not matter, for Klanner then would be no longer a factor to Clarke or Hunchback Joe. "It means," said Jimmie Dale gravely, "that there's been some sort of a gangsters' fight pulled off, and that probably there's been dirty work, murder, in there. The police will go the limit to round up everybody they can find who was in Baldy Jack's. There's only one thing to do: keep your mouth shut and lie low tonight. You can't take any chances of getting into this. You look like a man who's got a decent job he doesn't want to lose, and you don't look like a man who's entitled to be saddled with a reputation for hanging around that sort of place. Do you live near here?" "Yes," said Klanner, a little dully. "Well then," said Jimmie Dale quietly, "get out of this neighbourhood for tonight. Don't risk recognition while the chase is hot. Go uptown somewhere to any hotel you like, and stay there in your room. You can go to work just as well from there in the morning. Got any money?" "Yes," said Klanner slowly. "Yes, I got some money. And I guess you're right. Say, who are you, anyway? You seem to have a line on this sort of thing, and I guess I owe you a whole skin. If you hadn't—" "I'm a man in a hurry," said Jimmie Dale whimsically. Then the grim note crept back into his voice. "I'm giving you a straight tip. Take it, and take that streetcar that's coming along there." He held out his hand. "Sure," said Klanner, "and "Good night," said Jimmie Dale, and started abruptly across the street, entering the lane on the other side again, but here in the shadows he paused for a moment, watching until Klanner boarded the uptown car. Chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Further Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. At 5 minutes of 12. 20 minutes later, well along the East River front, in an unsavoury and deserted neighbourhood, Jimmie Dale was crouched before the door of a small building that seemed built half on the shore edge and half on an old and run-down pier that extended out into the water. The building itself was little more than a storage shed, and originally had probably laid claims to nothing more pretentious. Today it served as warehouse and office for Hunchback Joe's business, and above for Hunchback Joe's living quarters. Jimmie Dale glanced around him sharply, not for the first time. There were no other buildings in his immediate vicinity, and such as could be seen loomed up only as black, shadowy, distant shapes, warehouses and small factories for the most part, and empty and deserted now at night. It was intensely black, only a twinkling light here and there from a passing craft on the river, and the glow from thousands of street lamps that, like some strange aerial illumination, hovered over the opposite shore. The shed itself, windowless at least in front, was as silent, as deserted, and as black as all around it. Jimmie Dale's hand stole into his pocket, produced a black silk mask, adjusted the mask over his face, and then the deft, slim fingers were at work with a little steel instrument on the door lock. A moment more, and the door swung silently inward, slowly, inch by inch. He listened intently. There was no sound. He stepped inside, and silently closed and locked the door behind. If Hunchback Joe had not returned yet, it was necessary that Hunchback Joe should find the door as he had left it, locked. Again Jimmie Dale listened, and then the ray of his flashlight circled the place. A miscellany of ship's junk was piled without any attempt at order all over the place. A board partition with two small windows, one on each side of the door, ran from side to side of the shed about a third of the way up its length, and in the sides of the shed itself were also two small, narrow windows, too small and too narrow, Jimmie Dale noted grimly, for the passage of a man's body. He moved forward cautiously, though he was almost certain that he was ahead of Hunchback Joe. He, Jimmie Dale, had come without an instant's loss of time from Baldy Jack's. It was more than an even chance that Hunchback Joe would have remained somewhere in the neighbourhood until the affair was over. It would take some little time, not until after the police had restored order, to discover that the attempt upon Klanner had been abortive, that Klanner's body was not lying there dead on the floor. But after that, Jimmie Dale opened the door of the partition stealthily, slipped through, and, as his flashlight swept around again, nodded his head sharply. Yes, he had thought so. There was a means of communication here, a telephone. Well then, after that, Hunchback Joe would set every crook and tool over whom he had any control at work to find Klanner. But that meant different men at work in many different directions, and there must therefore be some central spot where Hunchback Joe could be instantly reached and reports made to him should Klanner be found. And what better place, what more likely place than here in the security of his own lair? Yes, Hunchback Joe, since he, Jimmie Dale, was now satisfied that the other had not yet returned, would be back here, and in all probability long before midnight. Midnight. Why had the Tocsin set midnight, waited for midnight as the hour for the Secret Service raid? Did she have a hidden purpose in that? Was it possible she knew that someone beside Hunchback Joe would also be here at that hour? That Clarke might be here too? Well, why not? There might well be need for a conference between Clarke and his unholy chief of staff. There might. Jimmie Dale frowned savagely. His mind was running riot. He had not come here to speculate on possibilities, for, whatever might happen, there was definite and instant work to do. The white ray of the flashlight played steadily now around him. The place evidently served as the office. It was partitioned off again in exactly the same manner from the rear of the shed, making an oblong enclosure the width of the shed one way and a good 15 feet the other. It was electric lighted, and contained a battered table in lieu of a desk, upon which stood the telephone. There were several chairs, and a safe, whose scratched, marred, and apparently ramshackle exterior did not disguise from Jimmie Dale the fact that it was of the finest and most modern make. A rough wooden stairway led above. Jimmie Dale mounted this, found that it gave on a crudely furnished attic-like bedroom, and then, descending again, he opened the rear door of the partition and flashed his light around the back of the shed. There were a few packing cases here, that was all. The shed was evidently built out to the extreme end of the pier, judging from its depth, and there had been side doors, but these were boarded up and bore evidence of having been long out of use. And there were no windows. Jimmie Dale returned now to the front of the shed. Under the sailcloth in left corner, she had written. Yes, here it was. He stooped down, a twisted smile on his lips, and, taking from his pocket the packet of papers and a blackjack, tucked them under several folds of the cloth. "Unto Caesar," she had said. Well, he had rendered back to Caesar the things that were Caesar's. He straightened up. The Secret Service man would know where to look. She would have seen to that. Unto Caesar. The smile died away, and an angry red tinged Jimmie Dale's cheeks. He was picturing again that scene in Klanner's room, the bestial deviltry of that deformed and hideous creature who, to cover up his own guilt, was railroading an innocent man to death. Unto Caesar. Yes, there was grim justice here, but that was not enough. Justice might and would have its turn, but before then there was another sort of justice too. He went back into the office and sat down in a chair beside the table where he could command the door. He laid his flashlight, the ray on, upon the table, took from his pocket the metal insignia case, lifted out a seal, dropped it by means of the tweezers on his handkerchief, folded the handkerchief carefully, and replaced the insignia case and handkerchief in his pocket. Then, switching off the flashlight, he restored that too to his pocket. It was dark now again, and silent. There was no sound, save the gentle lap of water against the pier, and the distant muffled murmur of traffic from one of the great bridges that spanned the river. Jimmie Dale's automatic was in his hand. There was one man who stood between the woman whom he loved and her happiness. One man who had driven her from her home, and by every foul art and craft had sought to take her life. One man only, Marre, alias Clarke, and once Clarke were run to earth, she was free forever. No one else had any incentive in hounding her to her death. Well, there was one man who knew where Marre was, Hunchback Joe, and, come what might, Hunchback Joe would tell him, Jimmie Dale, tonight where Marre was. He was not so sure as the Tocsin that Hunchback Joe would talk to the police. He was sure that Hunchback Joe would talk to the Gray Seal. That was all. That was what he was waiting for here, now, in the darkness, before the police came, for Hunchback Joe. Time passed. A half hour, an hour. It was getting perilously close to the time when the Secret Service men would be pounding at the door out there, and the margin of time left for that grim interview with Hunchback Joe was narrowing rapidly. But there was a strange, calm, cold patience possessing Jimmie Dale. The man would come, and come in time. He knew that, knew it as he knew that he sat there and lived and breathed. The silence was oppressive, heavy. It seemed to palpitate in rhythm with the lap of the water against the pier. The minutes dragged by. Another 5 of them. And then, suddenly, Jimmie Dale sat rigidly forward in his chair. The front door had not been unlocked or opened, but there was the sound of a footstep now. From the rear section of the shed, where there had appeared to be no entrance. The footstep came nearer. The door of the partition opened. There was the click of the electric light switch. The light came on. And then a low, savage, startled oath came from the doorway. Jimmie Dale did not move. His automatic was covering the misshapen, toad-like figure of Hunchback Joe as the other stood just inside the room. For a moment neither spoke. Then Hunchback Joe laughed suddenly, in cool contempt. "What's the game?" he demanded. "You don't need any mask on here. I deal with your kind every day. What do you want?" Jimmie Dale rose to his feet. "This, to begin with," he said, and, crossing the room, felt through the other's pockets and possessed himself of the man's revolver. "Now go over there and sit down at that table." Hunchback Joe laughed contemptuously again as he obeyed, but there was a hint of deadly menace in his voice as he spoke. "Go to it while you can," he snarled. "You've got the drop on me. Well, what do you want?" Jimmie Dale followed and faced the other across the table. Hunchback Joe's eyes, with that curious, unpleasant trick of which the man seemed possessed, were blinking ceaselessly. "I want to give this back to you," said Jimmie Dale quietly, and flung the roll of bills that he had taken from Klanner's trunk down upon the table. Hunchback Joe's eyes ceased to blink. "Why, thanks," grinned Hunchback Joe. "You're a queer sort of night marauder, you are. Sure this is for me, and that you aren't making a mistake?" "Quite sure," said Jimmie Dale, still quietly. "It's yours. It's the money you planted in Klanner's trunk a couple of hours ago." "I never heard of Klanner," said Hunchback Joe. "It's simply the evidence that that isn't all I found in the trunk," said Jimmie Dale. "There was a packet of papers, and the blood-stained blackjack with which Jathan Lane was murdered in the bank this afternoon." "My God, the man's mad!" muttered Hunchback Joe under his breath. "I'm up against a maniac." Jimmie Dale had taken his handkerchief from his pocket and, carrying it to his mouth, had moistened the adhesive side of the little seal. His voice rasped as his hand went down upon the table. "You blot on God's earth!" he said hoarsely. "That's enough of that. The buttons are off the foils tonight, Hunchback Joe." For the second time Hunchback Joe's eyes had ceased to blink. He was staring at the gray seal on the table top in front of him, and now, in spite of his effort to maintain nonchalance, a whiteness had come into his face. "You!" He shrank back a little in his chair. "The Gray Seal!" Jimmie Dale's lips were thin and drawn tight together. He made no answer. It was Hunchback Joe who broke the silence. "What's your price?" he asked thickly. "I suppose you've got those other things, or at least, you know where they are." "Yes," said Jimmie Dale grimly. "I know where they are." "Well," Hunchback Joe hesitated, fumbling for his words. "We're both tarred with the same brush, only you're worse than I am. I've got to pay your price, of course. Make it reasonable. I haven't got all the money in the world. Tell me where those things are and name your figures." "My figure," Jimmie Dale was clipping off his words, "is a little information. A trade, Hunchback Joe. Mine for yours. I want to know where Peter Marre, alias Clarke, is." Hunchback Joe drew back from the table with a jerk. The whiteness in his face had changed to an unhealthy, leaden gray. He shook his head. "I don't know," he said. "That's straight. I've heard of Marre, of course. Everybody has. He's a lawyer. But I never heard of Clarke, and that's—" "A lie!" Jimmie Dale cut in, an ugly calm in his voice. "You—" But Jimmie Dale, too, was interrupted. The telephone on the table was ringing. His automatic covering Hunchback Joe, he pulled the instrument toward him and lifted the receiver from the hook. "Hello?" he said gruffly. "What's wanted?" A voice responded in feverish excitement. "Say, dat youse, Joe? Dis is Hoppy Meggs. Say, de fly cops had got tipped off. Dey're on de way down to your place now. We want to beat it on the jump." "Wait a minute," said Jimmie Dale. He passed the instrument over to Hunchback Joe. "It's for you," he said, with a queer smile. Hunchback Joe put the receiver to his ear, and a moment later, without a word in reply, returned it to the hook. But he had risen from his seat, and, swaying on his feet, was gripping at the table edge for support. "I could have told you that," said Jimmie Dale evenly, "but you've got it now from a source that you won't question. I told you the buttons were off the foils tonight, but you don't seem to realize it yet. 3 nights ago you laid a trap for me, and the Pippin died. Do you understand what I mean now by naked foils? You've one chance for life, and that's to answer my question. But I'll play fair with you, and tell you that I'm going to see that the police get you, even if you do answer. Those documents and that blackjack are here in this place, and the Secret Service men know where to find them." Jimmie Dale's watch was in his hand. "It's 5 minutes to 12. They'll be here at midnight. I've got to make my getaway before they come. I need 2 minutes for that, including locking you in so that you can't get away. That leaves you 3 minutes to make up your mind. If you answer, you can have whatever chance your lawyers can get you. If you refuse, you and I settle our score before I leave. It's 3 minutes against a possible commutation of sentence to life imprisonment. Where is Marre?" The misshapen, shrunken thing was rocking on its feet. There was no answer. "There are 2 minutes left," said Jimmie Dale in a monotone. The man's eyes, coal black, hunted, the pupils gone, swept the room. His lips were working, his hands, clenching and unclenching, clawed at the table. "1," said Jimmie Dale. There was a scream of ungovernable fury, the crash of the toppling table, and, reaching out with both hands for Jimmie Dale's weapon, Hunchback Joe hurled himself forward. But quick as the other was, Jimmie Dale was quicker, and with his left hand, palm open, pushed full into the man's face, he flung the other back. And then there came a cry in a woman's voice. "Marre!" It was the Tocsin's voice from the rear doorway of the office. It was her voice. Jimmie Dale could never mistake it, even in its startled cry. But he did not look. His eyes were on the man who was standing on the other side of the overturned table, whose beard where he, Jimmie Dale, had grasped the other's face, had been wrenched away, and whose shrunken figure seemed to tower up now in height, and whose deformity was a padded coat, awry now because of the erect and upright posture in which the man stood. It was Clarke, the master of disguise, who once had impersonated Travers, the chauffeur. It was Marre, Wizard Marre. There was a ghastly smile on the man's face. "Marre," he said. "Yes, Marre. But you never knew it, did you, Miss LaSalle, until now? Well, now is time enough for you, and far too soon for me." He flung out his hand in a queer, impotent gesture as he threw back his shoulders. "But I would like to be thought a good loser. I congratulate you, Miss LaSalle." Again his hand was raised in gesture, and with lightning swiftness, before Jimmie Dale could intervene, swept to his vest pocket and was carried to his mouth. "And so I drink to your success and—" A glass vial rolled away upon the floor, and Jimmie Dale, with a bound, had caught the swaying figure in his arms. There was a tremor through the man's form, then inertness. He lowered the other to the ground. Wizard Marre was dead. It was the colourless liquid of the old Crime Club, instantaneous in its action, that— Jimmie Dale swept his hand over his masked face, and pulled the mask away, and looked up. She, the Tocsin. Yes, it was the Tocsin. Yes, it was Marie. Only the beautiful face was deadly pale. It was the Tocsin who was standing over him, shaking him frantically by the shoulder. "Jimmie! Quick! Quick!" she cried. "The Secret Service men! Don't you hear them? Quick! This way!" There was a crash, a pound upon the street door. She had caught his hand, and was pulling him forward now out into the rear of the shed. There was a light from the office doorway, enough to see. One of the packing cases was tipped over, and, on hinges, made a trap door. A short ladder led downward to where, a few feet below, two boats were moored. "I came this way, I followed him," she said. "Quick, Jimmie!" It took an instant, no more, to swing her through the opening, but as he lowered her down and her hair brushed his cheek, there came a quick half sob to Jimmie Dale's lips. "Marie!" he whispered. "Marie! At last!" Came the rip and tear and rend of wood, the thud of a falling door from the front of the shed, the rush of feet. But Jimmie Dale was in the boat now, and the packing case above was swung back into place. "Right ahead, Jimmie!" she breathed. "The planks at the end of the pier swing aside. Yes, there. No, a little to the right. Yes." The boat shot out into the river, farther out, and the pier and shed merged into the shadows of the shore line and were lost. And then Jimmie Dale let the oars swing loose. She was crouched in the bottom of the boat close beside him. He bent his head until his lips touched her hair, and lower still until his lips touched hers. And a long time passed, and the boat drifted on, and he drew her closer into his arms and held her there. She was safe now, safe for always. And the road of fear lay behind. And into the night there seemed to come a great quiet, and a great joy, and a great thankfulness, and a wondrous peace. And the boat drifted on, and neither spoke, for they were going home. The End. End of The Further Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Published in 1919. Recorded for LibriVox by Anna Simon. 2015.